sense of acceptance and confidence that, oh my god, this person has the same body type as me, and she's very diminishes their self-confidence.
I think one of the major reasons is maybe peers, the group of people you mingle with. You understand? So maybe, for example, you have friends that you believe they are looking good and all that, and you just start feeling inferiority complex and all that. So I think those are the reasons, major reason why a lot of people have problem with themselves. You just have to be confident no matter how you look like. When you embrace yourself, embrace your personality, nobody can influence you. Just be confident and you are good to go.
My best knowledge, I think body positivity should be placed like in a way and manner whereby individual appreciates how he or she is being created by a god or his god. It starts from the society, friends, and sometimes family members, and as well parents who have their own maybe share in the family. I think some people nowadays have they are not proud of how they have been created, and some people envy other people with the way God created them. Okay, let me use women as an example. If you go to the gym now every day, you find out that majority of gym attendants are girls. Why are they going for gym? They want to build up some certain parts of their body, whereby for me it has no benefits. I don't know, but some people do. So you see, body positivity comes with a lot of challenges actually. Like when okay now, for instance, I don't look my age, but I'm young. So some people feel like no, I'm at I'm 28, I'm 29, I have small body and I don't like it. What's going on? They begin to blame themselves, and at a point they will get to the point that they will start blaming God for not giving them this particular thing, and they don't look at things like that. So if somebody should start conceiving that kind of thought and imagination in his head, before you know it, he will say it to one or two persons that will pick it up, say it outside, and before you know it, people start getting to him or her over it. For me, I have no choice than to thank God for the way I'm being created, and as well as other people who don't feel like they are meant to belong to a particular group. You have no choice. There's a reason and a purpose why God created you like that. So why put it on yourself that you are not well being created and you want to do something that will later end your life maybe?
Body positivity, first of all, is the act of having confidence in yourself, the way you look, the way your appearance, like anything about yourself, your body shape, your color, or anything. That's body positivity. Having confidence in yourself that this is the way you are created and accepting it for what it is. So sometimes, you know that there is a saying that some people actually say, you are dark, you are fair. People that are fair are not fine. People that are dark are not fine. I don't know if you understand. So sometimes when you throw those words at people, it tends to affect them without you knowing. And something is applied to the body shape. Sometimes when you see a slim girl, just the way I'm slim, some people will start saying, you are slim, it doesn't fit you, you are this one, you are this one. Don't you see your fellow? It is not nice. That's why where body positivity comes in. You need to be confident in yourself. This is the way you are created. This is the way that person is created. And sometimes it affects mainly our young girls. Sometimes they tend to do what they don't want to do. They go into doing things because they have seen maybe the celebrity lifestyle or any other thing that sometimes that their hand, they're not even supposed to be there. But due to peer pressure, due to influence, due to so many things, they tend to go in that way that they're not supposed to go. Sometimes you see maybe what they call BBL, because they want to have a curvy body, leaving the one that was the way that God created them. Now they tend to do it, not knowing that it has so many side effects. So I think everyone should be confident in the way that they are created, be it color, body shape, and every other thing.
From what I understand, positivity is just like what people see concerning themselves, how people see themselves when you look in the mirror, how you see yourself, how proud you are of yourself. Body positivity is very essential in everybody's day-to-day life. As a person, I feel you should not let someone's opinion define you. You should be the starting point of what you present, who you are in society. That you're a plus sized or you're too thin does not mean you should feel less of yourself. It's actually a good thing. I mean, what what is a poison to another man can be a food for another man. So you see, body positivity is something that every human being should look into. Don't feel less of yourself. It's good to appreciate your outlook. Don't make people define you. Don't let people's perceptions of you be your reality. Judging from past experiences of people, they begin to feel less of themselves. And also interpersonal relationships. A friend who is a plus size, sorry that I keep bringing up this case of plus size, just that I've experienced real life scenarios. But when you see someone that is plus size and is in a social gathering of people that are, maybe looking a less better or more better, they begin to throw certain comments at the person that is plus size, and the person that is plus size begins to forget that at the end of the day we are all humans and we are created in the image of God. Everybody is one.
Today, 2025. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In headlines, the Nigerian Police Force and the British Embassy in Nigeria launched a collaboration to enhance security in Kogi State. Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's appeal challenging a Mewole-led assembly. South Africa trans health care at risk as U.S. court aids says activist, and Dortmund hoping new boss Kovac can deliver Champions League progress. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Police Force and the British Embassy in Nigeria have launched a collaboration to enhance security and combat crime in Kogi State. The partnership began on Monday with a meeting between Kogi Commissioner of Police Mela Dantawaye and British Embassy delegation. The delegation, led by Andrew Marshall, discussed intelligence-led cooperations and counter-kidnapping strategies with the Commissioner of Police. Marshall stressed the importance of synergy in tackling security threats, highlighting the need for effective intelligence gathering to track criminal activities. In response, Dantawaye assured the delegation of the police's commitment to strengthening security measures and acknowledged the importance of international cooperation. The Commissioner of Police pledged to intensify efforts, including robust stop-and-search operations and strategic intelligence sharing. He also encouraged the British Embassy to provide intelligence on criminal activities to enable swift response from law enforcement agencies. According to him, the visit marks a significant step towards reinforcing security partnerships and improving crime-fighting strategies in Kogi State. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo opened and closed his case on Monday after calling one witness to testify before the Edo State's Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja. At the close of the last Thursday's proceedings, the Independent National Electoral Commission closed its case without calling any witness to justify the September 21, 2024 election it conducted in the state. The tribunal adjourned till Monday for Okpebholo to open his case. Upon the resumed hearing on Monday, Okpebholo's counsel Onyechi Bazu SAN called one witness, Usman Majek, from Usen in the Ovia Southwest local government area in Edo State. The witness informed the tribunal that he was an All Progressives Congress polling unit agent in the election. Under cross-examination of the petitioner's led counsel, Adetunji Oyeyibo SAN, the witness agreed that there was overvoting in his polling unit. He also said accreditation and voting took place simultaneously in his unit. The witness also informed the tribunal that he complained to the police and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) about the results he entered on the result sheet after he signed it. After Majek's testimony, Bazu applied to close the defense of his clients. The Justice Wilfred Ochi-led three-member tribunal accordingly granted Ikpeazu's request, as there was no objection from the petitioners, People's Democratic Party, and Aswerime Igadalo, first respondents INEC and third respondents APC Council. The panel adjourned till Wednesday, February 12th, for APC to open its case. The River State Commissioner for Justice and Attorney General Dagogo Iboroma said the Supreme Court did not reinstate Martin Amawale and 26 others as State House of Assembly members. Iboroma, in a media briefing in Port Harcourt, the state capital on Monday, said various interpretations of the court's ruling in social media are misleading. He emphasized that the state 2024 budget has been fully spent and cannot be brought back, adding that even the 2024 appropriation bill has been passed, signed into law, and in operation. Governor Similai Fubara filed a notice of withdrawal of his appeal and freely urged the Honorable Court to dismiss his appeal. Accordingly, the Honorable Court granted the prayer of sorts and dismissed the appeal. This is all that transpired. The Supreme Court made no order whatsoever reinstating Martin Chike Omawale and 26 others as members of Rivers State House of Assembly. Neither did the Supreme Court make any finding on their status as members of Rivers State House of Assembly. Earlier, a five-man panel of the Supreme Court, led by Justice Wani Abba Aji, had dismissed the appeal filed by the Governor of Rivers State, Similai Fubara, challenging the leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Martin Amewole. Justice Wani Abba Aji, while dismissing the appeal, awarded a cost of 2 million naira against the governor payable to the Rivers State House of Assembly as the first respondent and Martin Amewole as the second respondent. The dismissal of the appeal by Fubara was hinged on the withdrawal of the suit by his counsel, Yusuf Ali. Fubara has since transacted business of the state with the Okojumbo Group while he ignored the Amawale faction. Last October, the Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court, which set aside the 800 billion naira 2024 budget aside by Amawale's rival group. The appellate court had dismissed the appeal filed by Fubara on grounds that it lacked merit. The court had nullified the 2024 Rivers budget passed by pro-Fubara lawmakers and set aside the presentation and passage of the Rivers State 2024 budget. Nigerian lawyer and human rights activist Femi Falana has revealed why the Martin Amewole-led Rivers State House of Assembly may never be reinstated. Rivers State Governor Similai Fubara in 2024 declared the seats of 27 lawmakers led by Amewole vacant, following their defection from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to the All Progressives Congress (APC). The Court of Appeal in July 2024 nullified the expulsion of the lawmakers loyal to the immediate past governor of the state and current minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. However, dissatisfied with the judgment, the governor filed an appeal at the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Apex Court dismissed the appeal after the governor's lawyer withdrew the case, stating that it had been overtaken by events. According to reports, the judgment put to the rest the issues surrounding the position of the 27 lawmakers who had been entangled in the prolonged legal and political battle with the governor. Addressing journalists after the ruling, Ken Jamanze, a senior advocate of Nigeria, stated that the lawmakers could now fully assume their roles in the State Assembly. However, in an interview with Channels Television on Monday night, Falana insisted that the lawmakers remain sacked, stressing that once you decamp, you automatically lose your seat. According to Falana, the only case on the matter is currently pending in the Port Harcourt Judicial Division of the Federal High Court. The leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, on Monday questioned the jurisdiction of his alleged terrorism case when he reappeared before Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court for a resumed hearing of his protracted case. Despite Kanu's insistence that Justice Nyako has no jurisdiction over the case, the judge adjourned the matter indefinitely. At the resumed hearing on Monday, Justice Nyako said the chief judge had not accepted her recusal and had referred the case back to her. She asked the defense team led by Ejimako to come up with a written application if they still insist on the recusal. Earlier, the prosecution counsel led by Adeboyega Awomolo said they weren't ready for the commencement of trial as the witnesses were ready. Addressing the court, a furious Kanu questioned why he was brought before Justice Nyako. He said all that the judge said was meaningless to him as he does not recognize the authority of the court presided by Justice Nyako over him. The IPOB leader said he was only in court because of the respect he has for the rule of law, adding that the judge had previously recused herself from the case. Kanu said he was not happy with the decision of the chief judge, who returned the case to Justice Nyako, insisting that the prosecution cannot prosecute him. The IPOB leader insisted that Justice Nyako is biased over his case and should not preside over his case. He said poor knowledge of the court is affecting Nigeria. The prosecution counsel took an objection to Kanu's remarks and asked for a definite date for hearing since the prosecution has refused to file a written application. Awoma said it was not right for Kanu to insult the court. Up ahead, police arrest suspected child trafficker in Imo. UNICEF raises alarm over rising polio cases in Kanu. These and more after the break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. Police operatives in Imo State have arrested a suspected child trafficker, Onyechi Emeka 40, during a stop-and-search operation in Okigwe area of the state. The Police Public Relations Officer, PPRO, DSP Henry Okoye, disclosed this in a statement on Monday. He said officers also rescued a 5-year-old boy during the operation. Okoye said Emeka from Isialangwa South local government area of Abia was arrested on February 7th while traveling to Ebonyi with the child. Investigation revealed that the boy had been stolen from his mother's shop at number 22 Chimezie Street, Obeohia, in Abia State. The suspect initially claimed the boy was her sister's son, but inconsistencies in her statements raised suspicion. He said the child, displaying remarkable awareness, provided his father's phone number. This led to his identification as a missing child reported in Abia. Okoye said further investigations revealed that the suspect had received 30,000 naira from a syndicate to deliver the child to a buyer in Ebonyi State. According to him, the case has been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further inquiries to apprehend other syndicate members. The police spokesman urged parents and guardians to remain vigilant and ensure their children's safety. He also advised the public to be security conscious, observe their surroundings, and report any suspicious activity to the nearest police station. The National Agency for the Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, on Monday took over the Arera International Market, Aba, after uncovering huge quantities of unregistered and banned drugs. Omoyeni Babatunde, the NAFDAC Deputy Director in charge of Enforcement and Federal Task Force South-South-Southeast, announced the takeover in an interview with newsmen during the enforcement. Babatunde said that the agency confiscated the unregistered and banned medicines at the patent medicine sections of the market. Some of the items uncovered in one of the shops included a substance suspected to be the dreaded crystal methamphetamine murumiri. Babatunde also said that some of the confiscated drugs had no NAFDAC registration number, hence not supposed to be sold in patent medicine store. He said the enforcement in the markets was a national assignment coordinated by the NAFDAC Zonal Director, Martin Zelum Yomade. He said the scope of the assignment at the area was to uncover unregistered products in the market. He said that the agency could only attach figures to the confiscated medicines at the end of the enforcement. February 11th marks the 10th year anniversary of the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, a day designated by the United Nations to recognize the critical role women play in the scientific community and to promote equal opportunities for girls and women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM fields. Despite significant progress in recent years, women and girls continue to face significant barriers in pursuing careers in science. According to UNESCO, women account for only 28% of researchers worldwide, and in some countries the percentage is as low as 15%. This underrepresentation of women in science has serious consequences, including the loss of diverse perspectives, ideas, and innovations that are essential for addressing global challenges. Some in ENUGU leading the advocacy for women inclusion in science spoke on the Nigerian government to empower more women in the scientific endeavors.
families, nations, and all of that. They're resilient, and we've seen even in the health space, we've seen them make remarkable impacts. Right? They're doctors, nurses, midwives, and even work in community healthcare spaces. And we can see their contributions and how much they care for people. I mean, you can see the difference between a nurse, a female nurse caring for her patients compared to a male. I hope that soon enough women will be given chances and opportunities to grow and expand and make more impacts than they have been doing.
Life is all about science and art. They go hand in hand because without this can't really exist. So for me, I would say science because of course that is what has made me come thus far. So I left school years back, and over time I wouldn't say I figured it all out, but every day I get to learn more, I get to improve more, and I would say I'm really at a happy space in my profession right now.
Before now, initially, women have just been known to be focused on the family, kitchen, running around, only family, nothing more than that. And I'm happy now that at least women are coming out, and women being in the field of anything science, nursing, engineering, and all that. So I've seen greater improvement there. So I'll use nursing as an example. So we'll talk about Florence Nightingale in nursing. When she came into the nursing profession, the mortality rate greatly reduced. So now we'll also talk about Joyce Abiola that brought about, she studied chemical engineering. So she brought about water purification, which also helped in rural areas. At least they had access to clean water and greatly reduced waterborne diseases. So with all these two people now, with their achievements and then their contributions in science, we know that obviously, and we can't deny it, that when women go into science and when they come out more, that greater things and greater achievements will happen.
This year's celebration calls for concerted efforts by relevant authorities in advancing the cause of women participation in science. Manpower in Nigeria's health sector is depleted as a result of the Japa syndrome. Will the recently elongated areas of service for doctors and other health professionals stem the tide? Signature TV correspondent Nole Francis spoke with some Abuja residents who have been speaking on the new policy.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience, and I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government make for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because you know, one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, they are quite those of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF has expressed concern over the increasing number of polio cases in Kano State. UNICEF's Kano Chief of Field Office, Rama Farah, raised the alarm during an orientation for 44 local government area chairmen and district heads on polio eradication, routine immunization, and primary health care services. Farah said that more than 250,000 children in Kano have never received routine immunization vaccines, making the state home to the highest number of zero-dose children in Nigeria. Farah also highlighted the alarming rise in the variant poliovirus cases in the state, with 6 cases reported in 2022, 27 in 2023, and 29 in 2024. He emphasized the importance of vaccination in preventing diseases such as polio, measles, and diphtheria, urging local governments, chairpersons, traditional leaders, and the state governments to strengthen immunization efforts. Dr. Abubakar Labaran, the Commissioner for Health, reaffirmed the state's commitment to improving healthcare delivery, particularly in vaccination, polio eradication, and reducing maternal mortality. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Betokun, has issued a stern warning to officers of the Nigerian Police Force against carrying rifles while dressed in civilian attire, mufti, and engaging in human rights violations. According to a statement released on Monday by the Force Public Relations Officer, ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the IG gave the directive during a virtual meeting with the senior strategic managers at the Force headquarters. Betokun noted that the Force had received numerous complaints regarding human rights abuses through its official complaints channels, making it necessary to caution officers against such misconduct. He stressed that any further violations of human rights would attract severe consequences, urging officers to desist from abusing their authority and to maintain proper dressing standards. Adejobi further stated that the IGP condemned the indiscriminate transfer of cases without his written approval, describing the practice as highly prohibited and warning that it would no longer be tolerated. The statement concluded with the IGP directing all officers, regardless of rank, to work collaboratively to prevent any misconduct that would tarnish the reputation of the force. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council has announced that the country's trade volume in 2024 reached 7.2 metric tons, with a 20.7% increase in value, totaling $5.45 billion. The Executive Director of NEPC, Dr. Noye Ayeni, made the statement during the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments retreat for the presentation of the 2025 roadmap on Monday in Abuja. Ayeni highlighted the NEPC's mandate was to diversify the nation's economy away from oil dependency by promoting non-oil exports. He emphasized the Council's commitment to building the capacity of exporters from the farm gate to market access. He said in 2024, the NEPC conducted about 629 capacity-building programs across the country, partnering with development organizations and agencies. Ayeni stated that the Council was working across all borders, from the north to the south and west, to mainstream export efforts. Additionally, Ayeni emphasized the NEPC's focus on connecting micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, with experienced exporters, offering training in various skill programs. Meanwhile, Vice President Kashim Shettima has reaffirmed President Bola Tinubu's commitment to economic reforms aimed at inclusive growth and bridging financial gaps nationwide. Shatima spoke with inauguration or while inaugurating the Presidential Committee on Economic and Financial Inclusion pre-CEFI at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The initiative aligns with the federal government's target of achieving a $1 trillion economy by 2030. The event also featured the signing of an investment agreement by private sector stakeholders to provide foundational infrastructure for the full operationalization of the ASO Accord initiative. The accord, signed on April 25, 2024, is a core pillar of Tinubu's renewed hope agenda to transform the economy. Former People's Democratic Party (PDP) presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar on Monday met with ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo. Atiku led a delegation to meet with Obasanjo at the residence of the former Nigerian leader in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. The former vice president was accompanied by former governor of Cross River State, Leah Limoke, and Senator Aminu Tambuwal, an ex-governor of Sokoto State. The agenda of the meeting was not known as of press time, but it comes amidst plans by opposition politicians to map out strategies to form an alliance against the All Progressives Congress (APC) and win the 2027 presidential elections. Recently, Atiku hosted former Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi at his residence in Adamawa State. Still to come, Red Cross recovers bodies from devastated Congo prison weeks after rebel clashes. Macron welcomes Armenia's Nicole Pashinyan to Paris for bilateral meeting. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken this move by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. International Committee of Red Cross ICRC volunteers in protective gear were removing decomposing bodies from Mozenzi prison in Goma on Monday, 2 weeks after clashes between M23 rebels and the Congolese army led to a mass escape. The teams disinfected and cleared remains from damaged buildings to prevent health risks following violence that erupted when M23 forces seized control of the city on January 27th. United Nations sources say the conflict has claimed at least 2,900 lives in Goma, a city of 1 million inhabitants, exacerbating the humanitarian crisis in the region.
In fact, what hurts me the most are the people. Regardless of whether they are prisoners, it is truly heartbreaking. They have been there for more than 2 weeks. The smells are everywhere, everywhere. Truly, it is very heartbreaking because, firstly, we are exposed to diseases. And then, we have children wandering around here and there in these areas.
In South Kivu province, authorities are coordinating with humanitarian organizations to address the growing crisis, working to restore order, contain diseases spread, and provide urgent aid to affected communities. The conflict has deepened instability in eastern Congo, where dozens of armed groups have been fighting for control of land and resources for decades. Non-profit organizations in South Africa voiced concerns on Monday about the impact on marginalized communities' access to health services following U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to cut financial aid to the country. The aid cuts, in response to South Africa's Land Expropriation Act, has already forced the closure of facilities like the Engage Men's Health Clinic in Johannesburg, which previously received U.S. funding. A White House official said on Friday that Trump signed an executive order aimed at South Africa to address human rights issues in the country. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa defended the country's land policy after Trump's threat, stating that no land had been confiscated and the policy aimed to ensure equitable public access to land.
At the moment, detrimental. Populations such as the trans community, the gender non-conforming, who are accessing ARV treatments, your testing, your PrEP, your post-exposure prophylaxis. There are so many of these platforms that continue to be the citadels of sexual reproductive health care provision and support that now have suddenly been closed, and at least for a 90-day window, and we're still yet to know what the way forward is. The funding has been halted and the clinics have been closed. Someone now having disclosed, having come out in that particular clinic and is familiar with that environment, having to now go to a new environment, having to be tested again, having to feel, essentially exposed, going to a new environment with other people seeing them, regularly going to a clinic to collect medication, to go get tested, to go get regular administration of whatever form of healthcare when it comes to sexual reproductive health. It's taboo. There's a lot of stigma around it. It's something that brings about a lot of anxiety for people as well.
Some of the bodies of migrants found in 2 mass graves in Libya bore gunshot wounds, International Organizations for Migration said on Monday, adding that one of the sites is thought to contain up to 70 bodies. Libya security authorities have already recovered at least 28 bodies from the bigger of the 2 mass graves in the deserts of southeast Libya, the Attorney General's office said on Sunday.
We were informed by authorities that something like a mass grave was discovered. One location is in Jekara, what is about 400 kilometers south of Benghazi, where several bodies have been discovered, and they were showing signs of injuries. So it's not everybody could say that they were dying because of natural death, but there were some inflicted wounds and even gunshots. 2 days later, we got another information, once again informed by the authorities, that in the near of Al-Kufra, what is even further south, additional mass graves were discovered or found, based also on the information what they have received from migrants who have been freed from a detention center or detention facilities which were run by a smuggling network.
An additional mass grave was discovered in the Al-Kufra desert and in southeast, containing 30 to 70 bodies, according to reports from migrants released from the facility that was shared with authorities in Libya. IOM could not give details of how long the bodies have been there for, but that they are thought to have been there for some time. Last March, the bodies of 65 migrants were found in a mass grave in the southwest of the country. Libya has turned into a transit route for migrants fleeing conflicts and poverty to Europe across the Mediterranean. At the end of January, Al-Wahat Criminal Investigation Department said it had freed 263 migrants of different sub-Saharan nationalities, saying they were being held by a smuggling gang in extremely poor human and health conditions. 22% of the 965 recorded deaths and disappearances of migrants in Libya happened on land routes, according to IOM's Missing Migrant Project. President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that members of the U.S. President Donald Trump's team would travel to Ukraine this week, the first such visit at an important diplomatic juncture in the war with Russia. Zelensky, who is trying to forge close relations with Trump as the president seeks to rapidly end the war, said the visit would take place before the February 14 to 16 Munich Security Conference, though he did not clarify who would visit. Zelensky also confirmed that the plan to visit or to meet U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich conference, and that his team was trying to set up a meeting with Trump. Trump indicated on Sunday, February 9th, that he had been in contact with Putin without specifying when. The Kremlin neither confirmed nor denied those contacts. Zelensky said in Monday's remarks that he was expecting productive work with U.S. officials in Ukraine after the Munich Security Conference.
This week, some people from the Trump team, serious ones, will be in Ukraine, even before the Munich conference. Then at the Munich conference, I will have some meetings there, including with the Vice President and with President Trump's team. My team will also have separate meetings, talks, work, let's put it this way. And afterwards, there will be productive work in Ukraine with the colleagues from the United States of America. Our teams are also working on dialogue and a meeting with President Trump. He mentioned it already and it's not a secret. The question is when it will happen, when both sides will have possibilities. Regarding them, Trump and Putin, talking, let's see who, how and whether it is true.
Gold prices continued their record rally on Monday and broke through the key $2,900 level for the first time, driven by safe haven demand as U.S. President Donald Trump's new tariff threats amplified trade war and inflation concerns. Spot gold surged 1.6% to $2,905.24 per ounce as of 1:45 p.m. ET, after hitting a record high of $2,911.30 earlier in the session. U.S. gold futures settled 1.6% higher at $2,934.40. Trump announced plans on Sunday to impose an additional 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum imports. He also said he would announce reciprocal tariffs this week, matching rates imposed by other countries and applying them immediately. Tariffs may exacerbate U.S. inflation, with investors awaiting U.S. Consumer Price Index (CPI) and Producer Price Index (PPI) data due later in the week. If the CPI and PPI data surprise on the downside, it may weigh on the dollar and inflate gold prices, while an upside surprise could push up U.S. yields and strain gold, albeit mildly due to the market's resilience and buyer interest during dips, Mayer said. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is also due to testify before Congress on Tuesday and Wednesday. Bullion has already hit his seventh record high this year, driven by Trump's tariff threats, which have fueled uncertainty over global growth, trade wars, and high inflation, prompting investors to turn to gold as a safe haven asset. Philip Strebel, chief market strategist at the Blue Line Futures, said gold's 45-degree rally since December might create a self-fulfilling prophecy of further price increases, potentially leading it to raise its forecast to around $3,250 or $3,500. Britain's King Charles, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner made a rare joint visit to a school in Newark, Cornwall, on Monday. Footage showed Charles and Starmer speaking with school officials and students at Nansleden School, a primary school that was officially opened by the monarch in March 2020. Charles chatted with some students who were preparing dough for cupcakes and asked if the cupcakes would be ready for them to take home after school. Earlier on Monday, Charles, Starmer, and Rayner visited the Newark Orchards community space. Trade frictions would make the Eurozone's inflation outlook more uncertain, European Central Bank's President Christine Lagarde said on Monday. Inflation is set to return to 2% medium-term targets in the course of this year. This risk on both the upside and the downside.
Inflation is set to return to our 2% medium-term target in the course of 2025, this year, with risks on both the upside and the downside. It's clear that greater friction in global trade would make the euro area inflation outlook more uncertain. Exports should also allow and support the recovery as global demand rises, although in that respect it's obviously conditional upon changes and developments that we will observe in international trade policies. And despite rising real incomes, households are hesitant to spend more. And yet the conditions for a recovery remain in place. A solid job market and higher incomes should strengthen consumer confidence and allow spending to rise.
French President Emmanuel Macron met with Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan at the Elysee Palace on Monday on the sidelines of an AI summit. World leaders and technology executives are convening in the French capital to discuss how to safely embrace artificial intelligence at a time of mounting resistance to heavy-handed red tape that businesses say stifles innovation. Eagerness to rein in on AI has waned since previous AI summits in Britain and South Korea that focused world power's attention on technology's risks after ChatGPT's viral launch in 2022. Israeli protesters gathered in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv on Monday after Hamas announced it would stop releasing Israeli hostages until further notice. The Palestinian militant group said they were delaying releases over what it says are Israeli violations of the ceasefire agreements.
I don't care what they say. They all need to come home now. Every single person that doesn't belong there needs to come home now. Every single one of them. No need to delay, nothing. Send them all home. This is where they all belong. Every last one of them belongs here, every single person. All of the hostages, all of them. Not the ones that are supposed to come tomorrow or the next day, all of them now. This is where they belong. This is their home.
Every day there's something new, so we kind of, I think since October 7th, we kind of like became a little bit indifferent and like very much we think twice before we react for each kind of news. So news is news until we see what happens. We really react.
Announcement comes amidst growing doubt over an already fragile ceasefire, even as families of the Israeli hostages urge the government to stick to the deal and Gazans try to start rebuilding their lives in the shattered enclave. Hamas was to release some Israeli hostages on Saturday in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and other Palestinians held in Israeli detention, as had happened over the past 3 weeks. A bus veered off a highway bridge into a polluted ravine in Guatemala City early on Monday, killing at least 51 people and tapping survivors, a spokesperson for the city's fire department said. The densely packed bus was traveling into the capital from the town of San Agustin, Acasaguastlan, on the busy route into the city from when it plunged approximately 20 meters from Puente Belis, a highway bridge that crossed over a road and creek. Fire department spokesperson Carlos Hernandez said the bodies of 36 men and 15 women had been sent to a provincial morgue set up for the accident. Images shared by the fire departments on social media show the bus partially submerged in wastewater surrounded by victims' bodies. Guatemala President Bernardo Arevalo declared 3 days of national mourning and deployed the country's army and disaster agency to assist response efforts. Australia women's soccer captain Sam Kerr departed from Kingston upon Thames Crown Court on Monday after her trial continued later into the week. Kerr faces trial on charges of racially aggravated harassment of a police officer in 2023. The 31-year-old, who plays for Chelsea in the Women's Super League, has pleaded not guilty. The trial was originally scheduled for 4 days, but the jury will return for a 7th day on Tuesday. Niko Kovac will take his Borussia Dortmund team to Portugal this week to play Sporting Lisbon as he looks for an instant turn around in the club's fortunes. There was no new manager bounce at the weekend as Dortmund's poor form continued and they slumped to a 2-1 defeat to visitors VfB Stuttgart on Saturday, a result which dropped last year's finalists even further away from the Champions League qualification spots in 11th place. Kovac took over last week after Dortmund sacked coach Nuri Sahin in late January following a 4-game losing run across all competitions. He oversaw a training session on Monday before Dortmund traveled to Portugal for their last 16 two-legged playoff tie against Sporting, which takes place on Tuesday. Tournament host Tiger Woods said on Monday he had decided to withdraw from this week's Genesis invitation at Torrey Pines, where he was set to make his PGA Tour season debut, as he is still processing the recent death of his mother. The opening round of the February 13 to 16 tournament, which benefits Woods' TGR Foundation, will be held 9 days after the 15 times major champion's mother died. Jalen Hurts thrust himself into upper echelon of the elite's quarterback conversation with a career-defining performance in the Super Bowl. But on Monday, the NFL Championship Game's most valuable player said it was too soon to talk about legacy. Hurts silenced critics with his performance in the Eagles' 40-22 rout of the two-time defending champions Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday, but did not want to think about how the game will define his career. Hurts completed 17 of 22 passes for 221 yards and 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. He also ran in the score and set a record for most rushing yards by a quarterback in the Super Bowl with 72, breaking the mark the sets in a losing effort in 2023. While the 26-year-old was brilliant on the NFL's biggest stage, he was most proud of his ongoing ability to stick to a team-first mentality rather than focus on individual statistics. Hurts' winning journey to Super Bowl champion has been far from ordinary, as he was once benched at halftime in college football's national championship game and later transferred to another school. But Hurts, with the NFL Championship Vince Lombardi Trophy and Super Bowl Most Valuable Player award sitting on the table to his left, credited his deep love of the game for helping him to overcome the setbacks.
I didn't dream of these moments. It was more so the work and the determination just to be the best that I can be. And there's a point where I realized that I could put a limit on myself, you know, if I had the right mentality and the right approach and the right effort. And so when you host those trophies, it's more so about the journey and less about the results. Obviously, we're going to be judged for results, but you know, that's for everyone else to talk about. But the journey is what builds us and makes us who we are. And when you play a team sport like we play, you know, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia.
You know, what you see on Any Given Sunday. The Any Given Sunday talk by Al Pacino was really awesome, but it don't work that way, right? Yeah, you know, my job is not to inspire them. It's just to, you know, it's more to just remind them of the things they already know. And I keep it really short. I talk a lot all during the week. So before the game, it pretty much is consistent, week 1 to week 37, whatever number we are on, tough, detailed together. That's our core values. That's what we talk about. And, you know, the toughest team wins usually, the most detailed team wins usually, and the team that's most together wins usually. It's all about your habits and how you go about it. Like, I literally had no time to get a haircut on the Friday, and so I buzzed it. And that has nothing to do with it. Again, it's your habits every day. Our team had great habits that prepared us to win each and every week, with the way they practiced, with the way they met, with the way they walked through, with the way they connected, all those things. You know, I am the last person that's superstitious, because I believe it's your habits that make you who you are.
Three-time defending champion Iga Swiatek of Poland rolled into the third round of the Qatar Open with a 6-3, 6-2 win Monday against Maria Sakkari of Greece. Second-seeded Swiatek, who had a bye in the first round of the WTA 1000 event in Doha, trailed 3-2 in the first set before sweeping the next 8 games to take control. Swiatek is trying to become just the second woman in the 21st century to win a tournament 4 consecutive times after Caroline Wozniacki, who did so at New Haven from 2008 to 2011. 10th seed Paula Badosa of Spain held on for a 6-3, 6-4 or 4-6, 6-2 win against Mexico's Renata Zarazao. Badosa hammered 14 aces and converted 6 of her 9 break chances. Also, through is Ons Jabeur on Tunisia, who defeated American McCartney Kessler 6-2, 6-0. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thank you so much for watching. Join me in another 9 minutes for the morning show. See you later.
body positivity. He's talking about how people should be comfortable and confident in their body, regardless of their.
Today is 11th of February 2025, and of course we are having a very cold morning, but it's fine because we are getting used to the weather. It has been hot recently, and we are just 3 days away from Valentine's Day, and of course my colleague is already dressed in his regalia, anticipating the day as it approaches. And today, okay, we are going to have our newspaper headlines and then move over to the newspaper review. But shortly before that, I am Quincy Rowland, and I have with me in the studio
Charles Pius, good to have you. I've also noticed since Quincy started doing this show with me, she's always counted down to Valentine's Day. And I'm sure if she's here tomorrow, she'll tell you it's 2 days to Valentine's. She's here the day after, she tells you it's a day to Valentine's Day. So I'm just wondering, really, do you have a vow?
No, not yet, except you're willing to.
Oh, really? Well, I heard that sometimes for ladies, if people don't come for you, you could go for other people. You could tell them to be your vow.
Oh, really?
Do you welcome that? Is
this you wanting me to request?
No, I'm just saying in the general term.
You could be more direct with your request. It's fine.
No, I mean, not necessarily being more direct with my request. I mean, if I want to ask you something, I can just ask you, what's there? I mean, I could just say, would it be my vow? But I would have asked you. But again, I'm just saying.
Another thing is, considering the economic crisis that we are in this country and how expensive things are, I'm still surprised that Valentine's Day vendors are selling out massively on their products. I have no idea how people are affording the packages I've been seeing online. But what I want to say is people are not suffering in this country because you need to see how people are going all out for this particular day. And I'm really anticipating because I'm really going to talk about it. I give my review here on the morning show when it happens.
Yes, I mean, Valentine's is a totally different type of celebration. It's not like December where you say Christmas, New Year coming to an end, the year's coming to an end, and then you have this sober reflection about what has happened in the year that was and anticipating for the new year. I mean, Valentine is a celebration on its own. It's not like Easter where you also have to put in a Jesus factor there. But this one is just the celebration of love. And so many persons interpret love in so many different ways. Some persons have just also received their first salary of the year.
In February.
First salary of the year, yes, because they received salary of the previous month. And so there's monies in their pocket. And so, I mean, expenses here and there wouldn't be a bad idea. It's actually very big in Enugu State. I really don't know why. I have actually tried to witness and monitor Valentine's in Enugu in the last 6 years. And trust me, it is huge. 8, 9 p.m. every day you see that Enugu streets are empty. But on the Valentine's Day itself, the streets are not empty.
And they're always intentional about what they wear on that day.
They are, really.
I noticed, actually.
They are. And for the fact that Valentine's Day is going to be on a Friday this time, this year, I mean, you can imagine what will happen all through the weekend. Madness. Whatever you do, be safe, all right? Let's go on the headlines. We'll be back after this. Welcome back. This is Signature TV, and we're going straight to the headlines on our dailies this morning. We're kicking off on The Nation newspaper. On The Nation this morning, just below the mass, Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's appeal against 26 lawmakers, with the rider appellants fined 4 million naira. Government ruling not against Governor Amewole's predicts end to rascality.
And we have JAMB OK's under 16 with kids for 2025 UTME with the rider 2 million likely to write exam.
Ebola calls one witness, closes case before a tribunal.
Kanu rejects judge again, court adjourns case indefinitely.
Atiku, Imoke, Tamboa meet Obasanjo in Abeokuta.
Cracking the legal tough nuts to state creation, see law section page 13 to 18.
All right, all the details you can find on The Nation newspaper. Moving over to the Daily Trust's newspaper. On the Daily Trust this morning, Palestinians will have no rights to return under Gaza plan, says Trump.
Residents raise alarm over money doublers in Abuja community.
Japa, one doctor attending to 1,800 cancer patients.
6 die in Jigawa, Niger road crashes.
2027, additional hints at presidential run. With the rider, he will have our support, says LND. Atiku meets Obasanjo over coalition.
Alkali's mother, court recalls General Mohammed for cross-examination.
Police retirement crisis festers. With the rider, top officers refuse to leave over IGP's tenure extension. Courts to bear suit against PSC March 18th. We are not aware of any failure to comply with directives, says PSC. Exit honorably, retired AIG counsels. Now, the Guardian newspaper this morning. Drama as Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's suit against pro-Wike lawmakers.
I'm ready to serve Nigeria in any capacity, says AFDB president.
IBEDC pledges to restore power to UCH in 48 hours.
Speculations amount over 2027 as Atiku Obasanjo hold closed-door meeting.
Stronger Naira unsettles FX markets amidst waning dollar savings.
Women sexually violated or killed every 10 minutes in Nigeria.
800 ex-Boko Haram fighters undergoing de-radicalization, says DHQ.
PDP Igadolo's camps in dismay, says APC as Okpobo closes case at tribunal.
Court adjourns trial indefinitely as Kanu queries judge jurisdiction. And now to the Daily Times newspaper. Atiku Tambuwal Imoke meets Obasanjo behind closed doors with the rider. Consultation for coalition ahead of 2027 on front burner, says ex-NWC member.
Rivers crisis. Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's appeal and reserves judgment in 4 appeals.
African setups secures $289 million January 2025.
National Assembly Commission board tenure expires.
No Supreme Court ruling against Fubara's Jumbo, still speaker, says opposition. Still on the Daily Times, Justice Nyako recused self from Nnamdi Kanu's trial again. Now to the Blueprint newspaper. Jam to candidates. Come to headquarters if you've biometric challenges.
And we have assent to South-South Development Commission Bill. Pandef begs Tinubu.
INEC to sacked Adamawa Rec. Prove your innocence in court.
My visit to Obasanjo not about 2027, says Atiku.
AFCON 2025. Super Eagles among the title contenders, says Leroy.
Federal government announces 100 billion naira Series 2 subscription to tackle housing deficits.
Assent to South-South Development Commission Bill. Pandef begs Tinubu.
From Katsina, we have Musawa local government engages 75 Islamic scholars to pray against banditry.
Biafra, court adjourns as Kanu challenges Inyako's jurisdiction.
And from the sports scenes, we have AFCON 2025. Super Eagles among title contenders, says Leroy.
And now to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Power outage. What federal government, UCH, IBEDC resolved to do with the rider student protest as minister visits.
Alafin Oba Owa Ade sets 97-member coronation committee.
Atiku, Tambuwal, others visits to Obasanjo sparks fresh debate. I wasn't at Obasanjo's house because of 2027, says Atiku. I won't talk about 2027, says Obasanjo.
NDLEA declares 4 members of Barry Shine drug cartel wanted over cocaine shipment to Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
Nnamdi Kanu challenges Justice Nyako's jurisdiction to try him. Courts adjourns indefinitely.
NRC APM terminals relaunch Lagos to Ibadan cargo train and move 35 containers.
Supreme Court reserves judgments in 4 appeals on Rivers political crisis.
Relocate NLNG plants to Niger Delta. Pandef tells federal government with the rider. Wants Tinubu to sign South-South Development Commission bill into law. And we have with the rider Fubara's appeal over 2024 budget dismissed after council withdrew case. And this is on the page 15. And over to the Vanguard newspaper below the mast, we have hardship. Many government desert states to live in Abuja, NLC laments, with a rider frown at proscription of unions in Kogi State and commissions 10 CNG buses for workers. And we have Edo Government Pool Tribunal, PDP Asiu Igadolo's comes in disarray as Okpebolo closes case, and this is on the page 10. And we have PDP crisis, legal advisor throws weight behind Ude Okoye, and this is on the page 9. And we have states now mandate drug tests for appointees and employees, says NDLEA. And that's all we have from Vanguard. And over to the Punch, we have boldly written 2027, Obasanjo Atiku orders meeting no threat, says APC with a rider. Ruling party unfazed as Labour Party NNPP divided over possible Atiku-Obasanjo collaboration ahead of next election.
Hospitals groan over debts as federal government 50% power subsidy delays.
800 surrendered Boko Haram's militants undergoing decalization DHQ.
2027, Obasanjo, Atiku, others meeting no threat, says APC. Ruling party unfazed as LP NNPP divided over possible Atiku-Obasanjo collaboration ahead of next elections.
Court adjourns indefinitely as Kano demands case transfer to Southeast.
Uber driver killed, body dumped on Lagos Road.
Why Rivers withdrew South Supreme Court appeal against pro-Wike lawyers, says Fubara.
Edo Tribunal, Okpebolo closes defense as lone witness admits overvoting. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper. And that's it on the front pages of our headlines this morning. We're going straight away to the review of these headlines. We have live with us Chris Maduka. Chris, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Quincy. And good morning, the world.
Okay, first, we want to talk about the Nnamdi Kanu case that has been adjourned indefinitely.
Well, there's some viral video that I'm sure people actually leaked, or let's say smuggled it out of the court. And you can find Nnamdi Kanu. You know, he was just really uncontrollable, and he was talking, and he stood his ground, and was calling out names, and then shouting, and was really livid with anger. And he was saying something that the court lacks jurisdiction to try him. All effort to get him to cool down, to hear what they have to say failed. And the court had no option than to adjourn their case indefinitely. But that calls to mind, what should the federal government do in this kind of situation when there has been several calls from all angles saying that Nnamdi Kanu has become a political prisoner, and it's no more like Nigeria has, it has to be settled politically. And the highest political order in Nigeria, which is Aso Rock, in our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaban. Everybody is hoping that he's the only person who can put a word, and all things then there will be peace and there will be calm. And such words, is a diplomatic issue. Is the international community are concerned, the socio-cultural groups are concerned, all the people who think that continuous incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu is what bringing insecurity and restlessness in the southeast, and an extension to other parts and the neighboring regions of southeast. And if people think that is correct, we advise that the federal government also put our own words and say, let the federal government look into this matter and settle it once and for all. My people say that Isiana Ada Ato Eba Bolia. What does that mean? It means that you can bend double and even out of your way and sacrifice a little bit of ego and to achieve peace or to get what you want, one would have advised that Nnamdi Kanu should have relaxed, even while he's fair and making his own point, that he should desist from use of certain languages in a competent court of jurisdiction, knowing fully well that, you know, you're as good as your master say you are. I've worked in an organization and my boss said, no matter what you do, somebody is going to write a report and say this is how good you are and make a appraisal, no matter how good you are. And what we tell you, if you have issue with the person who will write that report, he might just finish writing, Chris Maduka is good, he has good character, he has a team relation and all that, but he's not, I'm not going to recommend, for one obvious reason, for his promotion. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
For one particular exhibition of character, your boss can say, well, I reserve the right to say, I want to praise you positively for promotion to next level. It plays out in a court of law in Nigeria when you have the chief judge and you have him sitting in judgment for you. And you walk into that court and you felt that because you have certain impressions over time, you do not want to regard whatever is happening there. You might not get out of that place. Not because they won't deny you justice, but for instance, continuous incarceration does not mean for now. If over time Nnamdi Kanu has gotten judgment over in the past, but his continuous incarceration by the federal government of Nigeria, and they're putting some chief judges with the power of the federal government over him, he still has to be subject to what judgment those people pass.
But there are issues that he actually raised. I mean, he says that Justice Binta Nyako recused herself since September last year. And then the Chief Justice of Nigeria now says that he didn't accept that particular recusal. She herself recused herself, that she doesn't really want to do this anymore. And then the Chief Justice says, no, go back to that particular matter.
Well, I've had personal issues like that. You are working for an organization, and suddenly you said you cannot sit a morning show to talk to Chris Maduka in newspaper review. And the president of Signature TV said, Charles, you do not have right to do that. Because you don't get to a point where you choose what happened. Who decides? It's not every judge that will just say, I will not sit in judgment.
But
when you have sat in that judgment for, if you had known over time that you cannot handle the judgment, you would have stayed out. Who are you running?
So why don't you give the? But again, it's also the right of the person involved to say that, look, I have lost confidence in the authority of this particular. Can another judge take over this case?
Exactly, that's what the point. But I'm talking about. I'm not saying right of Nnamdi Kanu and Kanu and what he's saying in the court. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the right of Binta to recourse from the case. And you have a CGM, and you have the Chief Justice of Nigeria, who is oversight function and the supervisor of all the courts in Nigeria. And he said, for God's sake, you have handled this case for how many years? At this point that the whole world is looking for you to round up the case, you are going, you know, it doesn't, no matter what, if you look at itself, it's not a good image for Nigeria, because another judge will come again and start all over. And they will come, this particular person is still continuously detained. That's why we said we would have played it very well, that we would have advised, if I have advised Nnamdi Kanu, he would have stayed on and watch what the outcome of this will be. He might say, like he said, you come into a court, if I don't have confidence in this judge, but to what extent is that right? That means they will build another court for you. If you enter any court and say, I don't have confidence in this judge to sit over my case, and they will move you to another court, you enter there and said, I don't have, so
to be fair to him, he mentioned certain things. He said Binta Nyako has a particular case in court that the government is trying to use it and make her do the wrong thing. More like she has some issues that needs some attention, and so the government is using that if you don't do our bidding, this particular thing would not go. And he says that I've lost confidence in this woman. Exactly. Can't another person take over this case? I mean, you don't have to actually start all over again in terms of something like this. You just have to brief the next judge. Look, this is the case. This is where we are in this particular matter. Then another judge takes it over. I mean, it's that easy. But again, we have visuals regarding that particular visual that you spoke about earlier, where he was shouting on top of his voice on the judge and even on the counsel to the federal government. Let's take a bit of it.
He did me something in my case. I accused him. He was conscious official. I asked him to recuse himself. Why did the chief judge not insist I was right? He left my case.
Okay, listen. If anybody is not happy with this, then you need to go and
No, I cannot. Because I have a court order. I have a court order. You have recused yourself. I have a court order. Anybody who disagrees with this order of court, go to appeal court. That's what you tell me all the time. You are from official. You cannot preside over this case number again. Not in this life. You cannot. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. A woman here cannot force this court to preside on my case. You cannot. Not today, not till forever. You are recused and you stand with the truth. Tell the chief judge, not the kind who said, go on appeal. I recused him from my case. The state recused Justice Adema from my case. I did not insist Adema must hear my case. I never insisted. So why must you insist to hear my case? I don't want you in my case. I don't need you in my case. You are biased. You are biased. You cannot be in my case. A woman should do the right thing. A chairman of the board of directors constitution is impropriety. Nowhere in the world is such nonsense done. You cannot be hobnobbing with lawyers, hobnobbing with justices, and you're proceeding a case. It's shameful. Absolutely shameful. Shameful. This is a court of law. This is a shrine to injustice. And I will not subject myself to it. You stand accused and you must take my case. You cannot write me.
So we're back, and that was Nnamdi Kanu in court yesterday, practically screaming on the judge, Binta Nyako, and then the counsel to the federal government saying that you guys have been recused. There's no way in the world is done when you are recused on a particular case and then you are brought back. And truth be told, he's correct.
If you understand what I was saying, I still said the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the federal government of Nigeria, has a lot of power over what is happening. And it's for them to use that power righteously. Because power in the hand of somebody can either be used wrongly or rightly. And that's all we're asking for. Whatever you say, you have your opinion. We have watched over the video, and this, even this, there are other viral videos, even after from the court.
Yeah.
This is leaked video, and TikTok uploaded it. Some other people have other video they leaked out of the court, and they gave him full attention where he was speaking and shouting and still was livid and emotional about his stand. Is his word against the Chief Judge, Justice Binta, and the federal government. You can see how it rolls. So all eyes are on Nigerian establishment to really look into whatever Nnamdi Kanu is saying, and they use it to settle this case. Assuming he is right, assuming Nnamdi Kanu is right, and he's sure of what he's saying, then the whole world will say that stand by him and say he's right, that the federal government should assign another judge to try him. Because he has mentioned those sensitive issues, which is explosive. And nobody knew about this before now. You only know that Chief Justice Binta, Justice Binta recounts out of the case, and the next thing is this exposition, which has opened up all other kind of worms. And he said it. I had a video where he said it that the woman has a lot of case on family. A lot of family involved, and that's actually the angle the federal government should look, because if they still insist after this accusation that the same Justice Binta sits over Nnamdi Kanu's case, it means Nnamdi Kanu is right. So you don't give any room in this kind of thing to prove and show that the continuous injustice is played out over Nnamdi Kanu. That's where the government of Nigeria should be very, very sensitive and careful, you know, because it can happen now, and Nigeria is not ending today. Anything we sow, we reap in the future, because this particular issue might crop up in the future and people will refer to it. And continuous referral, and you're holding against particular authority of injustice, it begin to, even if over time it didn't work, it begin to gather moss that actually this particular tribe, this particular sect, this particular region of Nigeria, the federal government or the other bigger part of Nigeria have issue with them. And this, at this point in 2025, is something that federal government will begin to play down on. Because everything you do that gives impetus to that is not doing well for Nigeria, unless they say they don't care if Southeast insecurity or facing over Southeast because of this issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Does not matter. If that's what the stand of federal government, well, all well and good. Because you can actually call a dog a bad name to kill the dog. So you can hang on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, hang on the issue of Simon Ekpa, hang on any issue that crop up and has to do with IPOB and Biafra, to make sure Southeast Nigeria do not see the light of day. It might be. But if you think that is not true, prove otherwise. And that's what the world is watching federal government to do. And at this time, it's on. All the bulk stops on the desk of our president.
All right, quite interesting. Atiku, Imoke, Tambuwa meeting. It's just that we're almost out of time, but let's see if we can just rally around all of these, some of these headlines. I know that this time is really very short to talk about some of these issues. 2027, we're seeing alliances. We're seeing alliances from old foes. We know Atiku and Obasanjo don't go on the same path some time ago, but right now, it looks like they just want to do some alignment in order to beat.
When the issue of Nigeria is concerned, and when hunger and hardship and some difficult situations are bringing the unaligned to align, it means water don't pass guy. You know, for when there are issues that happen in Nigeria. I laugh at Nigerians. What has begun to happen in Nigeria over recent times brought a lot of reflection in my mind. At times, people will go back to Abuja, sit down together, and in corruption, and chop Nigerian money. They won't speak language, they won't speak religion. But when all these things are, they will amass this money and together go abroad, invest, and build big mansions in Abuja, occupy. And they have a security that to follow them around, even to go to your villages. But when you manage to assess them, they will tell you, Charles is not an Igbo man. He is a Muslim. He actually may be a theist, and he doesn't even know God. What does that have to do with fuel selling for 1,500 naira? And the price of food in Nigerian market, who is not buying? I don't see anybody, any Muslim or Christian, or any traditional religionist or atheist who go to the market to buy, and they say, oh, because you are an atheist, come and take it free. Or pack your car, let me fill your tank, because you are a Christian. It's high time Nigerians to look around them. We have one common enemy, in corrupt satanic politicians, and come. So if they still, even when they, in their corruption, they can come together to fight corruption. Because I don't say, the idea is some Satans will give you some angel, they say the Satan is better than the angel you do not know. So over time, Atiku, people are saying they don't. But when they visited there, do you see that Atiku went to see Obasanjo with pistols and guns and armored cars? Did he go there with a platoon of policemen who are afraid that when he go there, Baba will attack him? That's a clear-cut case to show you that Nigerian politicians can always align when they want to. They always tell you, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. Now they have issues that are bringing them together. But me and you can go on the street, assuming you have been supporting Atiku and now supporting Papa, we can go to the street to kill ourselves. I said, no. But yesterday they met in altar. Not they didn't even meet even in on common ground. They went to the man's enclave, telling you he's very safe. He worked under him he was his principal. So no matter whatever people are saying, and whatever they say in Nigerian politics, they align him for a purpose. Only God knows what. So that's the angle I'm trying to look at it. The next day, you can still see some other politicians aligning together and do things. So let Nigerians be very careful the way they follow politicians. Politicians are the only people you follow. You have to watch your steps.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Chris Madiva, for your insights on the reviews this morning. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're back shortly after this break for a very important discussion. I mean, it's going to be just about what, affects you. The rents, they are off the roof. I don't know how many bedrooms that you're leaving. Are you living in one? Are you living in two? Are you living in 3 or 4 bedroom apartments? If you do, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. That's next. You stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. And don't forget that 2025 marks the 10th anniversary of the International Day for Women and Girls in Science, IDWGS, and the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, 2 significant milestones in the global effort to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. Gender equality in science is crucial for building a better future for all, yet women and girls continue to face systematic barriers and biases in pursuing scientific careers. Closing the gender gap in science requires breaking stereotypes, promoting role models to inspire girls, supporting women's advancement through targeted programs, and fostering inclusive environments through policies and actions that promote inclusion, diversity, and equity. To mark the IDWG's 10th anniversary, the special hybrid brings together member states, stakeholders from the public and private sectors, journalists, as well as students, among others, to reflect the expansive reach of science and celebrate the contributions of women in science worldwide. A significant gender gap has persisted throughout the years at all levels of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM disciplines all over the world. Even though women have made tremendous progress towards increasing their participation in higher education, they are still underrepresented in these fields. Gender equality has always been a core issue for the United Nations, gender equality and empowerment of women and girls will make a crucial contribution not only to economic development of the world, but to progress across all the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development as well. On 14th March 2011, the Commission on the Status of Women adopted a report at its 55th session and agreed conclusions on access and participation of women and girls in education, training and science and technology, and for the promotion of women's equal access to full employment and decent work. On 20th December 2013, the General Assembly adopted a resolution on science, technology, and innovation for development, in which it recognized that full and equal access to and participation in science and technology and innovation for women and girls of all ages is imperative for achieving gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls.
Interesting, really. I mean, it is a day that again highlights some of the major issues as concerns girls in participating in science. According to the statistics and facts, there are just 28% of women who are involved in science. That number is just so small compared to men who contribute over 70% as it may be. So we understand that even in school, before I even got into SS1, I mean, there's usually these things that comes with doing science. I mean,
being a man thing.
Yes, being a man thing. I mean, you see women going to the commercial classes instead of, and then the guys going to the science classes. So sometimes some of these difficult subjects, physics, chemistry, mathematics, most women run away from it.
I mean, difficult is subjective, if you ask me.
Well, yeah. Again, did you do science in school?
That's not the case.
No, I'm just asking.
No, I didn't.
So we have one person here who could have been a scientist of some sort. But why did you choose not to do science?
I mean, the reason is obvious. Physics and the rest of
it is
really difficult. I
never
you
say it's subject. I thought you said it's
but
subjective.
It is subject because I see women. I know girls that like mathematics. They like calculations. So that's what I'm saying. It's subjective. It's difficult for me, but for other people, they find it interesting. So it's subjective.
We're back shortly after this. Just stay with us.
You swear you don't say that it, man.
Right now with the wife of the man that was
why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the blue by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature TV and you are in the morning show. We have live in the studio with us Nzai Chimaroke Nwosu. He is a marketing and business consultant and analyst. I mean, Virtually everything has been impacted by inflation. Virtually everything. The clothes you wear, the food you eat, transportation that you use to move from one place to another. There's virtually everything. In fact, if you look at the numbers from last year up until now, things have skyrocketed much more than 50%. In some places, in fact, even 100%. Today, we're specifically going to be talking about house rents. Yes. How has inflation impacted house rents? First, let's welcome our guests in the studio. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
How do you do?
Fine.
I mean, how much of Nigeria's inflation you think has affected rents in Nigeria?
Thank you for inviting me once more to discuss about this German issue. You know, right from the word go, the renting issue in Nigeria has been the first target of inflation, call it in the village, in the urban area, in the city centers, and wherever in Nigeria. Because Nigeria focuses on, it's a mixed economy, let me put it that way, where people use mostly what they have to get what they don't have. If you use ENUGU here, for instance, you see that people who landlords in ENUGU here, because they don't do anything except to develop houses, they gather all their burden on that investment, which is a fixed investment for that matter. So that whatever they want to get in life is on the building. So because government are not helping them, there is no social security plan or policy that help individual citizens in Nigeria, whether the young or the old. So if you have got a house, that is only social security you have got for yourself. That's the protection, that's the security, that's the defense, that's the feeding, everything you have spent on that particular house. That is how inflation goes to the root of affecting rent. Because if I don't have a business that I'm doing out there, except the house I've got, virtually all the tenants have in that particular building, we pay my bills. Whether my bills to drink pure water, to feed daily, to clothe myself, to transport myself from one point to another, or do another investment, will be from those particular tenants. That is how renting is being affected by daily inflation in the country.
But shouldn't that be curbed by government policies on housing? I mean, if everybody goes around doing what you say, like, oh, well, since I'm not working, I have a property. All I need to do is just to, you know what, wake up one morning and, you know, put this in at 5 million. No matter what, just put it at 5 million and bear the consequences. Maybe wakes up and says, you know what, let's put it at 10 million. Is it supposed to be subjected to personal disposition or personal, are there not supposed to be policies that will check some of these things?
Unfortunately, the people who are supposed to make those policies are the ones also investing in those areas.
Whoa.
The governors of this world in Nigeria, the chairman of local government, the commissioners, the ministers, call them names. If you look around, you can see that they have one estate here, one estate here, one estate here. This is the only thing the thing that is steady for them. They may invest in business. They don't even have, they have trust deficit. They can't even invest in their relative, so to say, while in office. So if they have invested in the area which they say they will see, it means that if they do policies that will undo that particular sector, they are also shooting themselves on the leg. So unfortunately, no policy of government will affect housing or renting per se to the extent where it will be an outcome affair, where the poor, the middle class will benefit from it. No, they won't do it. That is their own investment. I can go on and telling you names, even though we are aware, of those who have been in government before, who have used public funds, so to say, to invest in real estate, only for them to use that, say, retirement benefit for themselves and their families. So would they be fair to themselves if they go out there and say, make policy that will now affect and benefit those areas for the masses? The answer for me is no. But that is what it should be. There have been housing policies, national housing policy, in fact, from the UN. We have housing policies from UN, which countries in the world signed it to our signatory to domesticate it in the countries like Nigeria. come to the States. If there's anything we can do better in this country, Nigeria, today, is to provide a living shelter for everyone. Because every raw material that you need to build a house in this country, Nigeria, are in abundance. Is it cement? We have the raw material. Is it sand? Is it water? What? Just tell me which one thing that makes up a housing that you can use to build a house. You have it in abundance in every state of the Federation.
So since we have these things in abundance, what exactly is the factor driving the cost of rent in Nigeria that makes it keep increasing every now and then?
The factor driving it, one, is greed.
Greed.
So it's not even on the cost of building materials?
No, it's not the cost of, because if you know, the house or housing sector is what we call a fixed asset. In that, it's not a variable asset, so to say. It's a fixed item. So if you spend 1,000 building or 100,000 building a house, a room, you don't expect to get that 100,000 naira back within the first month that you have opened that house.
True.
Over time,
you get it.
Over time, you get it. Item. But the greed, what we have here in the country, have made it that people who build house today will want to collect maybe 2, 3, 4 months, a year's rent, so that they can be able to at least get 50% of that investment. They now see it as an investment to make money from. But housing is a social investment that benefits everyone.
Everybody.
Because if you look at it, when you look at the theory of needs, basic necessities in life, when you talk about food, the next thing is shelter. Are you getting me? So if it's the number 2 needs that man will have to live, it means that you don't need to even put much about it. You understand? So, but what we have got here, the government are not to be trusted because they're not doing a lot. People who should be in that industry, who are government policy makers, are also investing in those areas, are also investing in that area to make money for themselves and their families. Unborn, so to say. So we have lost that particular hope for the government corridor. Then the masses, the citizens that are left on their own, different on their own, will do everything humanly possible. Because we are in a mixed economy, any price you think you want to put for your house, put. The highest thing you can do, you can carve a niche for your own house. Maybe put 1 or 2 facilities on it and say this is for a hybrid house. Know the kind of people you take in as tenants. You know, somebody will say, "Come, this house for rent." When you see a tenant that come for it, say, "No, I don't. What do you work?" Say, "I work in the signature television." You look at it. You may not. Will you pay for this rent? Say, no.
Why is it always like? Why do landlords tend to look at you and size your pockets?
That's because they want to get their money instanta.
And most times they say, "Oh, if you're not married, you can't live here."
Not if at this day, because of the advent of all this in quotes, Yahoo money that we're making now. Nobody talking about marriage again now. People can even forge marriage certificate or whatever. I think what they talk about now is money, real money. So the marriage issue now is not an issue. If you cannot take care of a marriage or family or what they need, the marriage is outside there. But if you have money, whether you are 10 or 15 or 20 years old, why you have the money to pay for this house, even if you may not be able to renew the rent when it expires, they want to give it to you, but they need that immediate cash. Tomorrow, if you don't pay again, they look for another person who can pay. That's the mentality we have. That's why I say greed is the first thing. Greed in the part of the government who should make the policy, greed in the part of the citizens. And because of that, no person in that angle, those who can be able to build the house, will want you to say they want to put a policy that will regularize rent. It doesn't happen.
When you say greed on the side of the people, what do you mean? How is greed on the side of the people a reason why house rent is expensive?
You know, when we talk about greed, we'll put it as a kind of want. We have need, we have want in economy, for instance. Because this may be my need for coming to this particular interview. I don't need more than this. But because I feel that maybe I'm coming here to just show myself, I will come here with both the ones I need and the ones I don't need, with the encyclopedia, with this and with that, to show you that this guy I have read this, my brain have. Is that all? But what I needed is just this man.
Just this one.
This.
Okay.
Let's
be more practical.
Yeah.
Let's be more practical. And most times when you want to pay for a house, you have the agent fee, the lawyer fee, the house rent, and every other thing. And then most times, you have to, the first payment is about, maybe let's give an instance of 500,000 naira, and subsequent ones you can pay 200,000. So giving you an increase of 300,000 naira, which is outside the rent. And some other times people have the mindset that it's the Yahoo boys that make house rents more expensive because they show that they can afford to pay for it. But from your own opinion, what do you think actually fuels this problem?
Okay, what fueled the problem is that that the government had abandoned their duty to regulate the sector. If the government are regulating the sector, I don't think what we are experiencing today will happen. The reason is that I have stayed in Abuja for a while. There is a law that guides whatever you charge for any service or any product you get. There are law that guides it. For instance, in the issue of housing or the rent, if you are paying 100,000 naira worth of rent, maybe per annum, the agent who, in quote, may be registered or not registered, will only get 5% and not more than of what payment you make. And that payment comes from the person who receives it, not from you. You understand? The lawyer who prepares that document is a lawyer to the landlord, not to the tenant who is coming in. So if we prepare a document that will bind our contract together, should I be the one to pay it? But because of, let's say, I don't want to use the word ignorant, but we are all exposed. Because of impatience of those who are also looking for the houses. If I don't get it tonight, I have lost everything. They went ahead doing the wrong thing just to get the house. If a lawyer tells you a house of 100,000, lawyer say you should pay 50,000 naira for legal fee. Legal fee from where? Who is to pay for the legal fee? You only pay, landlord pays you, whatever the landlord should pay, maybe 30% of it will come from the tenant. The 70 will come from the landlord. And I will pay when I must have practice, assess the house. Because most times when you do an agreement, the agreement will be given to the tenant to go and study before signing. But what they do now is they want you to sign it immediately and blackmail you to do the wrong thing because you want to get a house. And we will always do it with good mind. But if the government must do the right thing, it happened during Fashola in Lagos as a governor. They put regulation on the rent and made that nobody collects more than 1 year rent from any tenant or any would-be tenant. And the percentage agency is as the law provides. And they have monitoring team or commission or agency, what they call it, to monitor, go areas to see if a house is on, they must have registered that house. But what we do here in ENUGU, for instance, is that they only come to you when they are building the foundation. They want to collect the money, building permit, this permit, and then they will go. So when you want to rent the house, if it's a commercial building, they don't care about it because they have already collected the money. The gain we are going to make from the house for the next 3, 4, 5 years from one particular agency. So when you want to put your price for your house, they will look the other way around and allow you to do whatever you want to do because they know they are part of this.
I mean, but to be fair to landlords who build houses, the price of cement in 2020, it's not the price of cement now.
The price of cement is about 10,000.
In 2020?
No, now.
Now, yes. But then it was like...
It was 4,000, 3,700.
3,700, 4,000 naira. That's 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's like twice the amount.
Yeah.
That's a huge leap.
Increment, yeah.
You don't expect someone who has that jump, that leap, would give you the same amount of rent, that somebody who built his house in 2020. Don't you think inflation also causes this too?
The issue is that we don't use data to make some plans or some policies. If you check out the per capita income of people in ENUGU, for instance, by budget results or research or reports, ENUGU has an annual revenue of 4.3 billion as of 2022. Then, if you look at Jotabi with the population of Enugu, say plus or minus 4 million people, as the case may be, you know that Enugu citizens, their per capita income is within the neighborhood of 1,000 something. It's not to say that they don't do other things they make money from. But because the government, nobody can be able to go into real estate or building commercial houses without having extra source of income to fund those things. Outside the country, people go for mortgage system to fund the commercial houses. In fact, nobody builds his own house. It's all about mortgage.
Yeah.
So I wonder how someone or a state whose citizen has less than 10,000 naira per capita income can allow citizens to build houses, maybe 6 flats in a one, that runs into millions. Where does that money come from? Is it that they plug the money from trees or where? So you see that the government is not doing enough on that aspect. So that is where our problem lies.
Right. So in solving this matter now, because again, like it or leave it, we've highlighted some of the reasons why these things come up. Inflation, the fact that some of these agents, even on their own, inflate these amounts, lawyer fee. I think there's one called caution fee right now.
Yeah.
There's a
security fee and whatever.
All sorts of fees. And then sometimes when a rent is 500,000, at the end of the day, you are paying even much more or even close to the amounts for the rent. Yeah. And it's just crazy. But then in driving some of these initiatives that you are actually advocating, it is quite difficult to create policies that would really impact the housing system, because you have also said that those who are in power are the owners of these buildings. They will not do laws or create laws that would affect them, that would impact them. So what happens? I mean, are we going to be like this? Is it like it's a helpless situation? Because you can't even tell people not to rent houses. They would. It's a necessity. You must live under a roof, except you want to live under the bridge or maybe under the tree. So you must live under a roof. So what happens? Do people stop renting houses? Do they do protests? Should they call government? How do they call government attention to this? Like, where do we go from here?
I will take it into three approach. One, the citizens have a role to play. Two, the industry. That when I mean the industry, those who are into housing development, has also regulators have a role to play, and the government has a role to play. The government will recuse themselves from any person who is into government from investing direct investment or personal investment into housing scheme, and allow the agencies created for housing development to do the bidding in that aspect. And they must do it considering the income or level of income of their citizens.
It's not even possible, because the housing developments are usually under government. It's not even a private, except you are talking about private.
When I say the government officials go into housing development individually, if the government can do a policy to stop them, at least when they are in government, they should not venture into such approach, but allow the agencies meant to handle that aspect. By that doing, the agencies will know that yes, the house they are building is mass houses. Because what we have here in Enugu, for the latest combat in Enugu, is that they don't build mass houses in Enugu. What you see they build is duplexes everywhere they created any particular estate. You can't see 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, the case may be, for the middle class or the low income earners. That had defeated the sense of housing. If you say you have a policy for housing for all in 2020 or 2000, if from the word go, we have been talking about housing policies, but no one has been enforced or implemented till date. That's why I have this. Then secondly, the regulators who are the one overseeing this housing, the raw material for housing, the cement, whatever, can have a policy that will make the cost of materials for building to be affordable. So to say. So that if you, after building a commercial house, you can, a house that you are supposed to build for 10 million, you use 100 million because of inflation and cost of material. You can always, you want to get the money. You want to get the money. I think. But if the regulators in that industry can say, no, enough is enough, and put those, manage the cost of all this material. If you build a house for 10 million for sake, you cannot run that risk of trying to check. The citizens on that earth should begin to form advocacy units, to cry, to raise their voices, to agitate that the cost of living on the aspect of housing is high. And by the time these three departments that are beneficiary or consumers of this particular industry comes together, you can now have, what I call it, a summit, housing summit, where all the stakeholders will be brought under a roof and say, where do we go from here? And that housing summit will be a zero summit, a zero platform, where you don't have a government that will superintend a law or policy over the citizen. Or you have an agency who will say, no, we don't want it. Level it up so that the truth can be told that this is what we need. If housing is, or shelter is a basic necessity of life, then we must give it attention that it deserves. And make sure that, yes, people who live, for instance, in ENUGU here, have reason to say they live in ENUGU. But it's not about building the house that matters. It's about the facilities in those houses. Determine the prices of that particular rent.
Yeah.
ENUGU don't have water. You know that very well. Most houses you see today that are built and put prices on it, you can't have running water in your bedroom or your kitchen. You still spend money buying water.
Yeah.
And for you to buy a 500-liter GP tank today, you cannot pay anything less than 15,000 naira.
Yeah.
No matter how the government of the day preach that they want to do water in 180 days. Up till now, people, even in the city centers here, don't have water.
True.
So we start from there. If I can't have water for a house I'm parking in, that has no use. When I'm spending, if my rent per month is 30,000 naira or 45,000 naira, I paid more than 50,000 naira buying water for a month. Who is fooling who? We are looking at only the cost of the principal cost of the house. You don't look at other things you need to manage the house for that period of time. You look at the money, the service charge of you as an individual managing your house where you're living outweighs the cost of the house you have paid for the period of that year. That's where we have problems. So these things are all inclusive in trying to determine the cost of house that we live in. Location mapping is also important. Like in Lagos, that area you cannot charge house. You have hybrid areas where the people live. We have low-cost areas and middle-class areas. If we want a house rent to be manageable, to be affordable, to have a human face, we can begin to look at locations. Successive governments in this ENUGU have failed to expand ENUGU as a city. ENUGU is not expanding, I'm sorry to say that. And for that reason, everyone wants to live in the city center and pay the cost of that. Look at where we are today. This is a Tinker's Corner. But if not Sullivan are brought here, we wouldn't have this bush before. People don't come here. What has the next government done to make sure that we expand this Tinker's Corner, at least have it occupied fully? We have lost 8 years. The current government now, what are they doing to say, okay, let us push and expand this city? Pushing it is not about building houses there. Providing infrastructures, road network, electricity, water, and what have you, schools, healthcare, in those environments. So people can want to leave those areas and do their business whatever they are.
Okay.
And it will reduce the cost of housing in the...
On a final note, really, I mean, in the highbrow area of ENUGU, how much do you think a two-bedroom flat should go for? And for the middle area of ENUGU, and then for the low class, how much do you think 2 rooms, 3 rooms, or 1 room can go for?
Looking at ENUGU is a civil service state, and looking at the income ratio of ENUGU, housing or rent is paid from what you are being paid from. The basic monument breakdown is your housing, your transport, I think your feeding. These are what makes your salary. So if your salary is 100,000 per se, and your transport takes 30,000 naira in a month, your feeding takes say 40,000. That's 70. 30,000 for your housing. any house you're going to live that will take above monthly that amount of your housing that is provided for you is a wrong one. So for me, I think the housing rate for the city centers in ENUGU here, 2-bedroom flat, for instance, if it goes for 300,000 naira, it's not a bad one.
City center.
It's like New Heaven now.
Yeah.
If you go,
two rooms.
If you go for that, the reality of it. But
we can
never. Yeah, but I'm looking at ENUGU
okay, you're just
as a civil service state.
Yes,
I think
based on the income,
yes.
per capita.
But if you look at the area where you have businesses, maybe say between 350, 500. What you need to, I think it's an annual thing, you need to renew it. And for some countries, they pay rent per month. Yeah. Once you take your salary, you pay her. So assuming you're being charged from source, from your salary.
Yes.
And you are taking salary of 100,000 naira, housing is 30,000, and you are paying 70,000 naira for housing. Will you eat? Will you go to work? You can't. So a 3-bedroom flat in the city center, 500, is not a bad one. The annual fixed rent. Then in the sub areas, 250, between 250 for 2-bedroom flat, 200, 250 to about the 400,000 naira.
I just wish that you are saying.
Then if you live for duplex, you want to live for duplex, say 1.2, 1.5, depending on how the facility is. It's not a bad one, I think, for those hybrid exclusive areas. But to tell you the truth, ENUGU housing policy is poor. The government of the day need to do. I thank God for Peter and Mbah government in the infrastructural development or whatever. He needs to do more, focus more on the housing development. People are suffering in ENUGU here. Let the housing development agency or whatever do more. The estate they are doing is only for the high income earners, not for middle class, not for low class. I have not seen, except during Okpara, those days, I have not seen where they build 1-bedroom flat, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat in a cluster. What you now see they do is duplex and bungalows. And they want to say, they say it to the highest bidder. Most of them you see today are empty. People who buy them live in America, live in Canada, live in Europe. They buy it and lock it there. Then lizard and what have you, spider will go and occupy it. Meanwhile, we're looking for houses. The policy of housing should change.
Absolutely.
It should change.
Absolutely.
So that's what I can say for that. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your time on the show. Nze Chimaroke Umosu is a marketing and business consultant speaking to us on the topic hiking cost of rent in Nigeria. Many thanks for your time. I truly
God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And so we're back shortly after this to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. In the studio, we have Mr. Obumasie, who is actually here to talk about the high cost of living in Nigeria in regards to the rent and how it is affecting our daily lives, and regulations that should be put in order to checkmate the issue of paying house rent and how expensive it gets over the years. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's look at the what aspect do you think the government could actually help in regulating rents in Nigeria in order to help, people from paying exorbitant amounts for houses?
The government should be able to develop rural areas because of with this urbanization, see, everybody wants to be where things are happening. People flock to the cities that are already urbanized. So, but with government, developing rural areas, they provide the housing, provide the amenities, provide the social infrastructure. It will decongest the urban areas. And you see, because of a shortage of rental accommodation, because they will not meet the pressing demands of people that flock to the urban, it brings about the exorbitant increase. So the landlords cashing on that, because of the shortage, to hike the rental cost. So what government should do is to begin looking at the villages, hinterlands, and rural areas. If all these facilities in town are made available there, then people may no longer flock to the major cities. A long time ago, places like Kubwa in Abuja were being occupied by majorly low-income earners and middle class because of the high cost of rent in some other high-profile areas. So, but with time, when those areas become developed, government started looking at some other areas. And then with that, people go there and then start going to work from that place to the major cities. So if government will provide all those facilities and they begin to develop housing in rural areas, it will help to reduce the effect of high cost of rent. And I think the government will do is to provide loans to help investors and prospective developers so that the cost of building will not be too much on them. So if government will provide that, and even some low-income earners can also think about building their own houses. Government also needs to provide incentives like reducing the cost of land, like in government-owned lands. If they make it affordable, people can easily procure lands for development purposes. Government will also look at the forming policies that regulate rent prices. Such policies will make it difficult for, like, a regulation of the rent prices. If the government will regulate rent prices, the landlords will no longer be at ease, at liberty to fix rent arbitrarily, because some of them see it as only means of income. But if government will have a kind of regulatory agency or policies on issue of rent control and fixing our price, then it will help to reduce the cost of rent. And they have to also place fines and sanctions for the defaulters. So if any of the landlords, and government also will look at the issue of building materials. Government can look at that sector, production of building materials. When government subsidizes, like they give at subsidized rates, like production of cement and all the rest of them. Some of those things used to be there long time ago, but unfortunately, this time around, some of those sectors are neglected. So, if government will embark on building materials, that production of building materials, and make them affordable and easily accessible to developers and builders and investors, it will help to reduce the price or the cost of. And then also government will also look at the issue of the taxes or issue of tenement rates charged on landlords. Some of these things also increase the cost of rent. For instance, some time ago, there was an increase in ENUGU here, and our landlord came with his own rental increase. Said, so when we protested, he said, "No, look at what we are being charged. Don't you see the poster or the police pasted at the gate? That by the time you add this thing to what you are paying, that what you are paying it doesn't no longer make sense." So, if government will look at that particular thing, and the issue of some people getting lands, registering the lands, that is registration of land, getting of approval plan, and all the rest of them, all these things will also increase. And then the final burden will go to the tenants. The financial burden will go to the tenants. So if government will put all these machineries in place, I think it will go to a large extent to reduce the cost of rent and do the burden on the tenants.
I mean, you've highlighted some of these issues, but it's easier said than done, like you would say. I mean, you say these things and it sounds really good on the surface, but it's nearly impossible to implement because, again, just like our last guest said, that some of these implementation will be done by government. Some government officials are involved in housing estates. You talked about building houses in the villages so that you can stop rural-urban migration. Yeah. I mean, where we are was once a village. I mean, if you put a tarred road in the village and put street lights, I mean, it automatically becomes the city center of some sort. So it's not even guaranteed that if those places are developed, that houses are going to be cheaper in those places. I mean, just put one road through any village, put street lights, put some security. House rent in that location automatically increases, whether it's an old building or a semi-old or even a new building. Rent in that area automatically increases. You mentioned population. The movement of people from one place, or people would always move. You can't stop it. People will move from rural to urban areas. You can't stop it. People will go to rural areas when they want to go to. Maybe they don't even have an opportunity to move to urban areas. They stay back in the villages and live there. But trust me, because of the amenities, the opportunities in the urban areas, people will always go to the urban areas. You can't stop it. So it's a harder-headed issue. The government you are looking up to, individuals playing government, they are the ones that own these properties. We also have properties in ENUGU that are empty. People are not renting it because of the high cost in rent. So you'd ask yourself, what do we do in this kind of situation? It looks like it's a logjam. You take your left turn, it's a problem. Take your right turn, it's a problem. Try to move forward, it's a problem. At the end of the day, the consumer is the one who is hardest hit, because whatever tax you are giving to the landlord just pushes it to the tenant, who must pay for it, because if you don't, he kicks you out. And there are also people who have the money to pay. If you're not getting in the house, the next set of person who comes in would take it, and so you start regretting that you should have taken that particular house. So it's a very important need. The government does not seem to in any way try to create policies, and even if there are policies, they don't implement it. Where do we go from here?
I believe with God all things are possible. The government has the capacity to do all these things. Where the problem lies is seeing the need. Seeing the need. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. You see, some of these things can be corrected if we can be honest to ourselves when we are voting people into positions of power. We look for people who are capable, people who are visionary, people who are people-oriented, people that can feel the pulse of the teeming population of the country. If they see that as a need, as an area of interest, government can always embark on housing or do things that will provide enabling environment for even private developers and investors to carry out the issue of building houses, especially for the middle class and the low income earners. So it is seeing the need that is the problem. Oftentimes, we vote wrongly. And the people who are supposed to be there, people who will see the need, are not given the opportunity. These things we are talking about, you know, formally, during the colonial days, I was not born then, and even after that, the government of those days were embarking, the governments of those days were embarking on housing. You see government has building houses here and there. That's why you see some people, those in police, army, and all the rest, they have army barracks, police quarters, and all the rest of them. Even civil servants. It was during the time of Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was in power, that these houses were monetized. And people, the owners there, people were given the privilege of occupying. If you are already there, that's what the language they talked about, owner occupier. So you are given chance to see if you can purchase it, and then it becomes your own. So if government sees the need, if they see the need, I mean, it won't be a problem. But the problem is that it appears that the governments, in quote, or the modern time, they don't see that as a need. Even there was a policy enacted by Jakonde in 1994 on housing. That policy was meant to cater for teeming population of public servants. Every month, from your monthly salary, 2.5% of your basic salary will be deducted at source, and the money is being saved in the mortgage bank for the purposes of building houses for the civil servants based on their grade level and all the rest of them. Unfortunately, that policy, the money is still being deducted up to date. All civil servants, whether it's in the federal or state anyway, I mean those in the public sector. So, but the monies being deducted are not actually being utilized for that purpose. And where it is used, oftentimes the civil servants will not be able to afford the exorbitant prices or exorbitant cost. It is still people of the upper class that will go for it, leaving those people who are contributors. There was a time they were crying over the media that trillions of naira can't be exact now. It's been a long time of naira. Trillions of contributors' money have been floating in the mortgage bank. That is the bank where the monies are pooled. So, sometime I went to, about 5 years ago, 5 years or more, I went to the mortgage bank here in ENUGU to ask them question on issue of our contribution and to complain that as a civil servant, some of us have not had anything and that we're not actually benefited from that scheme. And our monies have been deducted for more than 20 years. They gave their own explanation. After giving the explanation, I saw that there was no hope for us. Some time ago, I also heard that some properties were developed from that housing fund being paid by civil servants. But that money, they utilized part of that money to provide some housing. And but the price will be so high that those people contributed the money will not be able to afford it. So it defeats the purpose for which the contributions or deductions are being made. So everything boils down to government seeing the need.
Do you think lack of jobs in a place like ENUGU is problematic? Is a reason why people are backed or are so invested in making extra monies from rentage?
Can you repeat what you said?
Do you think the lack of jobs, lack of available jobs in a place like ENUGU or even the Southeast is one of the reasons why most people are invested in properties? So much so that for one property you can even have 10 persons who are agents of that particular building. One person who doesn't have this kind of specification of this person goes to call the other person, and so the lineup sometimes gets up to 10. And so when the monies are paid, you know, the agency monies is these days even almost half of the rent, you know, itself. So you think lack of jobs is also one of the things that's fueling the agency racketeering market?
What you are calling agency, you know, for you to be an agency, you have to be registered.
Absolutely.
You get my point? So the type of agency you're talking about here is, let me use the word illegitimate or unorthodox. Everybody is posing as an agent, whether registered or not.
Absolutely.
So, on the perspective of a registered agent, it is in their line of business to deal on the issue of property, and they pay taxes to government, you know, and they are regulated to a very large extent. But on the issue of this, where we have more problem is on the issue of these unorthodox agents. Everybody is now positioning himself as an agent under an agency, in quote. I won't ascribe it totally to be as a result of lack of job. One of the drives is quest for quick money.
Quest for quick money.
Quick money. They want what they call ego mabute. I don't know whether you are Igbo. They say that people don't become rich by ego mbata. Ego mbata is when the money is coming in, maybe in trickles or in tranches. They want money to carry money bags, because when you get and they don't mind the regulation. Of course, they may not even know about the regulation on the issue of agency. It is based on negotiation or whatever you agree. You came up agree upon. So it is not like there are so many things you can do. There are so many things somebody can do. It's not just a result of, it's not merely as a result of.
I mean, so many things you can do, including agency job.
No. No, what I'm saying is that the issue of agency, it is subject to when you find land to sell now, or property to sell, or to market. And some people have abused that particular activity. A land you know that is in court, you go and sell. Have a property somewhere. And somebody knew that land is in court, and people are hanging around there to sell the same property. I did get my point. So, and at times, the land may have some problem. Like now, if you go to, before somebody should buy a land, he has to look at it and know the proposed clause. Why that land, what that land is meant for. A land that is meant for, what do you call it? Industrialization. You're not supposed to go there and sell it as if it's for development of personal residential houses. You get my point?
Yeah.
And some of those places, some of them already in the master plan. Some of those places are areas where you have high tension or low tension and all the rest of it. Some people will be aware of all these things. For the mere fact that those things are not already on ground. You see what is happening now? All those demolition here and there, because the developers, those people who eventually enter there, they may not be aware of the existence of some of those things, and some of those things can lead to some unpleasant consequences. Either government demolishing certain things after the building must have been erected, and so on and so forth. So it is not actually scarcity of job that is propelling some people to go into agency. But there can be few exceptions, but it's not majorly that. People want where they will go and get quick money.
I mean, even someone who is registered, would you say it's quick money?
No, those ones,
you're registered, and you're also out.
Those ones are legitimate.
Yeah.
Those ones are legitimate. But what I'm saying, some of these, if you like, work agents, you know, there are people that are involved in some of this. Because if you're a registered agent and do something that is against the law will clamp on you. Because you're supposed to be enlightened, you're supposed to know the right thing to do.
But then because of the deficit in housing, sometimes some of these ones you refer to as quack see the need to play in that field, because even the registered ones have failed in their duties.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm looking for a house in Tinker's Corner. I wouldn't be waiting for somebody who has a proper office located, but I could just call a friend who knows a friend who can get me to a house immediately. Even you want something quickly. and quickly done so too. So is it in the patronage of these people that is making them thrive? Because if you don't thrive in something within 1 month or 2 months, or even 3 months without any prospects, you are going to pack up. So, but when people are patronizing you, even when you are unregistered, when I was looking for a house, I'm not sure I even checked if the person who I was following to look for a house is even registered. I just followed somebody who gave me somebody's number that I know somebody that knows somebody. All I knew was that all the places we went to look for a house, I needed to pay them. Even when I drove in my vehicle to take them, I needed to give them something, and I know how much I spent taking them from one place to another, this person meeting this person, and it's crazy looking for a property to rent, especially in this part of town. But on a general sense, do you think reduction in patronage, or even outrightly not patronizing these quacks, would make them go away so that we can actually have some sanity in that field?
Patronizing them may be important, just like you explained. But one has to tread with caution, because invent a problem, they may not be there to solve the problem with you. You get my point? You can't do without them. In the context of our country, our nation, Nigeria now, some of those people they are very serviceable. They are very easy, reachable, and accessible. They solve some problems, but at times they also create problems. So the only thing is that one has to tread with caution when you are dealing with those people. All these, the need may not be actually met by the few registered organizations or the few registered realtors. You get my point? They may not be able to meet the need, the urgent and the timid need. So they may still be very useful in the context of the condition of our country now. Though in the eyes of the law, they are cheating the government, because all those monies they collect, they are supposed to pay tax or give some portion to the government. But the entire money is taking hold and put into their private pocket. So the services may be necessary.
Right.
Though it is not recognized by law.
Are there punishments or rules guiding punishments basically against agents that are not registered when caught doing jobs like this?
Well, there may be. I'm not an authority in that area, but all I know is that I don't know if I say this now, it may give some it may give some secrets to some people, some mischievous people, but I have to say it because the truth may be bitter, but it is important we say the truth. To the best of my knowledge, if there is any law, I have not seen it being implemented. You get my point? I have not seen it being implemented. But I know that if somebody is not a registered agent and you transacted business with the person, in the event of somebody defaulting in paying that agency, the court will not view that person, as when the matter is taken to court, as a registered agent. And
you may lose your money.
You may lose your money. You get my point? You may lose your money, or the agent himself will not get anything. If he gets to court, court will not judge in his favor because they say, I have an issue. You are not recognized as a registered agent. You get my point?
Yeah.
So these are some of the...
But what role do you think the landlords also play, in the use of some of these agents as well? Because again, we're looking at it from the angle of a consumer trying to get an apartment. But we also know that landlords also would have a role to play. Sometimes landlords don't even want to go through registered agencies because they are meant to do the right thing. And sometimes because of the fact that the law actually help in guiding their actions, say for instance, if 3-bedroom flats within this access shouldn't go beyond this, it is the law, you can't do that. But the landlord would rather go for somebody who says, forget that thing, we did talk. The economy doesn't speak to those issues. 3-bedroom flat, I can get it for you out there for 1.8, even though we know that the worth of that property maybe is around 800 or 1.2. Do you think that the landlord also have a role to play in these kinds of things?
Well, landlord, it depends on the landlord. Some people may decide to go through those backyard agents, depending on what they intend to benefit. If they feel that it is better for them to go through all those unrecognized agents, those are agents not recognized by law. It depends on the landlord. So it is a matter of choice.
No, but should landlords be patronizing them?
In the eyes of the law, as a landlord, I don't think it is right for landlords to be patronizing them, but it's not always the case, because they may be the people that will connect you to the prospective tenants easily. They can, their network is so superb. They can easily connect you, and their own terms, in terms of financial transaction, maybe negotiable. You get a point. Mm-hmm. What the accredited or authorized agents will take may be higher than what the landlord is ready to part with. So if these people come, like somebody is in that need of money, if it's 5%, but the law may say 10% or 15%. The government may feel, this money is too much. So they look for people, fair deal, what they consider as fair deal. So they can make use of them, though it may not be correct in the eyes of the law.
Yeah. You hardly see people get punished for defaulting in house rents, issues. You hardly see that happen. I mean, it's not like you stole something and then you are caught, or maybe there was an issue, there's a transaction that happened and then you dupe somebody. But in the cases of house rents, we've seen clearly people exploiting people. I mean, it's clearly an exploitation. It's not. There's no negotiations with it. You see a house that is supposed to be 1 million, but they're telling you it's 2.5 million, and if you don't want, somebody else is going to come and pay for it. It's exploitation. So you wonder really. You don't see people get arrested for these kinds of things. You don't really see it happen. Maybe in the police station to people to go and even try to test matters in court, or maybe even take it to the police station for police officers to settle the matter or something. You rarely see that happen. But then, how does one navigate these issues? So in a situation where you wouldn't be a victim of extortion and exploitation, because there's nothing to do
by the landlord. Is it by the landlord or by?
Both. Sometimes landlord. The reason why a landlord will go through an unregistered agent is because he wants to make more money. The reason why an agent will tell you, don't bother, don't worry, I'm going to put it at this price, at least whatever it is out. He will run into the street and get people to, get the house. So both for the agent and even for the landlord. I mean, they are just go out there exploiting people, and none of them has been made a scapegoat about this matter.
You see, I heard you mention police. Police, it is not within the powers of police to handle rental issues.
It isn't?
Yes, it isn't. Because police, their duty is majorly to their own areas. Area of jurisdiction is more of prevention of crime, implementation of laws and others. In short, we have systemic breakdown in Nigeria. These laws are not actually, either it's not in place, even when it is in place, they are neglected. So what government needs to do is to go back to the drawing board, if they have interest, to begin to look at issue of rent, issue of landlord, issue of agency, and then they come out. They revive all these things and strengthen it and begin to enforce it. Then it begins to work. But if government is not doing anything about it, the status quo remains. You get my point?
Yeah.
So, on the issue of government, the police is involved in criminal matters. At times they use police to intimidate people.
It's criminal for you to extort people in the name of renting your apartment.
Let me tell you, it is not police that will decide that, it is the court. if you have any issue on rent, you know, or an agency, you take the matter to court. And the way Nigeria system is, most people are either afraid of going to court. They don't want this issue of come today, come tomorrow. You get a point. And some of them may not have resources to get the services of a lawyer that will pursue that case. Have you get my point? And you are not sure what is going to happen in the court, because when you get there, it may be an issue of the highest bidder. Have you get my point? So when it comes to that, some people may decide, and except you are ready to pursue the matter to a logical conclusion, except you are ready to pursue it. Have you get my point? Otherwise, some people will just decide, let me part with this and then look for other things to do.
So how do you avoid exploitation as a consumer who is looking to rent an apartment?
How to avoid? How you say how to avoid?
Yes. Or you think that it's not possible to avoid it?
To avoid it, it means that one has to tread with caution. You have to carry out. You have to investigate. There's one language they use: caveat emptor, buyer beware. So you have to, for instance, if you are buying a property, you can go to lands.
Yeah.
You can go to lands and they do what they call searching. It is not free. For a property that is not a virgin property, a virgin land. Maybe it's a land, it is a building, it is a house or anything. You go to lands and do what is called, if it is a registered property that is registered, you look at it to see the status of that property, the true owner and all the rest of them. You can also carry out your own independent investigation. You get my point?
Right.
You can carry out your independent investigation. You can also make consultation, with the people in the sector for guidance. You get a point?
Right.
So that is it.
Okay. I want to say a very big thank you to you, sir, for your insights on the issues regarding rent in Nigeria. Ombune Mazi is a paralegal personnel. What does that mean? When you say paralegal?
Well, that's not my major profession.
Okay. What's your major profession?
Well, I'm just an accountant and an auditor.
Okay.
But recently retired.
Okay.
By reason of length of service. I'm still below the statutory age of 60.
Okay.
And I'm also involved in paralegal. Paralegal means that I'm not a lawyer, but we are tutored in matters of law.
Okay.
So we can guide people in matters of law by virtue of belonging to the human rights group and all the rest of them. So they drill you on how to handle issues and how to counsel people in certain situations. Like people who are those who are an issue of rape cases, such as if somebody comes to you, you know how to advise the person. A child that is defied or raped and all the rest of them, wife and husband battery, and so on and so forth. So
all right.
That's it.
Thank you so much once again for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. God bless.
All right. We're headed for a short break. When we return, we'll continue to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you for being part of the morning show. We are connecting to our Abuja studios where our colleagues are waiting to continue on the discussions of several other issues that we have in store for your watching pleasure. I'm Charles Pius.
I'm Quincy Rowland.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Recently, the chairman of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, said with the latest increase in interest rates to almost 30% by the CBN will affect local manufacturing businesses, adding that nobody can create a job with interest rate of 30%. We are on the street of Abuja to ask ordinary citizens what are their biggest challenges in their own businesses.
Increasing the interest rate is not the solution. Let us sustain ourselves in sugar production, in wheat production, in fish. We are still importing fish. We have a common border with the Atlantic Ocean. Why should the states like Delta, like Lagos, like Ondo, Ogun, rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, why can they not have fishing company? Or why can't the federal government set up a fishing company to go into the Atlantic and catch fish and bring to us? The people we are importing fish from, Morocco, Norway, and the rest of them, they are going to the sea to import, to catch the fish. Why can't we catch the fish ourselves and instead of importing?
Put yourself in the shoe of certain policies you are making as a, how it affects people. It's not actually going to be easy for companies, for manufacturers, for businesses to thrive, for economy to thrive with this latest interest rate by CBN.
Dangote speaking from the aspect of being a businessman who is not just into petroleum, he's into business. There's Dangote pennies, there's Dangote spaghetti, sugar, he's also into food. Also, Erisco Foods, some of the indigenous manufacturers in Nigeria have not been empowered. Let's talk about the Innocent, the Erisco food, some locally made. Just a few days ago, the federal government is talking about adopting measures that will necessarily mandate Nigerians to start patronizing made in Nigerian goods and commodities. What modalities have they set in place? What infrastructure are they giving to the average businessman to thrive?
Some of these manufacturers manufacture goods depend to an extent. Some of the components of their manufacturing are imported. Hence, when commodities and when interest rates are increased, the consequence is upon importation, they have to pay more. And looking at the fact that in the business rules, you want to say 10% for the laborer and other percentage used in running businesses. It is indeed a terrible time for manufacturers, and Aliko Dangote and the others who are into the manufacturing. The government will just have no option than to look into this and review.
This government, we voted for them. When we voted for them, they know how to reach us. We know how to get them. They know how to reach us. If there is anything they need to do, they know how to do it. By reaching us, they bring it down. They know they know the numbers of Nigeria. How many you can afford. How many you can get. So they let the increment go high. Because we are hoping that things will definitely come down. So we are not expecting anything to go high again. It will not be easy for common man. He cannot buy, he cannot sell, he cannot travel, he cannot do anything.
When the policy is not favoring them,
For example, now somebody that have small capital as entrepreneur who want to have a company and manage 2 or 3 or 4 people, engage them. And when the policy cannot encourage, the policy is harsh for a small scale entrepreneur to thrive, it have a negative impact.
So I'm even suggesting they should bring it down to 15%, so it can make life easy for the lower people, because the finger hand is not equal. Dangote, Aliko, chairman of Dangote Group now, he can feed everybody in Kanu, in his domain, and give them sustainable living. Yes.
I think it's a hell, man. Things is getting out of hand, because we can't believe what we are seeing, because a lot of people now, a lot of business is crashing, and a lot of people are going down because of the way the country is. Everybody is tired of the country, and everybody tired of the situation of things.
That's the reaction of ordinary Nigerians. From the voices of the streets, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Yeah, there is no way you totally eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol of I don't really know, but there are things that why would they even put the Nigeria impression is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You got me right. You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, if I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right. I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we would divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that are not been addicted to taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effects or the consequences of alcohol, taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So you have to, alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstance, but don't take much of it. It's a risk though, but there are alcohol that is also it's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it, though don't take much of it, that is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to see how we can incorporate, or should I say, have a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good.
So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment they not conducive enough, people due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah, and also once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it. It doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
Well, thank you, Charles, and welcome to the Abuja Center. As always, my name is Mwabos Njoko. The name never changes. And this morning, I'm going to call out a name that is a mouthful. Just follow me. Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. The name of one organization. Now, what does it do? I don't know. I'll get to be educated presently. And my guest this morning is Dr. Oji Ogbonne-Oji. Dr. Oji is the executive secretary of this mouthful, Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Dr. Oji, you are welcome to this morning's program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Good morning, Nigerians, and I'm honored to be on Signature TV. Thank you very much.
Now, Dr. Oji, I think I had to breathe in to be able to take this mouthful. NATI for short, Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. What does this organization do?
Well, thank you very much, and once again for having me. And I'm also once again thanking you for your time. The Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative is a member of a global organization called Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. So all we added was Nigeria, EITI. In Ghana is Ghana Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. In Britain is British Extractive Industry. You add the name of the country. This organization was formed in 2003, and Nigeria joined the same year, but we began to implement its principles in 2004 and became a federal agency. That's in 2004. It was part of the overall reform program of the then Obasanjo administration under the National Economic Empowerment Strategy economic program being driven by that administration. So NITI was set up, and the law backing up the establishment was enacted in 2007, and we became the first country to also support that implementation with the law. Now, what do? The whole idea of EITI, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, came about as a result of a study conducted by the World Bank that saw that countries that are blessed with natural resources always find majority of their citizens in poverty, misery, despondency, hopelessness, hunger, and disease. And then most of those countries are also prone to wars and conflicts and insecurity. Most of the symptoms at that time that were very prevalent in Nigeria. And then most of these countries are also countries that emerged from one form of colonialism or the other and are unable to harness properly and manage transparently the resources that God has endowed them. So most of their citizens wallow in poverty, while the very few very few elites enjoy the benefits of those natural resources. So, and this organization's job was to provide openness and transparency in the way and manner oil, gas, and mining revenues are managed. Nigeria is a member, and there are 57 member countries. So that is what we do. And how do we do our job? It's very simple: to provide information and data on what companies pay to government during a given period, how much of that money did government receive, what did we use the money to do. The whole essence is that when you and I know, if the citizens are aware, they will ask informed questions. And those informed questions will lead to citizens' action. And citizens' action will lead to reforms. And reforms will lead to impact. And the impact will come in form of using that money transparently and accountably to build roads, provide water, provide electricity, provide security, build industries, healthcare, access to education, a socially harmonious society, as is obtained in other climes. So most sub-Saharan African countries bedeviled with what we call the source curse, a situation where the resource abundance in those countries become a curse instead of a blessing. Our members, Nigeria is a member, DRC Congo is a member, Sudan is a member, Ghana is, most countries in West African sub-region, either Anglophone or Francophone or even Portuguese speaking. There are 57 members of countries of the world. And the countries that have used those resources properly are also members, so that there is a peer learning. You learn from those who are behaving well, from those who are behaving badly. And we are in that process together. I'm honored to be the current Chief Executive, Executive Secretary, and National Coordinator of this initiative in Nigeria.
Now, Dr. G, I saw you in the media rarely, because I wasn't in the Senate. Some 2 or 3 days ago, you were in the Senate. Interfacing with the senators.
That's correct.
Why were you there?
Yes, I was there. That's correct.
Why were you there?
Well, I was there because when we produced this report, the law provides that we take this report to the Senate, to the National Assembly. It is the job of the National Assembly to interrogate the contents of that report, and on the basis of their legitimate legislative action of monitoring and oversight, they should use the contents of that report, ask informed questions, and elicit explanation, and then use it now to cause change to happen, to implement the recommendations of that report. After hearing from us, we expect that they will invite all those mentioned in the report for public hearing, and then cause them to ensure that our recommendations are implemented. That's why I was there. They wanted to understand the content and the highlights of the last report we published in 2023. December 2024, we published that report. We are working on 2024 report. It's always a year behind. So they wanted to know, we presented the report, they read it, but they wanted more highlights. They called me to come and defend, explain, enlighten them on what are the contents of that report. That's why I went to the Senate.
Let me take, what is your normal responsibility in this transparency initiative when you are working on this, on the oil sector? You look at monies earned, monies not earned. You look at taxes paid, taxes not paid. You look at production volumes and whether they are real or not, and what were the highlights of this last report?
Our interventions are in 4 phases. The first is financial audit, which talks about revenue earned, revenue paid not received, or revenue received not paid, or revenues not underpaid or extraordinary. All those issues of revenue and are looked at with the benchmark of what the financial regime of the sector says. That's one. Then 2, we look at volumes, physical audit that looked at production, what's the quantity produced, what the quantity exported, quantity reserved for local consumption, are there quantities exported, what is the production arrangement, because there are so many production arrangements within the sector. You have the joint venture cash call, you have the production sharing contract, you have the sole risk, and the marginal fields. So you have to know what are the What are the very funding arrangements? Because when you understand the funding arrangement, then you now understand how the production, the products of that production will be shared. So that's production. Then we also look at the process. What are the processes that you follow during this whole process? Because the process can lead to revenue gain or revenue loss. If the process is flawed, you lose everything. We look at the process. Then we also conduct another report that tracks the revenues that have been shared and received. What did government share of that money? What did government use it to do? Because we represent the people on behalf of the government. We are more like a civil society in government. We look at it, and then that partnership, the multi-stakeholders involved are the government, the civil society, the companies. The companies and government, civil society sit at a table to reconcile who paid what and who reconciled what. And then we publish the report. That's why I went to the Senate to share the findings.
Now, Dr. G, how do you get your data? You don't answer me quickly, because I have a worry here. You are not an oil company. You are not a financial institution. You don't track, you don't have the mechanism for drilling oil or following on what companies are drilling and producing. In other words, you work with the figures they give to you. Am I right?
Not correct.
Please
Not very correct.
Educate me.
Now, when we start the whole process begins with procurement to engage independent administrator we call auditors. You advertise and then get the best from around the world. It's international competitive bid. When you get them, you develop what we call suite of templates, which are like questionnaires. Then you organize a workshop between you, the companies that are going to respond, and government agencies. The companies declare their own suite of templates are different, where they have to say, respond to every question related to payments. What did they pay? How did they pay? Who did they pay to? Then the government's angle responds to who received, what I received, what I did not receive. Then the role of the independent administrator sitting with 90 and all this at the validation meeting is to validate this figure. And most times
And reconcile.
Most times they don't match. Sometimes government receives what is not paid, and sometimes government receives more than what companies say they have paid. Most times they match. Sometimes companies pay more than they should pay, or pay less. Most times they pay less. So all these are issues that come up in that, and then the figures and data are made public to us. We reconcile to the various last couple. How do we reconcile? If you paid more than you received, the two, we need to see the evidence to see where the error is. And at the end of the day, where variances are unreconcilable, we report it as it is. But the good thing is that all the companies who participated, for instance, in the last industry report, 69 companies, 74, but we reconcile 69 companies participated. And these companies, each and every one of them must sign off on the report that they publish. What we have is the final submission, and all the government agencies that participate, NMPC, NUPRC, NMDPRA, FRS, Office of Accountant General, Ministry of Finance, every Customs Service, the MASA, every agency that either receive or take custody of extractive industry funds will be covered by that report with relevance to their specific role. For customs, you know what the role of customs. They're free on board. When we are exporting, you have to check. So we have all this information and we document them. And when the reports are ready, the multi-stakeholders group that are constituted in our board, we have 15-member board chaired by the secretary to the government of the federation. And then we have industry representatives, those who represent all the major oil companies sit on the board. NMPC is on the board. FRS is on the board. I sit on the board as the secretary. And when all these including representatives of civil society elected by the civil society. So it's a very 6 geopolitical zones, has a 1 member each. We all sit together and we meet once the report is ready, review every process followed, and then we sign off the report. Everyone signs the report. That's why nobody contests 90 report, because it's empirical, it's agencies and companies driven and civil society owned. So that's the process. So by the time we have that report, we release it publicly. Then after the release of the report, the kind of meeting that you saw me at the Senate will now follow.
Now, specifically, do the oil industries, the oil companies drilling, producing oil, do they sign off this? The oil companies.
Do
they sign off this?
Yeah,
your
they
report?
do. Yes, they have what we call, we deal with them on the platform of OPTS, Oil Producing Trade Section of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. All the major oil companies are members. So it's this OPTS that says they are represented. When we get the report, we take it to OPTS. OPTS is now their meeting where they will sit and look at what the report
says.
Now,
let me tell you why I asked this question.
Yeah.
In other words, if I come to NATO, I can get figures on Nigeria's oil production.
Brilliant. Yeah, of course. Yes, you can.
Now, why is it within our own industry in the media that you cannot put your fingers on the volume of oil Nigeria produces?
Well, neither here nor there, in the sense of when you ask me what was produced, you understand, on the basis of facts that are supplied by companies and verified by government agencies and validated by NATO, I'll give you. But if you're now talking of production, you're talking of production from the wellheads that contains oil, gas, impurities, and everything. So measurement of what was produced from the well station to the flow station to the terminal is still a different ballgame, complete ballgame. And don't forget, I've told you of the various funding arrangement that what we are referring will be probably the total production.
Final figure.
Yeah, we're also part of that debate that we needed to be very empirically sure of total production. I do agree that it's neither here nor there. We cannot say to be fully empirical in terms of when you are looking at total. But when you are looking at valid information provided for us, we are correct. But we still have a chance. We are still part of those saying that Nigeria needs to have a mechanism to measure accurately. To measure, don't forget that companies are here for business. They are not here for they are businessmen. They are professionals.
They're not on charity.
Yes, they're not on charity. So if you are now depending on them to declare, yes, we trust that they will declare accurately. But is there any independent technology by Nigeria to measure what it produces? That's where NAITI has recommended that there should be a metering technology introduced, more than what the companies are using. The companies are using that, but is there any way our own system can interrogate what they are using? We don't have, and we need to have. So that's the point. That's where I partially agree with you that there is still some level of doubt in the minds of Nigerians that we may not be sure exactly what to produce. But on the total declared production, which is basis of our report, we are correct. But are we sure that what is being declared as produced is exactly what was produced? I'm not quite sure we can vouch for that, because we still lack that technology to measure accurately what to produce. NUPLC is working on it because we recommended. NNPC is working on it. We recommended. But we need to get to a level where what we saw in Saudi Arabia. I went there and I went to Saudi Aramco. At their control room, you can track to last pint what oil is produced and where it is heading to the point of discharge. Then they have that figure. We don't have that technology yet. And so it is in other countries. And then look at, like you're also saying, look at the challenges of oil theft.
I was coming there.
And so the leakages are not also properly accounted. So when you ask me if that represents the total production, honestly, it's difficult to say yes.
Now, in this report, really, I was coming to that issue. Does that report take account of oil theft?
Oh, yes.
And what recommendations is NATI making to tackle that challenge?
We have our recommendations, and I'll be able to offer you a copy of this report. It's also available on our website. One of the recommendations we made for tackling oil theft, the one you can know, is the first of all is to address the concerns of the host communities. The host communities don't believe they are stealing. They think we are the ones actually stealing from them. They say the oil is in their ancestral land, and they are taking what belongs to them. So who is stealing from who? That's their mentality. And they say, okay, if you don't want us to be seen to be stealing, provide us a road, give us water, give us access to health, access to education, make our host communities look like Abuja. Then you won't see any of it. Give our children a job. Transform this environment, because when you go to those host communities, they're in very pitiable condition. So you don't even have the moral justification to be asking them what is wrong with what they are doing, because the whole environment is messed up. They said most of them live in post-fallow, and the host communities are in their need of help. So to address this issue, let the host communities feel part of the impact of the resources that are within their vicinity. So that they can, when they are part owner, when they are feeling the impact positively, access to road, water, electricity, employment, they won't tamper with the oil. And then, like I went to a city in Stavanger, called Stavanger in Norway. That's the oil city in Norway, 2.5 hours from Oslo by air. To get to that city, which should be like our own oil city like Port Harcourt, there's nobody in that city that will be looking to steal anything, because the city is transformed. Everything is automated, well developed, more than any other part of Norway. So, and you go to Qatar, you go to Bahrain, you go to Malta, or you go to the Kingdom of Kuwait or UAE. You see where the people feel the resources of their impact. And that's why crime is low in those areas, because oil theft is a crime. It's criminal activity. But when there is a lot of poverty, inadequacy, misery and suffering, people are bound to begin to do things that challenge normal sense of morality. So one area is to address the concerns of host communities. The other area is also which I recommended, I spoke to the Senate, because I served in the Presidential Committee on oil theft set up by the last administration. And we did a very, very constructive report which we presented to the government. The current National Security Advisor is doing a lot. We have seen it in our report. I'm not praising him because it's reflecting in our report, because the report we did showed that oil theft has dropped by 73%. It's in that report. So, and we're imagining that this didn't just happen without some. I think there's more collaboration now between the security agencies, and there's a policy, a kind of political will to really deal with the problem. So you need to have that political will to deal with the problem, address the concerns of host communities. Then the oil workers that are laid off anyhow, casualized, should stop. Because some of these boys that are well trained in connecting pipelines
go back,
stealing from the pipe level.
For them.
Yes, it's some people, the same boys that are used to lay the pipelines, which is very highly automated, to go and bust the pipeline and drill oil. It requires skill and technology. So those boys that are used for drilling and that are laid off, they are already well skilled. When you lay them off, they don't have anything to do. Oil bunkers hire them to bust pipelines. So giving those kind of trained manpower jobs is very important. Then there need to be more collaboration between security agencies, because too much security is no security. You have army, you have navy, you have air force, you have police, you have national NSDC, civil defense. And they are all there, fine, but there should be collaboration and teamwork in terms of exchange of information, not any of them working across purposes. But more importantly, is to address the concerns of both host communities. I can't repeat that enough, because if the host communities are take ownership of what is on there, they will help to protect those environments.
And Dr. I want to believe that these recommendations are contained in the report.
Yeah, they are.
I also want to believe that the Senate now has copies of these recommendations and you have interfaced with them. Permit me to ask you, what is the attitude of the legislators to this kind of recommendation? Because they will push it if we are going to solve these problems.
I must commend the chairman, House Senate Committee on Public Accounts for first of all initiating the interaction I had with them in the Senate a few years past. Because they invited us, they studied the report, and they asked very informed, and all members of that committee. But the next is on implementation. And now that they have heard from me and from Naiti, they have read the report, they are now considering a public hearing. And that public hearing will require bringing together the government, the stakeholders in the industry, including the civil society, including the companies and themselves, to bring out those issues we have recommended. It's my belief that after that very introduction, some action will be taken, because implementation of our report will go a long way.
Let me just, you and I, let's look at it together.
Yeah.
Who should take responsibility for addressing the concerns and needs of these host communities? Is it not the government? Must it be the companies that are doing business?
It's multi-stakeholders driven. Everybody has a role, including the host communities themselves. Because if you listen to government, and government tells you the efforts they have made, then you begin to wonder, were those opportunities created by government were utilized? In the Niger Delta, there's NDDC, Niger Delta Development Commission, there's Ministry of Niger Delta. There is also Amnesty Program. The PIA has provided for host community fund there. Now, if these efforts are channeled and properly managed transparently, most of those concerns would have been well addressed. But your guess is as good as mine. Whether those, so that's the rule. Government will tell you this is what we have done. Now, the host communities themselves, their leaders that interface with these agencies, are they accountable to their own people? Because host communities are led by people. Do they get what the opportunities that come, do they maximize them? That's another area. Then on the part of government, when you set up an institution, you also have a responsibility to also make sure those institutions deliver on their mandate. Are the monitoring mechanism in place to make sure that then the companies will tell you, oh, we are remitting the amount required of us to NDDCs. We are not responsible for providing, but the companies too can't completely claim to wash their hands off. There are corporate that they have to do. If you do them, you do them with passion. Because we went to one of the extractive companies, and I saw the relationship with them and their host community. Because the day we were coming, the community came out in large numbers. We were even afraid when we were going to welcome us. But they were very happy we were coming, because I now saw that same company has done a lot for the community. They constructed the access road, they built a school, they built a hospital, in fact, the one we went to commission was a football well laid out football pitch they built for the youths in the school. And within that company, they're also employing a lot of their. So the community saw themselves as part owner of that, and they told us that they don't normally have any
problems with the community.
No, they don't have any problem of insecurity and everything, and we saw it. So the companies need to do more in taking some kind of deepening their engagement with the communities. Then Above all, there must be communication between government, state, local government, and the communities. Because sometimes communities will need, so projects are started in communities that are not necessarily what they need at that time. So there's a lot that needs to happen. And that's why we, in Haiti, highlight all these things in our report, and we seek for audience with relevant government.
Well, I'm conversing with the Executive Secretary of Nigeria's Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and listen to the core name, Extractive Industries. This conversation has been mostly about oil and gas and host communities, but extractive industries also include other minerals under the soil. We'll come to that aspect shortly. Just take a break and return. Please stay with us. Well, you're welcome back. I'm still in the studio with Dr. Oji Omoneoji, the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Now, before we went on that break, I re-emphasized the name of this organization, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, which means it's not just oil and gas. It also includes solid minerals. They're supposed to track the transparency of the operations in the solid minerals sector. Before I ask Dr. Omoneoji the next question, I'm going to roll a very short tape from the National Assembly. If you watch it briefly, I continue with them.
Those involved in this illegal mining, they use choppers. They procure arms exactly the same way as our military were doing in the South. They give them arms, they use choppers to come and cut away the gold, and they take them out of this country and make billions of US dollars. And the federal government is not doing what it should be doing. I took this letter to the former president when I was national chairman of APC, and I said, call the general to give you more brief. In fact, what is happening, or what subsequently happened in that part of the country, was exactly what the general told me was going to happen. Because these guys have been weaponized by the illegal big men who deploy them, secure territories, and the weapon is meant to protect the Chinese and other foreigners who they actually employ to carry out the mining. And on occasion, they use the same weapon to carry out banditry, kidnapping, and all of the terrible things that are going on.
Thank you. Dr. Oji, in this clip, you may have heard, and I repeat, let me tell you, Mr. Adams Oshiomhole, former governor of Edo State, saying that illegal mining is being driven by retired generals. He said that on the floor of the Senate. The retired generals have taken him on since then, and he has refused to recant. The point I'm taking from there is that there seems to be a bazaar of illegality, illegal mining in Nigeria's solid mineral sector. Before this, all of us recall the mass death in Zamfara State over water poisoning from illegal gold mining. Former President Muhammadu Buhari did admit that illegal mining was stoking insecurity, to the point that illegal miners were flying solid minerals out of Nigeria. He in fact banned flights over Zamfara. Now, we are tracking developments in that sector. How healthy, what is the health of Nigeria's solid mineral sector?
Well, thank you very much. With due respect to
Adam
Senator
Oshiomhole.
Adam Oshiomhole, that is his view, and he's entitled to it. I'm not.
You're not a politician.
I'm not a politician, and I don't join issues with the political class. They are organs. So I am focused on my job, and we speak on the basis of data from Haiti and on the limits of our mandate. From our report, what we find is that is there illegal mining going on in the sector? Yes. Is it very dominant in the sector? Yes. Is it leading to leakages in revenue? Yes. Is it contributing to insecurity in the sector? Maybe. I am not a security expert to establish that. But we know from our reports that our report doesn't cover security. So I can't comment on that. But I know that illegal mining is constantly reported in our report, and from our disclosures, we lose a lot of revenue through illegal mining. The potentials of that sector are huge. The revenue we get from that sector clearly
don't match its potentials.
Represent the potential of that sector. In 2021, Nigeria received only 193.59 billion naira in the sector. In 2022, we received 345.41 billion naira in that sector. This is a sector that should be reeling out revenue in dollars. In 2023, we received total payments, total government revenue received from that sector was $401.87 billion. In all of this, you find out that major revenue streams there are just taxes and then fees from licensing fees, not much. And if you look at the figure in terms of revenue we have collected from that sector, from 2007 to today, that sector has only yielded 1.56 trillion naira in between 2007 and 2023, a period of over 10 years. So a sector like that cannot be said to be doing well. This money is a far cry for what could be realized from that sector. Now, in 2021, the whole sector contribution to our GDP was less than 1%, 0.63%. And in 2022, the whole contribution of that sector to our GDP in 2022 was 0.83%, still less than 1%. The last report we did, the solid mineral sector contributed 0.75% in 2023. And then when I read out this data in facts and figures, let them bear at the Senate, the senators were very disappointed and angry. And they said whether Haiti was actually reporting facts and whether we were collaborating with stakeholders in the sector. I said, yes, we were. They said, no, the activities they see in the sector do not match these figures. I said, I agree. But those activities, is there any way to see that the activities represent money that goes into government coffers? There can be activity, but those activities, are they accounted for? That's where I agree with you. There's illegal mining. But who is perpetrating it and who is responsible? That's not, Haiti has not a position to identify. Those are security matters that we can't delve into. And political leaders can make their own informed decisions and pronouncements. We are not joining those issues with them. But our facts agree that the potential of that sector are far undermined and not yielding dividends. So we explained that in our work, we collaborate with the ministry, we collaborate with all the stakeholders in the sector, including miners. But there are fundamental reform problems that need to happen in the oil, in the solid mineral sector. If you want the solid minerals sector to really perform optimally, one is legislation. The 2007 Minerals Act is old, archaic, and should be reviewed and updated to match with the current digital age. Investors need an environment where they can come in and go out. They can bring in capital, invest, reap their profits, and go without obstruction. They also need a free entry and a free exit where, for instance, the mining licenses are issued in Abuja. You will arrive in the state where the mining activities take place. You go to the ministry, the land in the state is vested in the hand of the state governor, who will ask you where you have a mining license. Okay, you are welcome. Go and mine now. Where is your land? You say, the land is under me. I'm not aware of what the license you have. So there is that dichotomy. Then you get to the host community. There is another land with the local government is another converted structure. How do we harmonize this law in such a way that states, local government, and federal all have a stake in the whole process, so that once you are issued a mining license, some of these obstacles are already laid that you go straight into, maybe if you are engaging with the communities under community development agreement. No wants to go through all these challenges because time is money. An investment in the solid mineral sector requires a lot of time for you to begin to reap the benefits. So legal reforms are required. I don't know how that can be done. These experts can look at it. We in NITI have expressed a recommendation that we stop there. We allowed the industry experts to look at it. But what we know is that the way the legal structure is contained is a major hindrance. The other one is specifically on fiscal regime. The current royalty rates in the sector is decimally too low. And it was reviewed recently, but it still needs to be upwardly reviewed. In the oil and gas industry, the PIA is very specific. It has a very optimal competitive legal fiscal regime that determines who gets what and how on the basis of revenue. Then the third one is that if you check the solid mineral sector, we've highlighted this. There is no standing company that is driving investment in the sector, whether it's publicly owned or privately owned. Like you go to the oil and gas industry, you have the NNPC. When you want to invest in Nigeria, in the oil and gas, you can't do so without talking to NNPC in one way or the other. You go to the gas industry, you have NLNG. They are there. In the oil and in the solid mineral, none. The Nigerian Mining Corporation was collapsed, and no, there's no replacement. You need such a company. It's like now the sector is like a captain, a football team without a captain. The ministry should be restricted to policy guidance and direction. The ministry cannot be the regulator. They can also not serve as the driver of investment. But they can guide investment decisions with policy. So these are the issues we are looking at. When reform is initiated in the solid mineral sector, we will know, and Nigerians will be able, experts in waiting for that opportunity will come and make contribution. So we recommended an executive bill right from the president, initiated by the ministry, simply similar to the petroleum industry. But the challenge we have with the PIA, which I highlighted yesterday, was that when PIA was passed, it recommended that there should be a national strategic plan to guide implementation. There is none. I was in the presidential committee to draft the strategic plan. We started meeting before the new administration, but we didn't conclude our assignment and we didn't produce any report. So if we have a new legislation in the solid mineral sector, it should be backed up with a plan, because that plan will now specify regulations that need to be drafted from the law, because a law alone is not enough. when you pass a law, you now draft regulations.
That will guide implementation.
Yes, guide implementation. There should be a regulation of fiscal regime, regulation on licensing, regulation on even policy. There are a lot of regulations that will guide each particular aspect. So a strategic plan to guide any new law, as important as that has to do with investment, needs to be in place. You can't implement the PIA without. That's our view. Those who disagree will say, "Oh, you can't." The implementation will not be able. You won't be able to track and measure and track progress. So we have made comprehensive recommendations on how the solid mineral sector can be liberalized. For us now, it's regimented. The states, if the state government wants to invest, it's not very easy. Local government wants to invest, it's not. Individuals want to invest, it's not very easy. And yet, the amount of potential in terms of revenue available in the solid mineral sector is enormous. Every nook and cranny of our Nigerian communities and local governments and states across the country have one form of solid minerals or not, or the other. And there is abundance, that's abundance everywhere. Now, these revenues I'm talking to you is just revenues that we are getting from Dangote.
That trickle in.
Dangote from limestone, quarrying, limestone, and gravel. That's all. We're not talking of copper, we're not talking of diamond, we're not talking of gold, and so on. So a lot needs to happen. The minister has the zeal, has the passion. We have had meetings with him. He needs support. The ministry needs funding, and at least to be able to push for this reform to commence. But stakeholders in the industry should not just lay back and be complaining.
Stakeholders, in the course of this conversation, you made an analogy that if you enter the oil sector, there is a process already established. If you get a license to go into the solid mineral sector, you get to the states, they say, okay, you have your license now, go and mine. The land belongs to us. You go to local government, you say, go and mine now. You need the collaboration of the states and local governments. I became worried at that point. And I said, if I get my license from the federal government to mine oil, because oil is mining.
Yeah, that's true.
To mine oil, I'm allocated my, what do they call it? My block. I move in and I mine. I don't get bogged down by state government. I don't get bogged down by local government, because understanding between me, a contract between me and the federal government. Why will I be bogged down when it comes to license to mine gold?
Well, the structure of the two extractives are different. In the oil, you have upstream.
Let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
Both are owned by the federal government because they are minerals under the ground.
Yeah. But the participation of various arms of government on each of them are different. Like I'm just trying to have oil in the upstream, you have downstream, you have midstream. Every activity about mining of solid mineral is on the surface. So, which conflicts with the opportunities for dairy farming by the
host communities.
And then
Dr. Oji, I must phrase this your argument, your presentation here, because for more than 30 years, those in the oil industry, communities in the oil industry, have also raised the same concerns as may be raised by those hosting solid minerals.
Let me say the consciousness about oil and gas is not as it is in the solid minerals. Remember, the solid minerals was the first mining that was started in Nigeria before the discovery of oil. So the question you should be asking, how was it done that time?
Or how did this solid minerals go down?
Yes, and then
to the point that it becomes contentious, reviving it.
Your concern is as good as mine. These are issues that will define and shape the reform that we're talking about. It's not something here you can stay here and fashion out. There are experts in this area. What we in Haiti know, and we believe, and we are sure that something is wrong with the solid mineral sector. We are also sure that there are a lot of potentials that are completely overlooked and abandoned. We are equally sure that that sector needs help. How that help can come, how it can work, these are issues of policymakers and industry experts, and they are available in Nigeria, and they are ready to help. We need this discussion to start. And the Solid Minerals Ministry are singing a low voice. We need people to amplify their voice. If you go to that ministry, you will also know that they are passionate about what I'm saying. They have their own issues, but dealing with them over the years as we have done, I mean, they need support.
Okay, Dr. Oji, let us give them support this morning. At the opening of this conversation, you said the activities of NAITI will help transparency, will help make sure that monies that are earned go to where they ought to go, and people benefit from the resources of their nations. You gave me a lot of examples of poverty, insecurity, poor health, even amidst the financial plenty that ought to be coming from all these minerals. The Nigerian experience. How well have the activities of NAITI been helping to drive the lower Nigerian persons benefiting from the quantum of resources, financial resources accruing from our mineral sector?
Thank you very much. Our impacts are both qualitative and quantitative, and some are also imaginary. You see it, but you can hardly. It takes time to feel it. Let me start with when we started. By the time we started, 19 started in 2000, hardly would you be discussing issue of oil and gas line because the whole industry was opaque. People didn't know who was doing what in the industry, no information. The few people that had that information put it to themselves to their chest, and oil was an elephant. That oil and gas, even believing that working there is an opportunity. A lot of people, including at our age, may not have seen crude oil. That unrefined, what you see is PMS, a raw crude oil. Many Nigerians have not seen them. So it is to the extent that information in that sector was hidden. But today, through the work of NAITI, information on oil and gas industry is everywhere and data. You visit our website. So if you just write NAITI on your phone, you will see our website. It will pop up immediately. And then you now see the amount of information we have provided. It is because of that information that people have now used that information to be promoting public debate ahead, including the media, like what we are discussing now. Now we know how much we earned from oil in 2021, $23.04 million. Nigeria earned before such information is hidden. We know that every Nigerian can know that we earned $35.78 billion in oil and gas last year in 2022, 2021, 23.04 billion, and 2023, 30.86 billion, and so on and so forth. We can also give you figure on what transpired in the sector between 2014 and 2023, who earned what and who sold. We can also tell you how much quantity of crude that were produced. In fact, we have figure of how much we have earned from oil from 1999 to date. As sat today, between 1999 when we embraced democracy and Nigeria joined EITI, $831.14 billion represent the total amount of money
And from oil sector.
Oil and gas sector. That is, with this data, you can ask question. What did you use the money for? You can ask a informed question, and through that discussion, change and reforms can happen. That's why I tell you that some of our impacts are in the area of making data and information available, which is very, very important for citizens' engagement, education, and civic engagement. The second thing we can know is that we talked about petroleum industry bill. It was NAITI's report that raised alarm that the only law in the sector was the Petroleum Act of 1959, enacted 1 year before Nigerian independence. NAITI raised alarm in our report that we need a new law that is current and dynamic. Although the PIA lasted 80 years in the National Assembly, they will now have a law. The credit of raising that issue is that of NAITI. NAITI, you saw us in the National Assembly. There are so many MOUs and agreements that oil companies entered into with our governments and various agencies that sometimes we forget to renew them. We forget to update them. All of those, we track them, and all of them are up to date. There are also revenues we have recovered through our reports. Last report we published, we announced that $6.01 billion were outstanding to be paid by companies in terms of taxes, various taxes, and these revenues we have written to FIRS to go and collect them. NUPRC, the regulator, are also the ones to collect rents, collect royalty. We have also identified their portion of that money. In addition to another 66 billion naira. These are impacts, revenue generation, domestic resource mobilization. We have also told you of how NAITI's reports informs investment decisions. When people abroad, all over the world, when you sleep in a hotel, if you want to make a good hotel, you go online and see their rating. Most of these things don't matter much in Nigeria. That's why people try to improve efficiency. You go and see how the hotel, the comments of those. When people want to come to make investment, they're unknown to our people. They go to NAITI website. They go to NRG, Natural Resource Governance Index. First of all, they find out if your country is a member of global EITI. If it is, what is the report of the local EITI saying about the sector? To make investment report. In our last validation, which is the global assessment, we scored 72 over 100, recording highest on credibility of data. Those are credits that. So the NAITI report, as the chief executive of Signature TV remarked when we were discussing with him during the courtesy call to my organization, he was asking how we were able to manage our relationship with government, the civil society, and then the industry, and then we still have our. It's because of the credibility of data. When we present facts to government, they don't argue with us. They work with it. They are happy. You don't go to government without your facts. We present facts in forms of advice. Government listens. So government makes use of our report to inform decision and national. And finally,
Dr. I would like to conclude, please, because there's something you raised I want you to also tie together.
Yeah.
These unpaid taxes, unpaid revenues you've identified in your reports, how do you make sure that indeed those agencies recover those monies?
No, we work with them. It's in their interest to recover them. We work with them because when they collect the money, they collect percentage of collection. We collect nothing. You understand? They are entitled to 4% allowed by them by law to collect. We're entitled to nothing. So we're working with them. The FIRS is a member of our board. NNPC is a member of our board. So they will work with them. We are closely working together. We disagree and agree. When our facts are laid bare, we ask them dispute the facts. If they are not, then put us right. Most times we agree. If we are, before our reports are published, we do a lot of exchange of information to make sure that the facts are correct. So we need their cooperation. We work together. We work together. They are working on it, and they may not be as fast as we expect, but they are our partners.
And seeing the oil companies sign off to this, they're also willing to pay.
Yes, yes, yes. When I'm owing you and you are not asking me to pay, what should I be so? What's my interest in trying to pay you? You should come to ask for your money. If you don't, I invest the money somewhere else. When you are ready, I could even pay you for the profit I've made. So if you sleep on your right, there's nothing I can do. If the debtor has the responsibility to hold the money, as long as the creditor is not interested to collect his money. But if you are owing me and I give you sleepless night, you pay me and you have your peace. So, and then there should also be the sanction component of it, because in other jurisdictions, if you owe tax, it's a big offense. So, tied to the impact, we also exchange regular information with anti-corruption agencies and relevant security agencies to track money laundering through illegal mining, to track terrorism financing, to track. There are so many information and data that we share, and so the impact of our organization is huge, very huge.
Huge, very huge, and this conversation has been huge, very huge. I hope that you followed us all through our conversation this morning. I've been speaking with Dr. Oji Ogbonna, the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. I think it's in our collective interest to follow their activities, really, because there's so much I've learned this morning, and I hope you have also benefited. On your behalf, let me thank Dr. Oji for coming to the program.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank the management and the team of Signature TV for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, and my name is Mwabo Njoku. Good morning.
From AIT Studios in Abuja, Nigeria, this is the O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo and Mamode Akuga.
Hello there and welcome to your show. It is the O&M Sunday Show. I am Obiora Ilo. Mamode is not around today, but doing a lot of things that will help make sure we have a better program next week. Well, there's so much happening around the world, around the country, developments everywhere. But today we are going to be a little selfish because we are going to turn a blind eye to most of these developments and focus on someone who has been described as a cultural icon. She's a singer, an actress. But before all that, she was a journalist and broadcaster. At a point, she became a politician and at other times, administrator. She was a former chairman of the Imo State Arts and Culture Council. Yes, that was it. And very recently, she was the CEO of the Women Development Center. I didn't get that quite right, but we'll get to know all about her in a moment. I'm talking about the one that has been called the Elegant Stallion, Onyeka Onwenu. I'm sure our cameras, she's already here in the studio, so our cameras will have her. And in a moment, she'll be joining me to talk about some of her travails in her most recent job. And when we do that, we'll move from this serious corner and go to the sofa, where we'll talk about that beautiful side of her that a lot of us will remember, her career in music, and what the future holds for this great, multi-talented Nigerian. So don't go away. Today we are talking about Onyeka Onwenu. And when we return, Onyeka will be joining me here in the studio. Don't go away.
Onye bụ nwanne m mayo mama mayo onye bụ nwanne m mayo mama mayo Jesus bụ nwanne m mayo mama mayo mmadụ n'iru mayo mama but oh, how he loves me. This my God, oh, I wanna praise his name. He is wonderful, he is beautiful, he's so lovely, he loves me so tenderly. This my God, oh, forever the same. Onye bụ nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Onye bụ nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Jesus bụ nwanne m, mayo mama, mayo. Mmadụ n'iru, mayo mama, mayo. Mmadụ n'azụ, mayo yo yo, mayo yo yo, mayo mayo yo, mayo mama, mayo. When the enemy comes in like a flood, hey, my God, he raises a banner over me, and it's love. His love, his love, his love. He protects me, and he guides me. He covers me, and he hides me under the shadow of his wings.
What she knows best how to do. And she's joining me right away, Onyeka Onwenu. It's our pleasure to have her in our studio.
How are you?
You're welcome.
Thank you. Where should I sit?
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And still looking radiant, still looking, oh my God. You know, the first time I ever saw you was in the early 80s. You just joined the Anambra State Broadcasting Service.
Yes,
You were one of the
ATV.
newscasters
Yes,
then.
yes.
So a pretty long time. And
Very long time.
You changed, but not quite. So what's the secret?
God. Just God and His grace.
Okay, so when you, I mean, I'm sure when you go out, when you're driving, when you go to the airport, everybody's like, Onyeka, how do you feel? Of course, I know you're used to it now. After so many years.
I am, but I don't take it for granted. I'm honored, and I thank God for it. Sometimes it does get in the way, but you grin and bear it, because to be so honored, it's a marvelous thing, and you should be grateful for it.
Okay, you know, we'll start our conversation here, and then we'll move over to where we call the sofa, because we're going to, you know, you've become someone with so many departments. You know. So, but, you know, in the last couple of days, you've been in the news. Some say for the right reasons, some say for the wrong reasons. Of course, like the rest of Nigerians, we woke up, we heard the federal government had asked chief executives of
26
parastatals to leave.
Yes.
And that in your own establishment, which is the National Center for Women Development, what we heard was that you resisted going like the others. Some went to the ridiculous extent of saying you had said you sued Mr. President, and you know, back and forth, and then you had your you had your own rebuttal and all that. But here you are.
Yes.
Would you kindly tell us what exactly happened?
All right. We all got the news, and to be honest, I was relieved. It's been two and a half years almost of hard work in the midst of great challenges. No money to work with, and you still have to achieve. But we thank God for all that we were able to achieve. I received the news with gratitude to God. I briefed the management. I was even the one that was consoling people and saying, oh, look, it's not the end of life, and life continues, and I will always, if you ever need me for anything, you know, that kind of thing. And we started preparing the handover notes, and then a lot of noise started filtering through to the office, and we found out that some people had gathered outside, and they had
Was it on the day you got information, or the
No,
next
no,
day?
the day I was handing over, the next day, They had seized my car keys, the key to my official car, which was to take me home. And we asked why. They said, some people said the union. I said, but what's the problem? I never even got a petition written, not one written against me. So what's going on? Maybe I can address the issue. The people started now saying, you need to call the police. And it was a gentleman who is a member of the House from Katsina who actually got so concerned that he called the police. And what was it that some people had vowed they were going to disgrace me? It originated from the person that became, who was the acting DG when I took over. And we had a lot of issues with him. He works there, his wife works there, his brother-in-law works there. A lot of things were going wrong. We moved him from the estate department because overnight, 3 of our generators were cannibalized. Oh, this kind of sabotage was going on. In any case, he vowed to disgrace me out of office. I was going to walk away peacefully and go home. We managed the situation. Ultimately, about 10 policemen, armed policemen, had to come. And some of the management staff now saw me down to the car. And they were booing, they were calling me names. The
management staff?
They saw me to the car. And the people that had gathered outside, and even along the corridor, we could see some people who were waiting along the corridor for me. For what purpose? I don't know. Some of them were disengaged staff, because some agencies normally send us staff, and then they go. Some of them were outsiders. I couldn't recognize who they were. In any case, we were managing this situation, and I got into the car, and I was going to go home quietly and thank God that, look, this is over. Except that journalists kept calling me and said, oh, we hear you're going to sue Mr. President. We hear you refuse to hand over. Why would I refuse to hand over? There are 26 of us who were disengaged. I mean, I've been there for 2 years and 5 months. I've done my best. And everybody could acknowledge that what we did within that period of time was so much. I mean, how did we do it? We don't know. So why would I want to sue Mr. President? He has the authority to hire and to fire. So what is it? Now I had to now put out my own story, because the names that were being called, Ndi Igbo, were being insulted. I was being insulted as an Igbo woman who had come to a place that didn't belong to me. All kinds of things were being thrown at me, and spitting and banging on the car that they are going to do me in. I would have still left it, but then I had to answer these press statements. And by the way, members of the press had been invited, not by me, but by the people who organized this fiasco. The reason that it is good to speak out is, it's not the first thing this sort of thing has happened at the center. But people keep quiet. And because we all keep quiet, it keeps happening. And I said, I am proud to be an Igbo woman, as you or anyone else should be proud to be where God put them. I respect everybody and love everybody, but I don't need to be abused because I'm an Igbo woman. That's all. And some people are taking that to mean that I don't like people from different parts of... No, that's not my life. It never has been. I am a proud Igbo woman and a proud Nigerian, and I have served this country. I love this country. Come to think of it, I'm not married to an Igbo man. I married a Yoruba Muslim. My children bear Muslim names. How can I hate Yorubas or hate Muslims or hate Ndi Hausa or Ndi Fulani or whoever? I love everybody. This country should be for all of us. When you see something wrong, please say so. Don't try to cover it, because it's Onyeko Nwenu today, tomorrow it will be somebody else.
Okay, before that Tuesday and before the disengagement, were you having issues with members of your staff?
There is no way.
Or like this particular man that you have talked about. Was there any
If
particular...
you know what the center looked like before I went in there, you would understand that you would have issues. The place was a mess. It was rotten. The guest house had water seeping into the walls. Fire had got at the place. They hadn't renovated it. In fact, you would not put your house help in there. The same with the hostel, the same with the auditorium, the same with the training arts and craft building. A lot of things had gone. Nobody remembered the National Center for Women Development anymore. Nigerian women were not getting their money's worth because these were the women that donated money to have this place built. I mean, the center was down. And within 6 months, when I got there, less than 6 months, things began to turn around. So obviously, there are people who want to maintain the status quo, and you've come. First of all, you, this musician, was the first thing I got. And you, this Igbo woman, you know. And me, I'm a hard worker. If you give me a job to do, I am going to do it well. If I'm unable to, I will give you back your job and go home. And I thought that the issues were so important. I mean, it's about Nigerian women. It's about their development. It's about carrying them along. It's about them having a better life. And I was going to give it my best, and I did. Obviously, there are some people who would not like it, but then there'll be many people who liked it.
Okay, because while all this happened, you know, we are talking to a couple of people, and some of the people on the other side, they've accused you of high-handedness in running the affairs of the National Center for Women Development. They said you didn't carry them along. I don't know how true that was.
That could be if you are insisting that people come to work on time. That could make you high-handed. That could be if you frown at people taking 6 months and staying at home and getting their salary. That could be if people leave for work, come in, go out, if people don't do their work. How do you run a place when people don't show up for work? That's not high-handedness. That is trying to give the Nigerian people their worth. And that's what I tried to do. Not carry them along. I probably had more management meetings than anybody else. And people on the management staff would tell you, I never took one decision by myself. I was able to carry them all along, and also the general staff. Imagine that for every DG there would be petitions this high. But for Nyeko, not one single petition was written. And the staff loved the changes I was bringing there because their welfare was #1. But you will always have trouble.
Were you paying salaries?
No, I don't pay salaries. The government pays them directly. But the people that we pay are the people, the cleaners. And I used to, at a time when we couldn't pay them, I would pay them with my own salary. My own salary comes and I distribute it amongst the cleaners. Because we were owing them for 3 months, no money, 4 months, no money. How can we do that? Go and ask. I used to distribute my own salary for the cleaners. That's how passionate I was about the center.
Okay, when this happened, of course, your, in quotes, opponents said that you exaggerated this name calling, the Igbo woman and all that you were just looking for a way to play the ethnic card. Did you ever have issues like that before this disengagement? I don't have to exaggerate because they brought in the press. And there's a Guardian reporter that Miriam Nembe is her name. And I wish that she would stand up wherever she is if she's hearing this and acknowledge. There were other, I believe I heard they brought channels and they refused to show the footage. Whoever was there, please speak up because it was bad. It was very bad. And yes, we've had things like this happen. At a point, I had to call a town meeting because we got word that there was a fatwa, that they said I was moving away all northerners. And I called a town meeting and said, how could anyone say that? I'm not allowed to hire, haven't hired anyone. Moving away, doing what with them? I don't care if you're my mother, if I'm having to work with you and you're not performing, in order to get things done, I will move you to another department and bring somebody who can perform. I mean, it was within my authority to do that. And I did that for good reasons on the occasions that I had to do that. If I didn't apply myself to the job, the achievements which Nigerians can attest to that took place in the National Center for Women Development, please go there now and check. Those achievements would not have happened. I apply myself to whatever job you give me. I take it seriously. I don't play favorites.
I don't have time for that. In fact, I'm harder on you if you are close to me. I am harder on you because you should know better not to disgrace me. So anyone that didn't perform, whether you're Igbo, whether you're whatever, Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Efik, whatever, I just took the decisions that I had to take. But I found it really sad, and this cuts across the board, not just at the National Center for Women Development. Nigerians in the civil service, there's a lot of slack. People don't come to work. People don't come to work on time. People don't want to do anything. They just go around. You see them standing in groups. I stopped all that. It doesn't matter whether you're Igbo. It doesn't matter whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Ibiram. Anywhere you are a Nigerian. If you've been hired to do a job, you're being paid for it, please do that job.
Do you think that being a woman contributes to the challenges you had?
But of course. Because many of them, you would ask them to do something, they look you up and down. Like, who is this woman telling me to do something? They had that attitude. And you forget that you're working at the National Center for Women Development. It's not for men's development. Go build your own and go work there. And I am the DG. I happen to be a woman. I'm sitting on this seat. I am going to do my job.
But now that we're talking about it, when you are CEO and you don't pay salaries of your workers.
No, the government pays directly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Does it not affect your control?
No, it doesn't. Why should it? You get paid by government. You are working for government.
So whether they do the job or not, who determines whether the job was well done?
Well, I'm overseeing the job. So I will, together with management staff, I will determine whether the job is done or not. And I never fired anybody. It wasn't, I mean, I don't have the right to fire anybody. I didn't have the right to hire anybody.
But you could discipline.
Yes, well, how do you discipline? You write a query and say, please explain why you have been away from work for 3 months, or why you consistently come to work at 11 o'clock and leave by 3 o'clock. How does the government get its money's worth if this is what workers are doing? Please tell me. Okay,
well, before we talk about, I mean, because for a lot of Nigerians, there's some distraction when you're talking about Onyeka Onwenu. You know, there's so much other things to talk
Absolutely.
about. So we're going to take a break in a while,
Yes.
and then move over to the soft side and talk about your music, your career, and all that. But I have just one more question to ask.
Yes.
If you're asked to do another government job, with all that has happened, would you accept it?
I was raised to be a person of integrity and hard work. It was all the example I saw before me. My father died by the time I was 4.5. My mother was 36. I'm the last. The least anyone has in my family is a master's degree. This woman raised us to be hardworking. My father died 2 weeks before he was to be made the Minister for Education for Nigeria. He was the first R&D man in the Federal House. That's my background. The Principal Secretary of Igbo State Union, working with ZCOB, that's my father. So I know nothing else but to apply myself. So anywhere God sends me is where I go. I did not lobby for this job. I couldn't even remember the National Center for Women Development, what it looked like. And I went and studied it. I said, oh, okay, God. And I prayed. And everything I had been doing before then actually prepared me for this job. And I thank God for his grace. I'm happy leaving. What we achieved there is monumental. And nobody can take that away from Nigerian women. It is theirs. So if he provides another opportunity without fear, I will go and I will do what God has called me to do. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
My life rests with him.
Okay, we'll take a break. And when we return in the sofa, we'll get to know more about Onyeka Onwenu. Don't go away.
Yes, man. to care. If you love life, you go plan well. You dey hear me, sir? If you love me, you go wait for me. Having babies, no be joke. You go feed them, you go give them clothes, give them love too. If you never ready to carry the load, why put down for another person head? Plenty children they say, na insurance for old age. Papa said make we marry, Mama said make we born. Plenty children there, but no future with my friend. This kind life, na so wahala. If you love me, you go wait for me. Happy parents, make happy children. Happy family, that my happy country. Make you plan well, enjoy your life. Oh, if you love me, you go plan with me. If you love me, you go wait for me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. To let me grow. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Wait for me, baby, plan with me. Baby, plan with me.
Nobody will actually forget this song because I remember the build up to that song. I think it was a PR gimmick. There were stories about, oh, Nneka is dating Sonny. Nneka is dating Sonny. Sonny is dating, oh,
We even have a daughter.
you know, there was, but we didn't know they were planting all those stories at that time.
No, we did not.
You did it? So, but it was a song that made quite an impact. Yes, you know, it was the era of Planned Parenthood, yes, Planned Families, and yes, all that. Yes. And you've done a lot of collabos, you know. Yes.
I started collabo with King Sunny Ade. The first one was Mada Alone in the 90s. That was the first time two Nigerian artists had come together, and that was on my album. And then he called me and said, look, there are these songs that we need to write about family planning. And then we did two more. So altogether we did 3 before anybody else started doing all that.
Okay, Nneka, let's go back. You know, I said I met you, I think you just came back from the United States. About that time, and then you were a newscaster and all that. Did you always prepare yourself for journalism, for music, for acting? You know,
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communications and International Relations from Wellesley College, and did my master's in Media Studies. So I wanted to be a journalist. But I also knew that I would go into singing. In fact, my mother, who was a renowned songwriter, she wrote Ochie Dike, and an actress too. She was just incredible. She kept saying to me, don't forget your music. But in my family, you have to get your education first before, if you want to be a street sweeper after that, help yourself. So after my education, I knew that I wasn't just going to be a journalist, that I was going to do anything else that I wanted. And of course, starting with music, I released my first album, and the rest, as they say, is history.
It's history.
Then came acting as well. Then came politics, which I never thought I was going to go into. But even though my father was a politician, I never thought. I just decided after people kept coming to me, and I was putting many people through school, helping many families, I realized as an individual, I couldn't do more, and I wanted to do more. And I thought, let me vie for local government chairmanship. If I can help my people at that level, I'll be very satisfied. But of course, the proverbial level playing ground was never provided. In fact, there were no elections actually held. It was, you know, appointment this and that and that. And I didn't get in. And I had gone back to Lagos and was facing my music before the call to come and serve at the national level came. And through this service, I've been working as I do my shows. I've been doing my shows. It's very difficult to leave. And I've been doing songs. I'm sure AIT has been showing Not Alone, which was the song I wrote for advocacy for the IDPs. It's something that is very close to my heart. In fact, at the National Center for Women Development in December, we trained 50 IDP women. We took on 22 of their children, kept them for 2 weeks, dealt with their medical issues, gave them, working with UNHCR, gave them money, gave them equipment. Many of them, my brother, have set up businesses in Borno. We have a woman who's running a restaurant there and employing other people. They are hairdressers, they are sewing clothes. I mean, to just see how lives can be changed, that's what gives me pleasure. That's what gives me fulfillment. And you can use music as a great tool for advocacy. And it's a joy to be part of it.
You know, a lot of young people, you know, when they see Onyeka Onwenu distinguished, fulfilled, you know, known everywhere.
I want to tell people that I'm sweating because the studio is hot. So I'm not going to hide AIT anymore.
Well, a little hiccup.
Okay.
But we apologize.
All right. I'm okay.
For that.
Just so they know.
You promised me you were not going to do that.
I didn't promise.
Okay, so, you know, they see you and they're in a hurry.
Yeah.
You know, they want to get to where Onyeka is today without working for it. And here you are telling us you lost your father at the age of 4.5.
Yeah.
How was it? What sustained you and your family? And what sustained you as a little girl who was fatherless at that early age, and a father who played a prominent role, provided almost everything, and suddenly he was no more?
My father was my soulmate. I was his favorite, and he never apologized for that. I mean, I was treated, I think he spoiled me, to be honest. But then my mother, and I thank God, she's late now, she died at 93. Uche Dike, they don't make them that way anymore. Uche Dike was a marvelous human being, strong woman, who took her children and her family, because she kept the extended family. After my father died, she didn't send her, my father took on nieces and nephews, anyone. My mother did not send any one of them away. And she raised all of us. And she took us and put us inside Christ. That's the strength that I have. I don't think that you come to this world just for nothing. I think each and every single one of us, we have our sphere of influence. You have yours, you're doing it right now. I have mine. And it's to look at that, the gift that you have been given, and say, how do I use this to make my environment a better place? And that's what my mother taught me. As a little girl, 3 years old, she would take me to sing for motherless babies' homes. And I remember that they would put me on the table and she would stand beside me, and she would have taught me my own part in the song. We used to do these wonderful duets. And that was how I grew up.
You mean you started singing at 3?
Oh, yes, I did.
Did your father hear you sing?
I don't recall. He was a very busy man. But as soon as he got home, it was games. We had games that we played and that nobody else knew. And today, you know, people who know us will call me the names that he used to call me. And I used to get a shilling a day. This was 1956. A shilling was a lot of money. But that was my allowance.
Every day?
Every day.
But mom did not allow you to spend it. Of course.
Never mind mom. All the neighborhood children, my own siblings, everybody would surround and we will all spend the money. Yes.
And you managed, that was a lot of money, right?
That was a lot of money. That was a lot of money.
So you started singing at 3?
Yes.
And how did you keep it? How did you checkmate yourself that you waited for so many years before you exploded? I mean, if you love singing from 3, How could anyone have told you, oh, look, Onyeka, you can't sing until you come home with a degree?
No, I kept singing in school. Every school I attended, I was singing, but I wasn't doing it professionally. In my family, education was so important. You couldn't be the daughter or son of D.K. Onwenu and not go to school. I mean, it's just unheard of. My father was an educationist. He was the principal of Enitonia High School. Before then, Baptist High School in Port Harcourt. And he went to Furabe when it was very difficult to get into a university. And then Durham University, and then coming back to serve his people. So how could the daughter of D.K. Onwenu not go to school? It would be a shame, and it would be a dishonor to my father's name. So that was important. And I loved going to school. I loved acquiring knowledge. I haven't stopped. I keep acquiring knowledge every day. The day you stop, you're finished, and it's time to pack it up. But you should keep learning, even from younger people, even from people who are not in your so-called class, have a lot to teach you. There is something called the University of Life. And I love old people. I like to sit with them. Some of my best friends are older women, much older than I am. And they are very good friends. And we will sit and we will gist and we will compare notes, and I will learn so much. I also have the younger people, and I'm learning so much from them. I have two guys in the house that, you know, they teach me about being young, because I had to learn how to operate the computer, because they made so much fun of me that I said, look, I'm not having these jokes anymore. So I had to do the right thing. So life is a continuous process of learning, of giving and taking. And no matter what situation you have gone through, count it all good, because all things work together for good. Even this last one, I've learned something from it. I've impacted also many people who were close to me and worked with me, have learned a lot from me, and I from them. It's all good.
Okay, we'll take a break, and
yeah, for the sweat.
When we return, Onyeka talked about the guys at home. We need to get to know more about them. Don't go away.
Kama enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai mboko no mi momi yene fo kama enyene abasiyo kama kansiyo mboko no mi yo enyene dem kwa kanda basibom mboko no mi sai.
I'm grateful, Daddy. I'm grateful. Makifeni na melonunua. I'm grateful. Magalumu na matego say sometimes. I'm grateful. Oh nye dikaye papa. I'm grateful. Oh no mame. I'm grateful, Daddy. I'm grateful. Makifeni na melonunua. I'm grateful.
Ṣẹ́gun fún mi òṣùpá rere o bàbá mo wá dúpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ o. Mo dúpẹ́ bàbá ẹ ṣé bàbá alágbàwí ẹ̀dá arúgbó ọjọ́ o ó fún mi láyọ̀ ẹlẹ́rù ni ẹ ṣé o ọba ńlá.
Nagode, Yesu, nagode. Abunda
In any language, in any way you want to, just say thank you to this great God of ours, merciful and kind and sweet and loving to his children. The Yorubas would say, Eshe Jesu, Edo, Osanobwa, Obilu. Ndị Igbo daalụ Chineke imela, Hausa na-agote Yesu. Urobo, Ogene Wakobio, Abasi Sesongo, that's Efe. And Zulu would say Siabonga. Even the French would say merci.
I think that this song, Praise, was also in your collaboration tradition. Because, you know, we kept seeing a lot of people.
You brought a lot of young people in to teach them about the art of using your talent for other people, for God, for the community, for society.
I remember the 100-year song that you did.
The centenary song.
Yeah, the centenary song.
That's an incredible.
Yes, I like the classical background.
Song, just an incredible song.
Who wrote the song?
I did.
Including the instrumentation, the arrangement?
No, it's the producer that does the arrangement for
that was great.
Beautiful. Wale is just an incredible producer. But when I say I wrote it, I really am claiming something that God did, because I write in a peculiar way. I pray and I download from God. I know people will find it hard to believe until they actually see me in action. That's how I write songs. The songs come. And I quickly have to record it as it comes, because if I don't, I will forget it. The same thing with Not Alone. The producer has to say, no, bring a mic, or please just record whatever she's singing. And after that, I have to go back and listen to it and now fill it up and learn the song myself. That's just how it happens.
Okay, just before we took the break, you know, I went to an area you'd like to protest. You protested.
Yes, I did.
And you know, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of them love you though. But some criticize you because they say you've built this giant wall around you and your family.
I'm just a private person.
They hardly know anything about your
I'm
family.
a private person.
They know
something's bad.
They know you have kids, but they're never going to talk about it.
No, my kids are very independent. First of all, we don't answer the same name. They answer their father's name. Me, I answer my father's name. But they even don't like you to know, because they want you to recognize them for what they bring to the table. Then after that, you can know that Onyekun, they don't like to use the name to get things. No, they want to work for it. And I don't know how they got this marvelous idea, but I'm loving it, because they are going out and striving and making efforts on their own and not saying, oh, I'm Onyekun son, do this for me, do that for me. I absolutely agree with them and I love them.
But why don't you like talking about their father?
When you meet me after this program, I will talk to you. Meet me one-on-one, and I will tell you all about it. But you know, I don't want to be assessed, or rather, I want my work to speak for me. I don't want to be categorized because of who I'm married to or not married to, or whether I'm married or not married. No. I am Onyeka.
Some people think it has
Adamazi. Adamazi.
Some people think it has to do with women liberation.
No. It's just, call it women's lib. I don't like to deny or confirm. Call it anything you want. But please, I want to be judged for what I do as a person, not whether I am married or who I'm married to. And you know, everybody likes their privacy. So I just don't want, is she married or is she not? I am just me doing my work, number one.
But again, no matter how much we complain about it, you've turned out to be one of the few Nigerian superstars who got married, kept their marriage, kept their family.
I'm not even going to go there.
How did it work?
So change
how
the
did
subject.
How did it work?
You are cornering it from another way. Who said I'm married? Who said I'm not married? He's trying to corner it another way.
Okay, well, I won't push it. I won't push it. But have you found love? Did you find love?
Obviously, for me to have these two boys, I would have had.
Okay, so you have played a lot of, you know, you've made a lot of effort mentoring younger musicians, both men and women. What informed, you know, this determination that you must work with the young ones?
Why not? To encourage them, to lend a helping hand. There's no musician who has called on me who is serious that I haven't experienced, is given advice and given a little bit of a helping hand. That's something I do passionately, because the young shall grow, and it's what God enables you to do, to deposit something in someone else and not just hold the knowledge to yourself. How do you help society that way? There was a question you asked me earlier about young people thinking that you just jump in, and what I didn't share with you, and I share with those that I mentor, is the fact that my father having died, my mother was 36 when she lost her husband. I was 4.5, and my mother struggled and did everything that she could. When I got to the US to go to school, sometimes I had 3 jobs doing it in order to help looking after myself. And I worked as a dishwasher in an old people's home, in hospitals, in restaurants. You work as a babysitter, you work as a sales girl while going to school. I had a scholarship from Wellesley College for my BA, but I bought my own clothes, looked after myself during the summer, bought my own books. For my master's, I didn't have a scholarship. I paid my way. I was working then at the United Nations and going to the New School for Social Research in New York in the evenings. And I had other jobs at the side to help myself. I didn't find it demeaning that I was washing dishes. Don't look at Onyeko when and think she suddenly arrived. I didn't think, oh, my father was such and such, my mother, and here I am. No, I just stayed focused, and that's one thing God has given me the grace to be able to do. You can be doing anything around me. That's where I want to go. That's what I want to achieve. That's precisely what I'm going to do. So that helped me.
You keep your eye on the ball.
On the ball.
All the time.
All the time. And that helped me growing up. So you now see me and you think, oh, she's made it, she's this and that and that.
And it was such a smooth road.
No, it was not.
There was so many narrow paths.
Oh my goodness. But I thank God for loving me and protecting me, because there are so many other ways you could have gone, but He kept me really, really focused. So I'd like to share this with young people and say, don't look at today and what you're going through. That's not your life. Learn whatever lessons you need to learn, and that would help you to grow into whom God has made you to be. Just remain focused.
Okay, I would apologize, but I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say you are a snob, you are arrogant, and is that true? Or are there things you do that will make people, you know, have that kind of impression?
I'm actually a very shy person and really quite boring. I'm the sort of person, I go to work, I go home. That's how I know to keep myself out of trouble. I don't party, I don't hang around and say, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's not my life. I wasn't raised like that. So because, and I was raised to have confidence in myself and in the God who made me, to respect myself and respect other people, love myself and love other people. Really, if you don't love yourself, you wouldn't know how to love somebody else. Mm-hmm. So I carry myself with a bit of dignity and integrity. So people may see that as being a snob, but you should see me in the village, you know, breaking kernel. You know, I'm like my father. My father will sit with the old women and cut oranges and treat everybody's wound and that sort of thing. That's me. I work in the garden. I'm boring at home. In fact, when you're talking about Onyeko, my children look at me. That's our mom. It's this one that we see all the time. So, Mom, why are people always raving about you? I said, no, you wouldn't know.
You wouldn't understand.
Just leave it. No, I'm not a snob. I'm not. Far from it. Just self-respecting, that's all.
Okay, you worked out how you would survive in this very unfamiliar world, yes. And people may assume it's the other way. I think it happens. Yeah. Looking forward, you know, if anybody's talking about music today in Nigeria, they will talk about you.
Hey, that's good.
What do we have to take out? I mean, some people have said we have to take out the erotic scenes we see today in videos, the nakedness,
it's too much.
The nudity.
And it's always the women doing the nakedness, and I wish the men could do the nakedness and the nudity. So let us all see them too.
It will be balanced.
It will balance. But it's the women.
So what
It's a
should
bit
we
too much.
add? What should we do, you know, to move? I mean, it's become a big industry. Showbiz in Nigeria.
It's become
acting.
pornographic at this point. It is becoming pornographic. And I think organizations like DSTV, Mnet should really watch it. It's become pornographic. How do you put on the TV just innocently in your house with children around? You know, I used to say to my brother, close your eyes, close it. They make a joke of it. Close your eyes, because I couldn't run fast enough to go and turn that thing off. And I'm thinking that, hey, we're having a nice program. And I like to watch TV. I like to watch what they're watching. And suddenly you see all this. I go, close your eyes, close your eyes. Mom is coming, close your eyes, close your eyes. I shouldn't have to do that. That is very bad. And I think that we have to look into it as a society, because the impression, the image, what it's creating in the minds of young people is that everything is all about sex, 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 nudity, nudity, you know, sell your body. And we're seeing the results: trafficking, prostitution, drugs, all that. It's all tied in together. It's tied to the pornography that you're seeing on TV.
So we should take it out.
We should take it out. Or lessen it a little bit.
Are you going full blast now, back to entertainment? You were there while you were doing what you were doing.
I never left it. Hello.
247.
I really would like to do more. You know, my last effort in movies was Half of a Yellow Sun.
Yes.
That was a meaty role. I absolutely enjoyed it.
Beautiful film.
I'd like to have more roles like that, but they don't come around every day. But there are many things.
Is it because of the pay? The pay is not
the
good
pay
enough?
wasn't even that good. I did it from the passion of my heart. The story was just wonderful. You know, it's time for Nigeria. Let's try doing things about our history. Let's teach our history to younger people. Let's not put things away. Don't deal with it until it springs up and bites you in the face. Let's talk. Let's open up. This happened, that happened. Let's teach the children. Because having witnessed the Civil War, I don't think I want to go through that again. I don't think I even wish it
on anyone,
to go through that again. People that are agitating now, let's listen to them. There's a reason they're agitating. I don't really believe that they want to go to war. But let's listen to them. If someone has a grievance, allow them to air those grievances. Let's treat each other with respect and honor. Let's accept ourselves for who we are. We are equal partners in this country. If we begin to deal with each other in that way, there will not be another war. Nigeria would be a better place. This is a wonderful country that God has blessed us with.
Well, we'll take it home. Let's listen to those that are shouting. They want to be heard. And that way we can avoid another war. Thank you, Onyeka, for coming on our show. I don't know how to thank you with all the inconvenience and all that. But I have this little gift, something you can put on your table.
I love coffee in the morning.
Yes, and use it for coffee from time to time.
And I'll be thinking of your show. Thank you.
Yes.
And the sweating that I was making.
It will happen again. I'm sure you'll be back. When you have a new
broadcast, these things happen.
It happens once in a while. And that's our show for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Of course, I enjoyed spending this 1 hour.
It's Tuesday, the 11th of February 2025. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Charles Pius. In the headlines, NUC hikes private university application fee from 6 million to 30 million naira. IPOB leader questions jurisdiction of Justice Nyako to continue his trial. Motley crew reacts to fatal plane accident at Arizona airport. And child dies in South Korea after being stabbed at school. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The National Universities Commission, NUC, has jacked up the application fee for establishing private universities in Nigeria by over 400%. The Commission's Executive Secretary, Abdullahi Ribadu, in a statement on Monday, said the price hike is for better coordination and to ensure that newly established private universities are positioned to meet the challenges of the 21st century. The NUC increased the fee for purchase of application forms for the establishment of a private university from 1 million naira to 5 million naira. The Commission also raised the processing fee for application for the establishment of the private university from 5 million naira to 25 million naira. The NUC said the 25 million naira reviewed fee would be communicated to applicants who have purchased the application form at a former rate of 1 million naira but are yet to pay the processing fee for their application. The Commission also suspended further processing of all inactive applications, including those of private open universities, those that have not made progress on the applications or made submissions to the Commission for upwards of 2 years. The NUC said since 1999, the federal government has approved the establishment of 149 private universities based on its recommendation. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, says candidates under the age of 16 can be considered for admission into tertiary institutions if they demonstrate that they are academically exceptional by scoring 80% and above in the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. This development follows the recent reversal of the mandatory 18-year admission age benchmark introduced by the former Minister of Education, Tahir Maman. The current Education Minister, Olatunji Alausa, reinstated the previous benchmark of 16 years, a move widely supported by stakeholders in the education sector. Speaking during a recent meeting with key stakeholders, including chief external examiners, chief technical advisors, and members of the Equal Opportunity Group, JAMB Registrar Professor Ishaq Oloyede stated that while the 16-year age requirements remains the standard, exceptional candidates under the age of 16 may be granted admission under strict conditions. Oloyede emphasized that exceptional students must demonstrate outstanding academic ability across multiple assessments, including the UTME, WASE, post-UTME, and GCE O-level. He, however, expressed concerns over the role of private universities in admitting underage students, stating that many of these candidates struggle academically, with up to 80% eventually being transferred to other programs due to poor performance. Oloyede also condemns the manipulation of birth records by parents seeking early admission for their wards, only to later attempt to alter their ages for eligibility in the National Youth Service Corps program. Recently in Lagos, the JAMB registrar disclosed that the exam body had introduced a mock UTME for underage candidate. Oloyede explained that the mock UTME is not for the purpose of tertiary institution admission, but for underage seeking to test their ability. Manpower in Nigeria's health sector is depleted as a result of the JAPA syndrome. Will the recently elongated years of service for doctors and other health professionals stem the tide? Signature TV correspondent Francis Nolling spoke with some Abuja residents on the new policy.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, you know, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, he would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor want to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite those of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm supporting that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
The Nigerian Police Force and the British Embassy in Nigeria have launched a collaboration to enhance security and combat crime in Kogi State. The partnership followed the meeting between the Kogi State Commissioner of Police, Mela Dantawaye, and British Embassy delegation led by the Andrew Marshall, which discussed intelligence-led operations and counter-kidnapping strategies. Marshall stressed the importance of synergy in tackling security threats, highlighting the need for effective intelligence gathering to track criminal activities. In response, Dantawaye assured the delegation of the police's commitment to strengthening security measures and acknowledged the importance of international cooperation. The commissioner, who pledged to intensify efforts, including robust stop-and-search operations and strategic intelligence sharing, urged the British Embassy to provide intelligence on criminal activities to enable swift response from law enforcement agencies. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Betokun, has issued a stern warning to officers of the Nigerian Police Force against carrying rifles while dressed in civilian attire and engaging in human rights violations. Betokun, who gave the directive during a virtual meeting with the senior strategic managers at the force headquarters, noted that the force had received numerous complaints regarding human rights abuses through its official complaints channels, making it necessary to caution officers against such misconduct. He stressed that any further violations of the human rights would attract severe consequences, urging officers to desist from abusing their authority and to maintain proper dressing standards. The IGP condemned the indiscriminate transfer of cases without his written approval, describing the practice as highly prohibited and warning that it would no longer be tolerated. Police operatives in Imo State have arrested a suspected child trafficker, Onyinyechi Emeka 40, during a stop-and-search operation in the Okigwe area of the state. The police public relations officer, Henry Okoye, disclosed this in a statement that the officers also rescued a 5-year-old boy during the operation. Okoye said Emeka from Isialangwa South, local government area of Abia State, was arrested on February 7th while traveling to Ebonyi with a child, and that investigations revealed that the boy had been stolen from his mother's shop at number 22 Chimeze Street, Obohia in Abia State. He said the suspect initially claimed that the boy was her sister's son, but that inconsistencies in her statements raised suspicion, as the child displayed remarkable awareness and provided his father's phone number, which led to his identification as a missing child. Okoye said further investigation revealed that the suspect had received 30,000 naira from a syndicate to deliver the child to a buyer in Ebonyi. The police spokesperson said the case has been transferred to the state's Criminal Investigation Department for further inquiries to apprehend other syndicate members and urged parents and guardians to remain vigilant and ensure the safety of their children. Troops of Operation Fasanyama have neutralized a suspected arms supplier attempting to flee after being intercepted with weapons meant for bandits in Zamfara State. According to security analyst Zagazola Makama, who disclosed the developments on his official X handle, the incident occurred during a night operation in Nasarawa, Burkulu, where security forces acted on credible intelligence to accost the suspect, identified as a known arms trafficker from Anka. Makama stated that upon sighting the troops, the suspect attempted to escape but was swiftly neutralized. Preliminary investigations confirmed that the suspect was transporting firearms and ammunition to bandit groups operating in the area. Up ahead, Supreme Court dismisses Fubara's appeal challenging Amewole's led assembly. NAFDAC takes over Arera drug market in Aba, Abia State. Details and more after this. This is Global News on Signature TV. A five-man panel of the Supreme Court, led by Justice Wani Abba Aji, has dismissed the appeal filed by the Governor of Rivers State, Similai Fubara, challenging the leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly, led by Martins M. Amewole. Justice Wani Abba Aji, while dismissing the appeal, awarded a cost of 2 million naira against the Governor, payable to Rivers State's House of Assembly as the first respondent and Martin Amewole as the second respondent. The dismissal of the appeal by Fubara was hinged on the withdrawal of the suit by his counsel, Yusuf Ali. Fubara has since transacted business of the state with the Okojumbo Group, while he ignored the Amewole faction. Last October, the Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court, which set aside the 800 billion naira 2024 budget passed by Amewole's rival group. The court had nullified the 2024 Rivers budget passed by pro-Fubara lawmakers and set aside the presentation of the passage of the Rivers State 2024 budget. Meanwhile, the Rivers State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Dagogo Iburuma says the Supreme Court did not reinstate Martins Amewole and 26 others as State's House of Assembly members. Iburuma, in a media briefing in Port Harcourt, the state's capital, on Monday night, said various interpretations of the court ruling in the social media are misleading. He emphasized that the state's 2024 budget has been fully spent and cannot be brought back, adding that even the 2024 appropriation bill has been passed, signed into law, and in operation. The Attorney General explained that the Governor Similai Fubara had filed a notice of withdrawal of his appeal and freely urged the apex courts to dismiss his appeal, which was granted. He said the Supreme Court made no order whatsoever reinstating Martins Amewole and 26 others as members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, in that did the make any finding on their status as members of Rivers State House of Assembly.
The appeal, that is SC CV 1701-2024, became merely academic, because you could not now on that case determine the fate of the budget that already expired. Now, the appellant in that appeal, in keeping with the time-honored practice of not wasting precious judicial time, filed a notice of withdrawal of his appeal and urged the Honorable Court to dismiss the appeal. Accordingly, the Honorable Court granted the prayers sought and dismissed the appeal. This is all that transpired in the court and nothing more. The Supreme Court did not make any orders reinstating Martins Amewole and the 26 others as members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Neither did the court make any findings on their status as members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, because it was clearly not a question for determination. Other than dismissing the suit and awarding costs, which follows the event, the court took no other decision. So it is surprising that Martins Amewole and his lawyers have gone haywire in both print and social media to create a false narrative that the Supreme Court of Nigeria declared them as valid and subsisting members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, that there was no such declaration. So all the meetings they held today are of no consequence. We are calling on members of the public to ignore the false narrative that is making the rounds and the propaganda by Martin Amewule and his lawyers.
The Martin Amewule-led faction of the Rivers House of Assembly has expressed happiness with the Supreme Court decision, applauding the judiciary over its ruling on the appeal by Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Briefing the press shortly after the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal by Governor Fubara over the representation of the 2024 budget, Amewule revealed that their confidence in the judiciary has been further strengthened. He said the Supreme Court judgment has affirmed that the Rivers State Governor has been running the state in the past 1 year without an appropriation law.
The 10th Rivers State House of Assembly is happy with this development. Rivers people are elated that the Supreme Court has indeed spoken. We call that at different fora, the governor has insisted that he was not going to obey any judgment, be it from the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, or any court at all. Today, the Supreme Court has spoken. We'll wait and see if he will disobey the judgment of the Supreme Court in the same way he disobeyed the judgment of the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court gave a judgment regarding local government and caretaker committees. We must, on behalf of Rivers people, let me say on behalf of the 10.
In the same vein, Nigerian lawyers and human rights activist Femi Falana has revealed while the Martin Amewule-led Rivers State House of Assembly may never be reinstated. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara in 2024 declared the seats of 27 lawmakers led by Amewule vacant following the defection from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressives Congress APC. Reacting to the court judgment, Falana insisted that the lawmakers remain sacked, stressing that once one decamps to another party, he automatically loses his seat. According to Falana, the only case on the matter is currently pending in the Port Harcourt Judicial Division of the Federal High Court. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo opened and closed his case on Monday after calling one witness to testify before the Edo State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja. At the last Thursday's proceedings, the Independent National Electoral Commission closed its case without calling any witness to justify the September 21, 2024 election. It's conducted in the state, following which the tribunal adjourned till Monday for Okpebholo to open his case. At a resumed hearing, Okpebholo's counsel Onyechi Bazu SAN called one witness, Usman Majek from Usain in the Ovia Southwest local government area in Edo State, who informed the tribunal that he was an All Progressives Congress polling unit agent in the election. Under cross-examination by the petitioner's lead counsel, Adetunji Oyeyipo, SAN, the witness agreed that there was overvoting in his polling units and that accreditation and voting took place simultaneously in his unit. The witness also informed the tribunal that he complained to the police and the Independent National Electoral Commission about the results he entered on the results sheet after he signed it. Justice Wilfred Bochi-led three-member tribunal accordingly granted Ikbazu's request as there was no objection from the petitioner's People's Democratic Party PDP and Asuerme Igadoalo, first respondent INEC and third respondent APC Council. The panel adjourned till Wednesday, February 12th, for APC to open its case. The leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is questioning the jurisdiction of Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court to resume hearing of the terrorism charge leveled against him. At the resumed hearing on Monday, Justice Nyako said the chief judge had not accepted her recusal and had referred the case back to her. She asked the defense team led by Aloy Ejimakor to come up with a written application if they still insist on the recusal. Despite Kanu's insistence that Justice Nyako has no jurisdiction over his case, the judge adjourned the matter indefinitely. Earlier, the prosecution counsel led by Adeboyega Womolo said they were ready for the commencement of trial as his witnesses were ready. Addressing the court, a furious Kanu questioned why he was brought before Justice Nyako, stating all that the judge said was meaningless to him as he does not recognize the authority of the court presided by Justice Nyako over him. A IPOB leader said he was only in court because of the respect he has for the rule of law. and recalled that the judge had previously recused herself from the case, insisting that Justice ENUGU is biased and should not preside over his case.
An order of court says Justice Binta Nyako is recused. An order of court. Order she made as an order. The same Chief Justice writing the stupid memo he's writing. I recused him. He was functus officio. He sat on appeal. I took him to NJC. I recused him. Why did he not say I must sit on your case? Why in the case of his lordship is he insisting? He wants to embarrass her. He wants to embarrass your lordship by asking her to come and sit on this case. Is that what you're saying? There's an order. Give it to him. He doesn't have it. Give him an order of court. It's an order of court. Give it to him. He doesn't have it. An order. Give it. He doesn't have it. It's an order of court. It's an order of court.
National Agency for the Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, on Monday took over the rare quantities of unregistered and banned drugs. The NAFDAC Deputy Director in charge of Enforcement and Federal Task Force South-South-Southeast, Omoyeni Babatunde, announced the takeover in an interview with newsmen during the enforcement. Babatunde, who said that the agency confiscated the unregistered and banned medicines at the patent medicine sections of the market, named some of the items uncovered in one of the shops to include a substance suspected to be the dreaded crystal methamphetamine, Murumiri. Babatunde also said that some of the confiscated drugs had no NAFDAC registration number, hence not supposed to be sold in patent medicine shops. He said that the agency would or could only attach figures to the confiscated medicines at the end of their enforcement. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council has announced that the country's trade volume in 2024 reached 7.2 metric tons, with a 20.7% increase in value, totaling $5.45 billion. The Executive Director of NEPC, Dr. Noye Ayeni, made this statement during the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment retreats for the presentation of the 2025 roadmap in Abuja. Ayeni highlighted that the NEPC's mandate was to diversify the nation's economy away from oil dependency by promoting non-oil exports, and emphasized the country's commitment to building the capacity of exporters from the farm gate to market access. She said in 2024, the NEPC conducted about 629 capacity building programs across the country, partnering with development organizations and agencies. Ayeni emphasized the NEPC's focus on connecting micro, small and medium enterprises with experienced exporters, offering training in various skill programs. Still to come, Macron welcomes Armenia's Nicole Pashinyan to Paris for bilateral meeting. Sam Kerr departs court during racially aggravated harassment trial. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. International Committee of Red Cross ICRC volunteers in protecting gear were removing decomposing bodies from Mozenzi prison in Goma on Monday, 2 weeks after clashes between M23 rebels and the Congolese army led to a mass escape. The teams disinfected and cleared remains from damaged buildings to prevent health risks following violence that erupted when M23 forces seized control of the city on January 27th. United Nations sources say the conflict has claimed at least 2,900 lives in Goma, a city of 1 million inhabitants, exacerbating the humanitarian crisis in the region.
In fact, what hurts me the most are the people. Regardless of whether they are prisoners, it is truly heartbreaking. They have been there for more than 2 weeks. The smells are everywhere, everywhere. Truly, it is very heartbreaking because, firstly, we are exposed to diseases. And then, we have children wandering around here and there in these areas.
In South Kivu province, authorities are coordinating with humanitarian organizations to address the growing crisis, working to restore order, contain disease spread, and provide urgent aids to affected communities. The conflict has deepened instability in eastern Congo, where dozens of armed groups have been fighting for control of land and resources for decades. Non-profit organizations in South Africa voiced concerns on Monday about the impact on marginalized communities' access to health services following U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to cut financial aid to the country. The aid cuts, in response to South Africa's Land Expropriation Act, has already forced the closure of facilities like the Engage Men's Health Clinic in Johannesburg, which previously received U.S. funding. A White House official said on Friday that Trump signed an executive order aimed at South Africa to address human rights issues in the country. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa defended the country's land policy after Trump's threats, stating that no land had been confiscated and the policy aimed to ensure equitable public access to land.
At the moment, it's detrimental. You know, populations such as the trans community, the gender non-conforming, who are accessing ARV treatments, your testing, your PrEP, your post-exposure prophylaxis. There are so many of these platforms that continue to be the citadels of sexual reproductive health care provision and support that now have suddenly been closed, and at least for a 90-day window, and we're still yet to know what the way forward is. The funding has been halted and the clinics have been closed. Someone now having disclosed, having come out in that particular clinic and is familiar with that environment, having to now go to a new environment, having to be tested again, having to feel, essentially exposed, going to a new environment with other people seeing them, regularly going to a clinic to collect medication, to go get tested, to go get regular administration of whatever form of healthcare when it comes to sexual reproductive health. It's taboo. There's a lot of stigma around it. It's something that brings about a lot of anxiety for people as well.
Some of the bodies of migrants found in 2 mass graves in Libya bore gunshot wounds. The International Organization for Migration said on Monday, adding that one of the sites is thought to contain up to 70 bodies. Libya security authorities have already recovered at least 28 bodies from the bigger of the 2 mass graves in the desert of southeast Libya, the Attorney General's office said on Sunday.
We were informed by authorities that something like a mass grave was discovered. One location is in Jekara, what is about 400 kilometers south of Benghazi, where several bodies have been discovered, and they were showing signs of injuries. So it's not everybody could say that they were dying because of natural death, but there were some inflicted wounds and even gunshots. 2 days later, we got another information, once again informed by the authorities, that in the near of Al-Kufra, what is even further south, additional mass graves were discovered or found, based also on the information what they have received from migrants who have been freed from a detention center or detention facilities which were run by a smuggling network.
An additional mass grave was discovered in the Al-Kufra Desert in the southeast, containing 30 to 70 bodies, according to reports from migrants released from the facility that was shared with authorities in Libya. IOM could not give details of how long the bodies have been there for, but that they are thought to have been there for some time. Last March, the bodies of 65 migrants were found in a mass grave in the southwest of the country. Libya has turned into a transit route for migrants fleeing conflict and poverty to Europe across the Mediterranean. At the end of January, Al-Wahat's Criminal Investigation Department said it had freed 263 migrants of different sub-Saharan nationalities, saying they were being held by a smuggling gang in extremely poor human and health conditions. 22% of the 965 recorded deaths and disappearances of migrants in Libya happened on land routes, according to IOM's Missing Migrants Project. Aid and fuel trucks continued to move through Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip on Tuesday, a day after Hamas said it would stop releasing Israeli hostages until further notice. Hamas was to release more Israeli hostages on Saturday, February 15th, in exchange for Palestinians held in Israeli detention, as had happened over the past 3 weeks. But on Monday, the group said it was postponing any hostage release due to what it said were Israeli violations of the ceasefire agreement, including Israel delaying Palestinians from returning to northern Gaza. Hamas said it made its announcement 5 days before Saturday's scheduled hostage release, so mediators could pressure Israel to uphold its ceasefire obligations and keep the door open for the exchange to take place on time. After Hamas' unexpected announcements, hostage families and their supporters packed the area of Tel Aviv, now known as Hostages Square, on Monday night to press the government not to abandon the deal. On his part, U.S. President Donald Trump proposed canceling the ceasefire if Hamas does not release all remaining hostages it took on October 7, 2023 by the weekend. At least one person was killed on Monday after a mid-sized business jet skidded off the runway while landing at the Scottsdale, Arizona Municipal Airport and collided with another jet that was parked, authorities say. One jet was said to be owned by heavy metal band Motley Crue, a lead singer, Vince Neil, who was not on board, according to Neil's legal representatives. The statements by Neil's representatives was shared in a post by Motley Crue on the social media platform X. At least 4 other people were injured in the crash. Dave Folio, a spokesperson with the Scottsdale Fire Department, said at a press conference. The Federal Aviation Administration said in a statement that it was investigating the crash, which involved a Learjet 35A that skidded off the runway and then collided with a Gulfstream 200 jet. The incident comes at a time of heightened scrutiny of U.S. air safety. A 7-year-old girl was found in a cardiac arrest and later died after being stabbed in South Korean elementary school, and officials at the Daejeon Metropolitan Office of Education said during a media briefing on Tuesday. The girl was found on Monday, February 10th, lying on the floor next to a teacher in the school's audiovisual room, the officials say. The girl was a student at the school where the teacher worked. Though police has not established a personal relationship between the two so far, according to a police official. The girl was discovered by her grandmother on an official at the Daejeon Metropolitan Office of Education said during the media briefing. The girl's grandmother and other family members had been looking for her after it emerged that she had left her class on Monday but did not board a private institute bus she was supposed to be on. The female teacher is being treated for self-inflicted wounds in the hospital. She had taken a leave of absence for medical reasons before prematurely returning to work late last year, the education office official told the briefing.
The student's grandmother found the student and the teacher lying on the floor of the equipment room of the audiovisual room. After that, the police opened the locked door and entered. At around 5:40 p.m., 8:40 GMT, the student was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and the student's father went to the hospital by the vice principal's car.
President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that members of the U.S. President Donald Trump's team would travel to Ukraine this week, the first such visit as an important diplomatic gesture in the war with Russia. Zelensky, who is trying to forge close relations with Trump as the president seeks to rapidly end the war, said the visit would take place before the February 14 to 16 Munich Security Conference, though he did not clarify who would visit. Zelensky also confirmed that he plans to meet U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich conference, and that his team was trying to set up a meeting with Trump. Trump indicated on Sunday, February 9th, that he had been in contact with Putin without specifying when. The Kremlin neither confirmed nor denied those contacts. Zelensky said in Monday's remarks that he was expecting productive work with U.S. officials in Ukraine after the Munich Security Conference.
This week, some people from the Trump team, serious ones, will be in Ukraine, even before the Munich conference. Then at the Munich conference, I will have some meetings there, including with the Vice President and with President Trump's team. My team will also have separate meetings, talks, work, let's put it this way. And afterwards, there will be productive work in Ukraine with the colleagues from the United States of America. Our teams are also working on dialogue and a meeting with President Trump. He mentioned it already and it's not a secret. The question is when it will happen, when both sides will have possibilities. Regarding them, Trump and Putin, talking, let's see who, how and whether it is true.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner made a rare joint visit to a school in ENUGU, Cornwall on Monday. Footage showed Charles and Starmer speaking with school officials and students at the Nansladen School, a primary school that was officially opened by the monarch in March of 2020. Charles chatted with some students who were preparing dough for cupcakes and asked if the cupcakes could be ready for them to take home after school. Earlier on Monday, Charles, Starmer and Rayner visited the ENUGU Orchards community space. Trade frictions would make the Eurozone's inflation outlook more uncertain, European Central Bank's President Christine Lagarde said on Monday. Inflation is set to return to our 2% medium-term target in the course of this year, with risks on both the upside and the downside.
Inflation is set to return to our 2% medium-term target in the course of 2025, this year, with risks on both the upside and the downside. It's clear that greater friction in global trade would make the euro area inflation outlook more uncertain. Exports should also allow and support the recovery as global demand rises, although in that respect it's obviously conditional upon changes and developments that we will observe in international trade policies. And despite rising real incomes, households are hesitant to spend more. And yet the conditions for a recovery remain in place. A solid job market and higher incomes should strengthen consumer confidence and allow spending to rise.
Meanwhile, President Emmanuel Macron met with Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan at the Elysee Palace on Monday on the sidelines of an AI summit. World leaders and technology executives are convening in French capital to discuss how to safely embrace artificial intelligence at a time of mounting resistance to heavy-handed red tape that businesses say stifles innovation. Eagerness to rein in on AI was waned since previous AI summits in Britain and South Korea that focused world powers' attention on technology's risks after ChatGPT's viral launch in 2022. A bus veered off a highway bridge into a polluted ravine in Guatemala City early on Monday, killing at least 51 and trapping survivors, a spokesperson for the city's fire department said. The densely packed bus was traveling into capital from the town of San Agustin, Acasaguastan, on a busy route into the city from when it plunged approximately 20 meters from Puente Belis, a highway bridge that crosses over a road and creek. Fire department spokesperson Carlos Hernandez said the bodies of the 36 men and 15 women had been sent to a provincial morgue set up for the accident. Images shared by the fire departments on social media show the bus partially submerged in wastewater surrounded by the victims' bodies. Guatemalan President Bernardo Arevalo declared 3 days of national mourning and deployed the country's army and disaster agency to assist response efforts. Australia's women's soccer captain Sam Kerr departed from Kingston upon Thames Crown Court on Monday after her trial continued later into the week. Kerr faces trial on charges of racially aggravated harassment of a police officer in 2023. The 31-year-old, who plays for Chelsea in the Women's Super League, has pleaded not guilty. The trial was originally scheduled for 4 days, but the jury will return for a 7th day on Tuesday. Niko Kovac will take his Borussia Dortmund team to Portugal this week to play Sporting Lisbon as he looks for an instant turnaround in the club's fortunes. There was no new manager bounce at the weekend as Dortmund's poor form continued and the slump to a 2-1 defeat to visitors VfB Stuttgart on Saturday, a result which dropped last year's finalists even further away from the Champions League qualification spot in 11th place. Kovac took over last week after Dortmund sacked coach Nuri Sahin in late January following a 4-game losing run across all competitions. He oversaw a training session on Monday before Dortmund traveled to Portugal for their last 16 two-legged playoff tie against Sporting, which takes place on Tuesday. Meanwhile, tournament host Tiger Woods said on Monday he had decided to withdraw from this week's Genesis invitation at Torrey Pines, where he was set to make his PGA Tour season debut as he is still processing the recent death of his mother. The opening round of the February 13 to 16 tournament, which benefits Woods' TGR Foundation, will be held 9 days after the 15 times major champion's mother died. Jalen Hurts thrust himself into the upper echelon of the elite quarterback conversation with a career-defining performance in the Super Bowl. But on Monday, the NFL Championship Game's most valuable player said it was too soon to talk about legacy. Hurts silenced critics with his performance in the Eagles' 40-22 rout of the two-time defending champions Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday, but did not want to think about how the game will define his career. Hurts completed 17 of 22 passes for 221 yards and 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. He also ran in a score and set a record for most rushing yards by a quarterback in a Super Bowl, with 72 breaking the mark he set in losing efforts in 2023. While the 26-year-old was brilliant on the NFL's biggest stage, he was most proud of his ongoing ability to stick to a team-first mentality rather than focus on individual statistics. Hurts' winding journey to Super Bowl champion has been far from ordinary, as he was once benched at halftime in college football's national championship game and later transferred to another school. But Hurts, with the NFL Championship, Vince Lombardi Trophy and Super Bowl Most Valuable Player award sitting on a table to his left, credited his deep love of the game for helping him to overcome the setbacks.
I didn't dream of these moments. It was more so the work and the determination just to be the best that I can be. And there's a point where I realized I could put a limit on myself, you know, if I had the right mentality and the right approach and the right effort. And so when you host those trophies, it's more so about the journey and less about the results. Obviously, we're going to be judged for results, but you know, that's for everyone else to talk about. But the journey is what builds us and makes us who we are. And when you play a team sport like we play, you know, so many things are built, so many lives are changed, all from the energy and efforts that are put into it. And so to be able to bring a championship back to Philadelphia.
You know, what you see on Any Given Sunday, the Any Given Sunday talk by Al Pacino was really awesome, but it don't work that way, right? Yeah, you know, my job is not to inspire them. It's just to, you know, it's more to just remind them of the things they already know. And I keep it really short. I talk a lot all during the week. So before the game, it pretty much is consistent, week 1 to week 37, whatever number we are on, tough, detailed together. That's our core values. That's what we talk about. And, you know, the toughest team wins usually, the most detailed team wins usually, and the team that's most together wins usually. It's all about your habits and how you go about it. Like, I literally had no time to get a haircut on the Friday, and so I buzzed it. And that has nothing to do with it. Again, it's your habits every day. Our team had great habits that prepared us to win each and every week, with the way they practiced, with the way they met, with the way they walked through, with the way they connected. All those things, you know, I am the last person that's superstitious, because I believe it's your habits that make you who you are.
Three-time defending champion Iga Swiatek of Poland rolled into the third round of the Qatar Open with a 6-3, 6-2 win Monday against Maria Sakkari of Greece. The second-seeded Swiatek, who had a bye in the first round of the WTA 1000 event in Doha, trailed 3-2 in the first set before sweeping the next 8 games to take control. Swiatek is trying to become just the second woman in this 21st century to win a tournament 4 consecutive times after Caroline Wozniacki, who did so at the New Haven from 2008 to 2011. 10-seed Paula Badosa of Spain held on for a 6-3, 4-6, 6-2 win against Mexico's Renata Zarazao. Badosa hammered 14 aces and converted 6 of her 9 break chances. Also through is Ons Jabeur of Tunisia, who defeated American McCartney Kessler 6-2, 6-0. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, the way they serve the food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she would take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, no, even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all go that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's plain tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. They hurry to bring out food to sell. Their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money. And we are all buying, after which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there, as this is one of the consequences. Diarrhea. And these are causes of food poisoning, or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then, the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want to waste. They don't want to lose their money. The next day, if they not finish the stock they have, the next day they continue. They don't even care about our health. It pains me. One of my cousins died in December. What happened? After eating food served at Lagos, says purging, vomiting. Today she's no more. What caused the problem? She ate food served by the vendor on the road. Then there are so many people who want to make money quick. They add a lot of things. People say they add water from cups. Some people say they wash something, put inside. Please, before we eat outside, let us verify the source of the food, because 70 to 80% of the food served by these vendors on the road are not healthy. And a lot of consequences that I've said, starting from gastrointestinal problems and so many others. And then mortality. If you come to the hospital where I work, a lot of food poisoning, E. coli, a lot of problems, including children. So we should be careful when we want to buy food from outside.
Roadside food, if anybody can help it, please avoid it. The reason is this: look at the environment, the dust in the environment itself. Most times this roadside food is not cooked in a good environment. The preparation process is poor, and the people preparing it are not educated enough to handle food. They don't wash hands well. You know, the commonest disease we have in Nigeria after malaria, which is typhoid fever. It is a fecal-oral disease. In other words, it comes from the anal parts, where we put out what we have eaten, where we defecate. That's where it comes from, and it goes into the mouth. What do I mean? Somebody goes to eat herself, she defecates, then she cleans. After cleaning, how do we wash our hands? These roadside food vendors, how do they wash their hands? Do they use soap? No, they simply put their hand in water and just do and bring out, and they use that same hand and prepare the food. And this food, you take it now, put it in your mouth, and the organism begins to, that is the chain. So you see, typhoid fever is multiplying. We are processing it because people who are not well informed are preparing food for us. And where do we meet most of these people? At the roadside. I'm not talking about the dust that gets into the food. Yes, have you seen suya in the open place? Your vehicle is passing, you splash dust. Inside that dust, you have people who have spat out their phlegm, their cough, any kind of cough. I don't want to mention the tuberculosis and all that, which although tuberculosis, you can just, by inhaling it from the food, you can have that. So it is not advisable as much as possible. They don't cover the food well. You see akara. Only few people put their akara in a glass case. Others will keep it in an open basket. Anything that can fly around goes into it. And that same akara, how you will know how clean the food is? Take a piece of a white handkerchief and keep beside that, on that table where the akara is, and give it 10 minutes. That hanky will turn brown. It is the same dust that fell on the hanky that has been falling on the akara and the yam that is fried there. So roadside food is not the best, but the poverty in our country cannot help.
It's the entertainment hour, and you're tuned into E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And this is where you get all the updates on arts, culture, pop, everything entertainment. We are here for you. The very best of entertainment is what we always promise you. I'm your wonderful host, Layomi Adeyemi, and as usual, I'm hosting today's show with the amazing, the beautiful...
You should give me flowers now as your
I say amazing, beautiful. It's not enough flowers.
My head is breaking, but anyways, I'm your baby girl Queenette Mokota, and this is the entertainment hour, of course. E-Vibes, the entertainment show, and we have interesting stories. We have a movie premiere to review to you today, and of course today is our celebrity pick, and I'm sure you want to know who we are picking today for you. So stay tuned, stay jiggy as we walk you through the stories of the day. Over to you, ma.
I don't know why you always attack me.
I did not attack you.
Introduce you. You make me feel like I say I'm not hyping you enough.
No. I just said give me flowers. It's a motto of flower now.
I don't have okay. Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have a flower for this beautiful lady. I know it's Valentine's season. I don't know. One of these days, I'll just bring a flower and sit and just surprise you with you. What do you think?
Please.
Let's see how. Let's move on to our news. I know you guys are already excited and you want to be updated. So let's move on to our news. The popular British rapper Steph London and our American counterparts Chloe Bailey have unfollowed each other on Instagram. The development follows Steph ex-boyfriend Burna Boy's recent romance with Chloe Bailey. Recall that Steph London and Burna Boy started dating in 2019 and ended their relationship in 2021. In December 2023, it was rumored that the couple had gotten back together after Burna Boy gifted Steph a car for her birthday. However, in December 2024, Burna Boy and Chloe Bailey sparked dating rumors on social media after the duo was captured getting cozy in a private section of a club in Nigeria. Confirming the rumors on Thursday, February 6, 2025, Chloe was seen on a romantic dinner date with Burna Boy and his close associates, including popular dancer Poco Lee. During the dinner, the singer surprised Chloe with a matching Rolex wristwatch. In another video, she was seen hugging him and saying, "I love you." Reacting to the development, Steph London unfollowed Chloe and she reciprocated. All ye social media,
it's giving a jealous vibe.
Social media agents. I don't know. Please, I don't know. Is there like a notification that comes on when one person unfollows,
you know,
like
when
a popular celeb unfollows another popular celeb?
No. But you know this whole FBI thingy.
I say social media agent.
Like,
you guys need to use your intelligence to save
you know this
Nigeria.
whole energy that they are. Is Steph London not seeing this thing that is going on? So
okay,
let's go to her page and see what's going on. Let's see if there's anything she has tweeted or something. And surprisingly, Steph London has unfollowed Chloe. Let's go back to Chloe's page and see what's going on. Maybe she has tweeted something.
You really spread out and talked out the FBI
That's how it's always been.
Oh my
goodness. And I expected it. I just feel this is I feel she's jealous. Possibly maybe because I'm wondering why are you jealous now?
No,
you guys are broken up.
No. There's no how if you see someone with your ex, you would not feel like a type of way.
But like going to unfollow someone you follow.
Just I don't know. To me too, it's quite extra because I'm like, an ex means part of your past. So
exactly.
Past
you guys are not together anymore.
Maybe she actually still likes Burna.
I was coming to that.
Maybe she actually still likes Burna.
She still likes him.
I don't want to see all this rubbish. Let me unfollow Chloe.
Then you have to unfollow Burna Boy too because
did she not do that?
Okay. Well, this whole drama is really not necessary. Honestly,
it's the way Chloe reacted to the rumors by the first time when it started for me. She was just like, I'm a grown-ass woman, he's a grown-ass man, we can do what we want to do. I like, stop it.
And the fact that the videos are now coming up where she's saying, I love you, she's kissing him, a lot is going on, he's holding her hands, he's doing this, they are going for parties, having so much fun.
Let's see if it's not.
I think they're keeping it on the low.
Issue.
I think they're kind of keeping it on the low for now, because for her to say they are adults and they know what they're doing and all that.
You see these days, I don't actually like put a lot of expectation or hope on
celebrities any longer
and their relationships, because even when it's before that you say, okay, once they are married, at least we can still have like some hope and say, oh yes, they are doing. My dear, when they will divorce 2 years after, what am I looking for? What ship am I shipping? Okay. I ain't shipping any relationship.
That ship should sink, right?
Sink. I'm not. See, anything celeb relationship, I've left it. I know it's Valentine's season. We're supposed to be saying love, love, love.
Yeah.
But you see this particular celebrity love, trash it now. Let me say like Papi I used to say.
Like I always miss your sense, because you always bring the old drama and everything. But let's move on. Let's move on to the next story. Nigerian comedian Isaac Aloma, popularly known as Zik Aloma, has unveiled his new look following a recent rhinoplasty surgery in Turkey, urging his critics to wait for the final results. Zik Aloma's decision to undergo the surgery has sparked a mix of reaction online, with some netizens expressing disapproval and urging him to embrace his natural appearance, with others eagerly awaited the final outcome. Despite the backlash, the comedian has confidently shared his post-surgery transformation, assuring fans that he is still recovering and will reveal the final outcome in due time. In a video posted to his YouTube page on Sunday, Zik Aloma documented his recovery process, including the removal of the nasal packing, which was used to control bleeding after the procedure. He also showed the cast placed on his nose, which he will wear for the next month, and a retainer designed to maintain the shape of the nostril. In the video, Zik Aloma said, I just had a rhinoplasty and it's giving everything it's supposed to give and more. This is day 5 after the rhinoplasty. I went to take my cast off. The plaster on my face, this is just 5 days after the surgery, so I am still swollen. This is not the final results. I'll show my present day results. He went on to reassure viewers saying, my face is swollen, but look at my side profile. It's already going out well. It's still swollen, but it will look more normal, so you guys should calm down. I know some of you pray it looks bad, but God pass man. I will show you my present results. It's already coming out, but it's already coming out very well, and it's better than what you just saw.
Okay.
Okay, we saw that, right?
My comment is why.
Why what?
Why do you know plastic? Haven't you learned anything from Michael Jackson? I had issues because of that so-called nose surgery. Why? Because I never ever looked at that man and thought about, oh, his nose is wrong.
Honestly,
I've never noticed follower.
Yes, I've never like,
and I'm like, I've never really like paid attention and say, oh, guys, this guy's nose is somehow. I'm like, so I don't.
I've never noticed.
It's just now that I'm hearing about this surgery, and I'm
like, I knew about it.
Something was wrong with his nose.
No,
I think what I'm saying. I'm like, after hearing about the surgery, that's when I'm like,
so there was something really wrong with his nose, and you now have to turn an FBI. Let me go and check the before look and the after look.
Honestly, like, because why?
Well, just I feel.
And you're someone in comedy. You're not somebody in maybe fashion, movie, maybe an actor or something, or a model or something. We know you for comedy, so I feel like it's even something you can embrace. Because I've seen a lot of comedians use their flaws as something to. Imagine if Apuko said he wanted to have a facial surgery and change how he looks, like plastic surgery.
No,
do you get?
Not
it's
Apuko
part of
even
like yes. See, about some people will tell you Apuko is ugly.
Okay.
Do you understand? But he has embraced it and just like part of comedy. It's part of it and everything. Yeah. Why do you go through the problem and the risk of having a nose surgery, guys?
Maybe people have criticized him.
Does it matter?
Personally, I did not see anything wrong with his nose.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's part of his.
But on a second thought, I'm not going to be judgmental about it.
About the surgery, okay? Because
Yes,
it's his decision.
Yes, it's a decision. If you have money and you feel like there's something wrong
about
with
your
your
body
physique
that
and you want to change, besides, ladies that go for liposuction and BBL.
No,
you
don't
won't
worry,
say there's
I
something.
judge them too. You know, they
There's
say
not-
we listen, we don't judge. Me, I judge. I judge.
You won't say there's nothing wrong with their backside or their bust side. You know, they do surgery for lips now. I can call out some celebrities that did surgery for lips.
For their lips.
So I just feel this whole thing is giving God, I don't like what you created. So
I think that's actually my problem.
I think you needed to do a little touch.
And there's some things that your physical those so-called flaws is what makes you who you are. Do you understand?
But not everybody has.
You know, when I was growing up, I used to have people talk about, oh, my skin color, I'm very dark. Like, you may not even that if everywhere is, we're in a dark room now, you cannot see me. It's only my teeth. And I'm like, I don't understand. And now I see people growing older. I'm seeing people appreciating me for that same dark skin color that people are hating me over.
Yeah.
And I'm like, imagine if I said, oh, at that time I was so angry, I want to change my skin color and become fair. Who knows what I would have looked now? Who knows, maybe I would have developed skin cancer. Because there were a lot of bleaching nonsense out there.
You know, the way you felt very confident about your skin, and did you ever have any trauma?
So I didn't
you
feel
didn't,
the
right?
I didn't feel
the way you felt very confident, some people do not feel like that.
That's
so
why
most times
body positivity needs to be encouraged much more. Like, people need to see that, oh yes, love yourself the way you are. Honestly.
But no hate comments. I know people will be like, let's see how it turns out. I think it's even looking a little bit okay, but we just hope there is no side effect to it. Yes. So long as you're comfortable with your money, enjoy your money.
It is not our money. So yeah, the former Big Brother Naija star Nengi has officially confirmed her pregnancy, addressing the swirling rumors about the paternity of her unborn child. Taking to X on February 11, 2025, Nengi ended the speculations linking her pregnancy to the governor of Bayelsa State, Duyo Diri. Nengi expressed her frustration with the persistent rumors, emphasizing that the speculations not only affect her, but also involve individuals she deeply respects. She wrote, "As much as I believe social media lies aren't worth my time, I've come to accept that we live in a world where people are quick to spread lies without limits. So let me be clear, I'm not pregnant for any governor." The reality TV star stressed her refusal to allow her pregnancy be sold with false reports and made ugly. Her confirmation sparked different reactions from social media users, with many still shocked by the mere facts.
How else do you want the facts?
How is she pregnant?
I don't understand.
No, not like of course we know how pregnancy works.
Okay.
But like, how? Like
how you're not married and you're pregnant, right? Is that where you're going to?
The way people are beginning to normalize this baby mama thing is scary.
Honestly.
And you see people single women that haven't gotten married and all, and they'll even be proud to post baby photos, baby bump shoots. And I'm like, is this what the world is getting into?
Maybe.
Is this what we're going to be doing now?
Maybe.
Because, see, trust me, no hate too, but I'm of the belief that every child needs a mother and a father, like that structure.
But the truth is, I agree with you. But that doesn't mean the father doesn't take responsibility of the child.
No, see, let me explain something to you. There's something about when your parents are living separately. You don't tend to see, like now, the
togetherness, and there's time to see
how to even like live with people and manage with people. There's some things that you learn from watching your parents live together.
Okay.
That you wouldn't be able to learn once you're living apart.
Yes.
You wouldn't really understand what it means to show love, especially if your father and mother are not even together again, and they're now separate, having their own boyfriends, having their own girlfriends.
But honestly, I know social media users tend to poke their nose into things that are really not their business.
Because
how
did
you exactly
like that,
how did they come to the conclusion that she is pregnant for a governor? And I felt possibly because they saw that the picture she had with the governor, the whole engagement they had in Bayelsa State. So in just okay, a few months later, she's pregnant.
So because of that,
they had this whole mingle thing, and of course she's pregnant for the governor. The way social media users come up with stories, I don't get it.
Please, let's move on. Let's move
I
on.
don't
I
get
think
it.
Social media,
But she has made it clear
will always be social media
she is
users.
not pregnant for
any
governor.
May not arrest.
When she's ready to show who the father of her child is, she will. Everybody, please now, let's drink water and mind our business. I think it's that time of the year. Let's move forward. So still talking about Big Brother. Big Brother Naija star Shex has answered a burning question fans have asked for years regarding his relationship with fellow Big Brother Naija star Bella. Now recall that Bella and Shex met during their time on the Big Brother Naija show back in 2020 and hit it off immediately. And soon, their happy relationship quickly became a fan favorite ship. Now that their relationship has passed the test of time and the tense scrutiny on social media, fans have begun to ask the big questions about the next big step for them, which is marriage. In an exclusive interview on February 2025, the Lovebirds answered some Valentine-centric questions, giving the fans an insight into the past 2 years together as a couple. After being asked if fans are to expect the sound of wedding bells in the near future, Shex answered curtly, "Getting married is my personal life, and I feel like people should let me deal with that. Obviously, I'm trying to understand that we met on the show and all, but we would still like some privacy when it comes to me and mine." The couple was also asked about juggling their relationship with their public lives shared with fans. Bella said, "I would say it's been easy. It's been easy over the years. It has been easy compared to when we first left the house. But now we've blurred the lines. We have found a balance in our relationship, so I don't think that we are stressing over it at all. We've learned to blur out the noise. It's both of us against the world." The truth is, at the end of the day, they did not answer our question.
Yeah, could this be the next Bam Bam and Teddy? Do you know Bam Bam and Teddy?
Yeah,
because they actually got married
possibly,
and they have children now.
Possibly, but that's what we've been waiting for. Well, let's give them some time, like they said. The relationship is 2 years now. Is it? Yes. 20, yes. It's 2 years now, counting to 3 years. So the question is meant to pop up because we are seeing the whole lovey-dovey online.
The question, this is where I feel like they should not be. Don't put pressure. What do you mean by the question is meant to pop up?
Should we wait for wedding? Should we be expecting wedding bells?
There are people that date 4 years, 5 years before we hear any wedding bells.
Why are you like this?
Yes, I don't. It's not every time that you agree with the populace. Because they have done 2 years does not mean they need to do. That's it. Because they have done 2 years does not mean they need to do 5 years. They need to get married. They can't do 4 years. They can't do 5. It's their business.
Okay.
Do you understand? So, next citizens, please. I think you guys should just learn to mind your business sometimes. You understand? Like,
please, I'm waiting for wedding bells. I know she might not be waiting. But me, I'm waiting. Please, we're expecting.
But don't pressure them.
We are not pressuring them, but we ask a question. Should we be waiting for?
Because no, and the reason why you guys asked that question is because they've been dating for 2 years now. If they were dating for like 3
no,
years,
not even about this. Not even about the time frame of the relationship. The truth is, we are saying the whole lovey-dovey. All these people are loved up. I think they should get married already. We are like, you know, this whole anticipation that they should be getting married soon. Like the way we're all anticipating Priscilla and her Tanzanian man. The whole wedding thing. So now we are anticipating. She's not expecting. Me, I'm expecting. I'm expecting they should tie the knot.
I don't like. I think I just have this mindset that let everybody live their lives.
Yes, live your life, but please, I beg you in the name of God.
Please, guys, be sure. This my own take. Shegs and Bella.
They look like they're sure.
Be sure.
They look like they're sure.
Because it seems like things are rosy now. Be very sure that this is all you spend the rest of your life, so that we'll not hear divorce in 3 years time, in 4 years time. Please, that's the one that will anger me. Don't anger me.
No problem. You win.
But no, truthfully, they should take their time if they need to. And don't rush into anything. It's better than now divorcing 3 years later. Then all the expectations you guys are be expecting is nonsense. Because why? After they rush, they now break
I sure don't want to go into this whole deep, take your time, Kiniko. We are not in a marriage program or whatever.
So
but
moving on.
No problem. You win.
Moving on. No, now. And your opinion is valid, my baby girl. A mesmerizing world of balloons, lights, and movement has taken over Rome's Balloon Museum, transforming the space into a playground of imagination and art. This immersive exhibition invites visitors into a realm where art meets air, blurring the lines between creativity and interaction. Over the weekend, visitors gaze in awe as balloons cascade from above. Children swing beneath glowing sculptures, and families explored a house-shaped installation filled with floating spheres. Giant balls rolled freely across the space, while others dived into sea of white balloons, fully immersing themselves in the experience. Designed to inspire wonder and playfulness, the exhibition welcomes visitors of all age to explore, to interact, and to dream. It will be open until March 30th, 2025. Let's have a view of this wonderful, beautiful balloons.
Nella direzione giusta. Ma vogliamo...
The exhibition is really fun, with definitely unique dimensions, making it quite unusual. It is great because it offers a moment of lightheartedness, while also giving you the opportunity to reflect on the various themes that the different artists have brought together through their work. So, it is not just about relaxation and entertainment. Diving into the ball pit is certainly an experience not to be missed, but it is also, in a way, a moment for reflection. We try to find artistic and creative experiences where we can move around the space and interact with the exhibits. We really enjoyed it and had so much fun in the ball pit, sinking and being completely immersed in a sea of balls. The San Lorenzo installation was also amazing, with lights descending from above, and a platform surrounded by swings, so you can move around freely.
Ensemble. Divertitevi, giocate, scoprite, ma ricordate, grandi e piccoli, che l'arte merita la vostra cura e attenzione. Benvenuti alla magia e mentre giocate scoprirete un mondo nuovo, particolare.
Oh my goodness.
Layo said, I'm going to cast you.
Okay.
Layo said she wished she could experience that thing.
Yes, because it's beautiful. Like, I don't know.
It's beautiful, yes, it's beautiful.
This awakens the child in me. I feel like I want to jump around in the balloons and lie down and play with it. Please, please. This is beautiful. Like, I don't think you can outgrow
like you're
such
at your
experiences.
age.
Yes, you can't outgrow such experiences, guys. Right? I'm right. I know I'm right. No, but it is so creative.
Fact,
Kudos
it's
to
creative
for that. Having
for kids. I know you were like, why would you have a museum filled with balloons? It's for
like
kids.
But the creative. Please, I'm seeing adults today, and please,
adults
don't
that came
allow
with their
anybody
kids.
kill the child in you. If you love it, love it. Love it to your full chest.
It's beautiful.
I
quite
love it.
alright. It's
I
very
love it. I would
nice.
love to be there to play and jump around like a kid. Yes, I said it.
Okay. Let's move to the next story. As the Hindu Thaipusam festival draws millions of devotees to Malaysia's Batu Caves on Tuesday, families and friends not only gather for ritual prayers, but the celebration of their strong bonds and vibrant tradition anchored in their shared faith. The festival, which commemorates the birth of the deity Lord Murugan, takes place in India, but also in countries like Malaysia and Singapore, which have Tamil Hindu communities. The ancient ritual of carrying the kavadi, a kind of portable wooden altar that typically weighs dozens of kilograms, and is decorated with pictures of Hindu gods and peacock feathers, remains a cornerstone of the festival. For Satish Raj, a 26-year-old guy, a third-generation kavadi maker, bearing the kavadi has been a family tradition since childhood. When he was fascinated to see his father ascending the 272 step to the hilltop Batu Caves carrying the altar. The practice of carrying kavadis has passed through generations, and with it has come changes such as the use of lights emitting diode or LEDs. Inspired by innovative practice in Sri Lanka and the Maldives, Sevarachi plans to send Satish abroad for further training in the craft. Sevarachi believes that merging global techniques with Malaysian heritage will enrich their treasured tradition and keep it alive. Satish finds it uplifting to witness more young devotees embracing the practice as they reconnect with their roots amid a rapidly changing cultural landscape. Ravin 27, a close friend accompanying a devotee carrying a 70-kilogram kavidi, said the support extends beyond physical endurance and their presence offers both emotional encouragement and lasting solidarity. Let's have a view of that. One, almost.
Yeah, a lot of changes. When my father's time got no lights, no LED, nothing is a simple one. So when I start taking, I'm the only first one bringing LED lights with a battery to KL. And then since from there, I got a lot of changes.
Very rare youngsters join. But nowadays, in this 2025 Thaipusam, I see a lot of youngsters are keen doing Kavadi, which I'm very happy. Because as I said, we youngsters, to go near to God is a very hard thing. Because youngsters, they like to play around, they like to do this, do that. But now when I see these youngsters in this generation doing, I'm very, very happy. And I'm also very happy. I hope this generation, these youngsters, get to learn our Indian culture very well and bring it far.
So it's 6:30 in the morning. We just got here at like 3. We are here for support for our friend Vivek. He's bearing a kavadi all the way up today. It's going to take anywhere from like 2 to 5 hours at average, depending on how everything goes. The kavadi he's carrying is about 70 kilograms. So imagine me on his shoulders for like the next few hours. So he's going to need all the support he needs. And I know he's doing this for himself, but we want to be there for him every step of the way, not just like every step of the way going up, but also in his life.
All right.
Let me tell. Say it's someone's tradition.
Yes,
There's really
yes,
nothing
yes,
much
yes.
to say about
yes,
it.
yes, and this whole tradition thing, it symbolizes their devotion to their Lord Muguru. It has this whole piercing of the tongue, the back, and most parts of the body, and with that piercing, you will see them carrying things with it. So this whole thing symbolizes their faithfulness and good triumphing over evil.
Wow.
This whole
ceremony. You wouldn't even think that.
It has something deep
to them, yes.
And it also symbolizes one other thing, their wishes, their prayers. You see them going to the temple and praying to their God to please answer their prayers and their wishes. So people will say, what is this whole thing? Is this our God? Is this God? But this is the Hindu, this is their religion, and they celebrate it every
and the fact that they are willing to make someone go, like travel abroad,
to do more, to learn more,
and still now bring those things in their tradition.
Because one thing with tradition is, when the words start evolving, they forget their culture. People tend to forget their culture, and so youths like this travel out to get more insight, brings it back. The only thing is they try to put a twist to it. It's no longer like in those days and all that. So yeah,
it's alright.
That's all we have for you in the story segment today.
We still have one story-like story.
Yes. We want to reveal the premiere of Real Love by Timini. Of course, I'm sure you must have seen that.
Yes.
But I don't know if you know about it. So this whole movie, it's premiered on Saturday. Was it Saturday? During the weekend, actually. I'll tell you a little bit about the story. The movie is about Timini the man and his friend. Yes, he's a social media influencer. Timini is a social media influencer, and his friend is an entrepreneur. So in the movie, they decided to do something to grow their page. You know, this whole couple goal, eating together, going on a dinner. So they decided to do that, and Timini had a fiance
at that time.
So doing that, they had to fall in love, and at that point, the fiance, the friend, got to find out that he has a fiance. So it brought so much betrayal, breakups, heartbreak,
I'm sure at the end he will be with the friend, not the fiance.
Oh, you don't finish the movie like
this. I don't finish the movie like this.
All right, so the premiere happened on during the weekend actually. So let's have a view of that to see more celebrities that attended that particular movie premiere.
Yeah.
All right, so this is
he's Timini himself.
Yes, looking at the whole ambience. I was so happy. Like I felt so proud of him. Yes.
And it's the way he's really like carrying it. It's like, oh, it is my market.
And that's his director. That's his director. The fact that people turned up for him. Even Burna Boy's mother.
Like if you have
came for
that
this
just happens
movie
like
premiere.
when you have good relationships with people. They would show up for you when you have good relationships with, and that's one thing you really like see about Timini, is that he's someone that tends to just have good relationship with his
he's a very
other
jovial,
actors
cool person.
or producers. Like he tends to always try and just keep show love to people around him and keep that love. And we are sure that in the real love,
do you know I don't know this woman as a sister?
Dakore Akande. And so many people don't really know about it, but
really
yes,
do
actually.
Not know.
No, because she's married now, so it's like Dakore Egbesin Akande. So like that. So see, you even see Bisola. I'm sure
of course, Bisola is the
Bisola Bimbo, then Funke Akindele. You know that Mama Funke would have showed up.
Of course.
For them. So like
so many actors, actresses,
like, the trailers been released.
TikTok influencers and there are so many. Even the twin from the Big Brother Niger, they were part of this. I was so happy. I felt so. When I was so wowed was when I saw Burna Boy's mother. We didn't really get to get that particular part.
That particular video.
Yes, but I saw her and I'm like, wow, that means
the
relationship was really.
He's a good guy. You can't lie that to me.
The relationship is really good, and I'm so proud of him. The movie will be premiered on February. I'm about to say September. As expected, Real Love. I actually expect that to premiere on February for this in the cinema. So get your tickets by then.
I'm saying that we're expecting it. Our hands are.
You that have concluded the movie already.
No, now you know. At the same time, I need to check if
see Ruth Kadiri.
I need to check if my intelligence will pull through. Like, do you understand? Like, when I actually see the end of the movie, I'm like, oh, am I good at foresight or not? You understand? I have to check my skills.
Okay.
So that's
let's look up.
February
14th is on Friday now. We'll see how that goes. But I'm so happy. I felt loved in his behalf. Even the Atires
like
were part of this movie premiere. I felt like, oh my goodness, this is worth, I don't know, but yeah.
It's really nice.
Chidi, a lot of actors were really...
I think we've overemphasized the fact that Timini is someone that has
a very good
relationships with people. So, yeah. I see Bimbo looking sweet. How would Bimbo not be there? Bimbo that they were thinking at the time they were dating. People be like, oh, Timini and Bimbo. Like, oh, she will not show care. She has to show. Stand easy as well.
I'm so proud of him. Let's see what his movie turns out to be. I hope it's worth the whole twist, the whole hype.
Then it has to be the name for me. Real Love. Like, you know, Instagram Reels. Like,
yes. So, fingers crossed. Let's see what he has for us.
Yes.
All right, guys. I think we'll go on a short break. And, of course, today is a celebrity pick. So, keep your fingers crossed. Get your popcorn. Sit down. Let's review our crushes for you this week.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, and we've come to that part of our segment where we have our celebrity picks for the week. We're going to be unveiling to you the celebrity picks we've had from the business world, from the fashion world, from the music world, from the films and arts world, then from the media personalities. We're going to tell you the people that we feel like, oh, you might actually want to watch out for this person. So we're just going to run through it. Stay tuned.
All right, first we have from the business category is Tiwalola Oladubi. I got it, Abi. Olanubi.
Oh.
Okay. Tiwalola Olanubi Jr. was born on June 28, 1988. He is a Nigerian media and food technology entrepreneur. He is the founder of the digital marketing firm Dots Media House and a bread company called Zarafet Loaves. He is also the publisher of the Nigerian Influencer Marketing Report, NIMR. This is a young man.
Yeah, a young businessman.
This is a young man. So we are not bringing millennials. Oh, he's a millennial actually.
We're not bringing the older generation.
The older generation.
This is someone you can see that, oh, he's young and
you can emulate from here. So
guys, we have from the films and arts category, we have Peju Alatishe. Peju Alatishe, born 1975, is a Nigerian artist, poet, writer, and a fellow at the National Museum of African Arts. Part of the Smithsonian Institution, Alatishe received formal training as an architect at Ladoke Akintola University in Oyo State, Nigeria. She then went on to work for 20 years as a studio artist. Her work was exhibited at Venice Biennale's 57th edition, themed Viva Art, Viva Long Live Art.
So you see, we have a little twist in films and art.
Yes.
We wrote films/art because I'm sure they'll be asking, why is he not an actor or an actress? So, like, we decided to pick an artist,
this time,
sketch artist,
she's,
or even a
she's
craft
not
artist.
just someone that draws. She's a painter, a sculptor, like everything acts. She's even into creative writing as well.
Yeah.
So this, this category is like everything arts work, because even making films is still
an
art
artwork.
So you guys can look out for her if you're into that love of arts and you want to.
All right, let's move into the fashion. We have Dumebi Iyama, Dumebi Adire Iyama. Andre Iyama was born on 18 March 1993. She's a Nigerian-Canadian fashion designer born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. She is a founder of CEO of the fashion label Andre Iyama that caters to bridal, swimwear, and ready-to-wear lines. She is known for her take on women's fashion and swimwear, which has been worn by celebrities such as Michelle Obama, Kate Hudson, Gabrielle Union, Ciara, and Issa Rae.
She has styled like top people.
So,
oh my God.
The fact that we're not bringing the oldies is giving me so much joy.
Yeah.
And you see, she is not... Let me keep myself.
Nigerians
She's a Nigerian Canadian.
Nigerians are
She's
doing
not
things.
doing just Ankara outfits, not just bridal Ashoke, Igbo.
No shade to anyone that wants to carry that African fashion.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a twist to her craft. She makes swimwears, bikinis, and a ready-to-wear outfits. So you can actually emulate from that. So yeah.
Okay. So we have the media personality Kayode Akintemi. Kayode Akintemi, born 26, 1965, is a Nigerian broadcast journalist, TV presenter, subject matter expert, project management, and ICT consultant. He's the MD of News Central TV. He worked as the general manager of Channels TV as well as ICT and project manager consultant to London Bureau of Hewden. Kayode left Channels TV in 2016 to set up Plus TV Africa, where he occupied the post of the managing director and editor-in-chief of News Channel. As of 2021, Kayode is the MD of was the MD of Ignite Media in the Republic of Ghana.
Yes, we brought an OD, even though about here, but you can actually emulate from here.
He's someone that's been in the broadcasting business for
a very long time. So, all right, that's what we have for you in the entertainment show today, right?
Yes.
So this is where we draw the curtain. The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokunta. And of course, with me by my right
has been the wonderful Layomi Ademi. You guys should stay jigging. It's been your vibes.
Yes. Bye.
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, that's the way they serve their food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetable to cut.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Indian Prime Minister says AI will create new type of jobs. Egyptians reject Trump's statements on Gaza as contradictory. And King Charles and Prime Minister Keir Starmer unite for rare joint visit to Cornwall School. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said on Tuesday that new technology has not led to a loss of work and that he believes all AI will create new types of jobs. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future, told fellow government leaders and tech titans at the second day of an AI summit in Paris, adding that humanity needs to act with a sense of responsibility in the face of concerns that AI may surpass human intelligence. Modi also said global governance that builds trust and builds mutual value necessary for AI, adding that it must also ensure equal access to the technology for the global south.
Of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. We need to invest in skilling and reskilling our people for an AI-driven future. One of the world's largest AI talent. Some people worry about machines becoming superior in intelligence to humans, but no one holds the key to our collective future and shared destiny other than us humans. That sense of responsibility must guide us to draw and
Heads of state and technology executives were convening in Paris to discuss how to safely embrace artificial intelligence at a time of mounting resistance to heavy-handed red tape that businesses say stifles innovation. French President Emmanuel Macron said on Tuesday that the challenge of AI is to master the technology and put it in the service of humanity. As he opened the second day of the AI summit in Paris, Macron added that the summit is an opportunity to have the dialogue and trying to follow the path and understand the science and to put it at the service of collective progress.
And I believe that this is exactly the challenge that we face with artificial intelligence, that is to say, to embrace formidable technological transformations, to succeed in mastering, through new computing capacities and profound advances, what artificial intelligence is and its implications in many sectors, and to do so in the service of our humanity. In a world that is being shaken up by more and more crises, but by an open dialogue and the great good fortune of having India, the United States of America, China, Europe, the African continent, the Latin American continent, heads of state, heads of government, researchers, civil society, entrepreneurs and investors. It's an opportunity to have this dialogue and to try to follow this path and to understand this science and to put it at the service of collective progress.
To discuss how to safely embrace artificial intelligence, which businesses say red tape stifled innovation. Europe would invest an additional 50 billion euros to bolster the bloc's artificial intelligence ambition, European Commission Ursula von der Leyen said on Tuesday. It will come on top of a European AI Champions initiative that has already pledged 150 billion euros from providers, investors, and industry. Von der Leyen told the Paris AI Summit, where representatives of nearly 100 countries, including China, India, and the US, were meeting to determine if competing national interests could be reconciled. Von der Leyen said investment will focus on industrial and mission-critical technologies. Europe is not late to the AI race, she said, describing Europe's brand of AI as driving innovation and adaptation, focusing on adopting complex applications and being diverse and inclusive.
That Europe is late to the race, while the United States or China have already gotten ahead.
I disagree. Because the AI race is far from being over. Truth is, we're only at the beginning. The frontier is constantly moving. Global leadership is still up for grabs. And behind the frontier lies the whole world of AI adoption. It's not a promise. This is happening right now. And today I can announce that with our Invest AI initiative, we can top up by 50 billion euros. So thereby, we aim to mobilize a total of 200 billion euros for AI investment in Europe.
See how people. Aid and fuel trucks continue to move through Rafah in the southern Gaza Strip on Tuesday, a day after Hamas said it will stop releasing Israeli hostages until further notice. Hamas was to release more than Israeli hostages on Saturday, February 15, in exchange for Palestinians held in Israeli detention, as had happened over the past 3 weeks. But on Monday, the group said it was postponing any hostage release due to what it said were Israeli violations of a ceasefire agreement, including Israel delaying Palestinians from returning to northern Gaza. Hamas said it made its announcement 5 days before Saturday's scheduled hostage release, so mediators could pressure Israel to uphold its ceasefire obligations and keep the door open for the exchange to take place on time. After Hamas' unexpected announcement, hostage families and their supporters packed the area of Tel Aviv, now known as Hostages Square, on Monday night to press the government not to abandon the deal. On its part, U.S. President Donald Trump proposed cancelling the ceasefire if Hamas does not release all remaining hostages it took on October 7, 2023, by the weekend. Meanwhile, Israelis on Tuesday expressed mixed feelings following U.S. President Donald Trump's latest remarks, saying that releasing the hostages remains top priority. Families of hostages and people also protested across Israel, demanding an immediate release of hostages held in Gaza.
I think Trump has good meanings, and he helped us in the first Iska, but I think now he's not on it. I think he must go. He must go in another way. I think the most important thing is to get back our people to Israel and not push it and not threaten the Hamas, because that's not the way.
To say that we're going to squash you and kill you even more plays into Hamas's hands and plays out of our hands. We don't want to be on the giving end or the receiving end, but the giving end, we pay a price, and it's our soldiers, our boys, our sons, our husbands. These are the people who are going to be bearing those scars. So very nice for him. All the blusters say we're going to do this and do that, but it's not we, it's we Israelis. So thank you very much, President Trump. But you can take your bolster.
Well, he's gone to an extreme by saying, giving an ultimatum. I think this is a pattern that you make some highly outrageous statement and then you back down from it. You back down from it to something more moderate. You start from an extreme position, and then you're making concessions to a more moderate position.
Want to override him on the issue, said he might speak to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Egyptians on Tuesday called on Trump's statements regarding the relocation of Gazans to Egypt and Jordan as contradictory to his original claims that he wants to bring peace to the Middle East. Egyptian citizen Ahmed Awad said that there is no path to peace other than the two-state solution. Palestinians must establish their independent state in response to the U.S. president's most recent statements.
These statements expose Trump's lies. From the very first moments, he claimed that he came to bring peace to the Middle East, but now he wants to displace the Palestinians from their homes and ignite war in the region. This clearly reveals his deception. This man has come to destroy the region. If he were truly seeking peace, he would work toward a two-state solution. There is no path to peace other than the two-state solution. The Palestinians must establish their independent state. If Gaza is turned into ruins, in my opinion, there should be no displacement. I believe that every person should stand on their land and never abandon their land, even if it means dying or being executed. I also believe that all Arab leaders, all of them, from all Arab countries, should unite. The entire Arab world must come together as one, and we must not allow anyone to strong-arm us. Egypt plays a leading role in the comments made by Trump. If it weren't for the political leadership standing firm, monitoring every internal and external action, securing the leadership, and protecting the borders, Trump wouldn't be making these statements. He is merely threatening from a distance. He would not dare to speak about Egypt as he did before when he talked about displacing the people of Gaza to Jordan or Egypt.
Egyptian Foreign Minister Abad Adalati traveled to Washington on Sunday for a meeting with U.S. officials in the wake of widespread anger in the region due to U.S. President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza that would envisage the displacement of its Palestinian residents. Adalati discussed on Monday regional department developments with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio during a meeting in Washington, the Egyptian Foreign Ministry said in a post on X. Turkey and Malaysia will continue their efforts and support for Palestine without slowing down, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said on Tuesday at a joint news conference with Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. Erdogan is on a two-day official visit to Malaysia, which began on Monday. On Tuesday, the two sides held bilateral talks where they discussed cooperation opportunities in a range of sectors such as energy, tourism, and culture. Erdogan said the two leaders also spoke about regional and international issues, including the Rohingya situation in Myanmar, as well as Gaza, with Anwar saying that Malaysia would support a Japanese initiative to set up a fund for the reconstruction of the enclave.
Distinguished members of the press, in our recent discussion which we have completed, we have examined opportunities for cooperation in various fields such as industry and technology, energy, tourism, culture and education. And we have focused extensively on concrete steps to be taken forward. We confirmed our mutual will in encouraging initiatives in the area of tourism. In our talks today, we have thoroughly evaluated international issues, especially the Palestinian cause. Only on the subject of the relief aid, so far we have sent more than 100 ships of relief aid to Palestine, and these ships continue as they were. Again, we are continuing to send this relief aid. We are following Malaysia's stance with appreciation, especially on Gaza and Palestine. At the core of the problem is Israel's insistence on its policy of occupation, invasion and massacre. As in previous ones, we saw that Israel did not keep its promises in the last ceasefire agreement. Israel should end its occupation of Palestinian territories and compensate for the damages it has caused. In this respect, it is essential that an independent, sovereign Palestinian state with geographical integrity is formed, based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Turkey and Malaysia will continue their efforts and support for Palestine without slowing down.
Up ahead, Europe has the might to respond to Trump's tariffs, Germany's Scholz tells Parliament. License holder says Greenland's uranium ban repeal could revive massive rare earth project. Details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz told Parliament on Tuesday that the European Union will react in unison to U.S. tariffs on metals, adding, as the largest market in the world with 450 million citizens, they have the strength to do so. U.S. President Donald Trump raised the U.S. tariff rate on aluminum to 25% from the previous 10% rate in what was the last debate in the Bundestag ahead of the February 23 general election. Scholz and his likely successor, Friedrich Merz, promised no collaboration with the extreme right AfD in their respective speeches.
I have already mentioned the American tariffs that we may initially face on steel and aluminum. If the U.S. leaves us no other choice, then the European Union will react in unison. As the largest market in the world with 450 million citizens, we have the strength to do so. I hope, however, that we will be spared the misguided path of tariffs and counter-tariffs. In the end, trade wars always cost both sides prosperity. Russia's merciless war continues unabated. The world economy weakens. The American president causes irritation with his statements on Greenland, Canada, the Middle East and Panama. He has just threatened punitive tariffs on steel and aluminium. In short, the wind is blowing from the front. And the truth is, that won't change fundamentally in the coming years. The citizens now know that if Friedrich Merz finds the compromise between Democrats too difficult, he will make common cause with them over there. Points to opposition far-right AfD as applause is heard, view of plenary with applause for Scholz. These are bad signs for the time after the Bundestag elections, and that's why on February 23, it's about preventing a majority of CDU, CSU, and AfD at all costs. That's why it's about making a black-blue coalition impossible, out of responsibility for Germany. Never, really never do we make common cause with the extreme right, applause. Because they stand for racism, for misogyny, and for getting out of Europe, and because they are the greatest threat to Germany's future.
SPD, which met CDU/CSU bloc, largest vote share. The CDU, CSU, and AfD each gained a point. The latest opinion poll by INSS Institute landing at 30% and 22%. SPD fell by half a percentage point to 15.5%. All parties have ruled out forming a coalition with the AfD, meaning that talks to form a government could drag on after the elections. Britain's King Charles, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner made a rare joint visit to a school in UK, Cornwall, on Monday. Footage showed Charles and Starmer speaking with school officials and students at North London School, a primary school that was officially opened by the monarch in March 2020. Charles chatted with some students who were preparing dough for cupcakes and asked if the cupcakes would be ready for them to take home after school. Early on Monday, Charles, Starmer and Rayner visited a new Key Orchard community space. The mining company that owns the license to Greenland's Grapnitfield deposit is hopeful that a new government will repeal a ban on uranium mining after next month's election, potentially rejuvenating one of the world's largest rare earth projects. U.S. President Donald Trump last month voiced renewed interest in acquiring strategically important Arctic island. In response to Trump's comments, CEO Daniel Mamado of Cranfield license holder Energy Transition Minerals, ETM.AX, said he thinks it suddenly puts everything related to minerals back on the map.
However, President Trump is very clear in his focus and interest about Greenland, and states it's geostrategic. It's about security, right? First. We're a private sector company focused on minerals. I think what is important for Greenland's economy going forward is this new pole of economic activity that minerals and mining represents.
The big mining companies, that they don't touch rare earths?
Within the next 3 to 5 years, we'll now have refining capacity outside of China. And this is now an alternative market which Quanefeld would be very ready to provide and supply. And our production is not committed to any particular party or any particular country at this stage. So we're completely open, and we believe that Quanefeld actually, its real purpose should be to serve the global supply chain outside of China. That is the impact it will have on the supply chain.
Cranfield is among the world's top 3 rare earth deposits outside China, capable of supplying up to 15% of global production of the critical components used in manufacture, consumer electronics and weapons, according to Marmador. Lebanese government met for the first time on Tuesday at Baghdad Presidential Palace since its formation. Government formed on Saturday following unusually direct U.S. intervention in the process, and a step intended to bring the country closer to accessing reconstruction funds for the devastating war between Israel and Hezbollah. Members of the Lebanese government posed on Tuesday for a group picture before entering the first meeting. Speaking to reporters at the Presidential Palace, new Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said the 24-member cabinet will prioritize financial reforms, reconstruction, and implementation of a United Nations resolution seen as a cornerstone to stability on the Lebanese border with Israel. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was in German city of Stuttgart on Tuesday at the beginning of a week-long trip to Europe. According to the official website of the United States government, Hegseth is expected to visit the U.S. European Command, USCOM, and the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM headquarters, and also meet senior military leaders during his visit to Germany. Hegseth is then expected to travel to Belgium to attend the NATO Defense Ministerial as well as the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, UDCG meeting. Secretary Hegseth will emphasize throughout the trip, which also includes a stop in Poland, where we'll meet with Polish leaders, the importance of strengthening deterrence, supporting war fighters, and advancing Americans' national security interest with their allies, the website added. International Committee of Red Cross ICRC volunteers in protective gear were removing decomposing bodies from Muzezem prison in Goma on Monday, 2 weeks after clashes between M23 rebels and the Congolese army led to a mass escape. The teams disinfected and cleared remains from damaged buildings to prevent health risk following violence that erupted when M23 forces seized control of a city on January 27. United Nations sources say the conflict has claimed at least 2,900 lives in Goma, a city of 1 million inhabitants, exacerbating the humanitarian crisis in the region.
In fact, what hurts me the most are the people. Regardless of whether they are prisoners, it is truly heartbreaking. They have been there for more than 2 weeks. The smells are everywhere, everywhere. Truly, it is very heartbreaking because, firstly, we are exposed to diseases. And then, we have children wandering around here and there in these areas.
In South Kivu province, authorities are coordinating with humanitarian organizations to address the growing crisis, working to restore order, contain disease spread, and provide urgent aid to affected communities. Conflicts are deepening instability in eastern Congo. Dozens of armed groups have been fighting to control over land and resources for decades. Non-profit organizations in South Africa voiced concerns on Monday about the impact of marginalized communities' access to health services following U.S. President Donald Trump's decision to cut financial aid to the country. Aid cut, a response to South Africa's Land Expropriation Act, has already forced the closure of facilities like the Engagements Health Clinic in Johannesburg, which previously received U.S. funding. A White House official said on Friday that Trump signed an executive order aimed at South Africa to address human rights issues in the country. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa defended the country's land policy after Trump's threats, stating that no land had been confiscated and a policy aimed to ensure equitable public access to land.
At the moment, it's detrimental. You know, populations such as the trans community, the gender non-conforming, who are accessing ARV treatments, your testing, your PrEP, your post-exposure prophylaxis. There are so many of these platforms that continue to be the citadels of sexual reproductive health care provision and support that now have suddenly been closed, and at least for a 90-day window, and we're still yet to know what the way forward is. The funding has been halted and the clinics have been closed. Someone now having disclosed, having come out in that particular clinic and is familiar with that environment, having to now go to a new environment, having to be tested again, having to feel, essentially exposed, going to a new environment with other people seeing them regularly, going to a clinic to collect medication, to go get tested, to go get regular administration of whatever form of healthcare when it comes to sexual reproductive health. It's taboo. There's a lot of stigma around it. It's something that brings about a lot of anxiety for people as well.
Some of the bodies of migrants found in 2 mass graves in Libya bore gunshot wounds, International Organization for Migration said on Monday, adding that one of the sites is thought to contain up to 70 bodies. Libya's security authorities have already recovered at least 28 bodies from the bigger of the 2 mass graves in the desert of southeast Libya, the Attorney General's office said on Sunday.
We were informed by authorities that something like a mass grave was discovered. One location is in Jekara, what is about 400 kilometers south of Benghazi, where several bodies have been discovered, and they were showing signs of injuries. So it's not everybody could say that they were dying because of natural death, but there were some inflicted wounds and even gunshots. 2 days later, we got another information, once again informed by the authorities, that in the near of Al-Kufra, what is even further south, additional mass graves were discovered or found, based also on the information what they have received from migrants who have been freed from a detention center or detention facilities which were run by a smuggling network.
An additional mass grave was discovered in the Al-Kufra Desert in the southeast, containing 30 to 70 bodies, according to reports from migrants released from a facility that was shared with authorities in Libya. IOM could not give details of how long the bodies have been there for, but that they are thought to have been there for some time. Last March, the bodies of 65 migrants were found in a mass grave in the southwest of the country. Libya has turned into a transit route for migrants fleeing conflict and poverty to Europe across the Mediterranean. At the end of January, our Heart Criminal Investigation Department said it had freed 263 migrants of different sub-Saharan nationalities, saying they were being held by a smuggling gang in extremely poor human and health conditions. 22% of the 965 recorded deaths and disappearance of migrants in Libya happened on land routes, according to IOM Missing Migrants Project. At least one person was killed on Monday after a mid-sized business jet skidded off the runway while landing at the Scottsdale, Arizona Municipal Airport and collided with another jet that was parked, authorities said. One jet was said to be owned by heavy metal band Motley Crue lead singer Vince Snell, who was not on board, according to Knowles' legal representative. Statement by Knowles' representative was shared in a post by Motley Crue on the social media platform X. At least 40 people were injured in the crash. Dave Folio, a spokesperson with the Scottsdale Fire Department, said at a press conference. Federal Aviation Administration said in a statement that it was investigating the crash, which involved a Learjet 35A that skidded off the runway and then collided with a Gulfstream 200 jet. The incident comes at a time of heightened scrutiny of U.S. air safety. A 7-year-old girl was found in cardiac arrest and later died after being stabbed in a South Korean elementary school. An official at the Daejeon Metropolitan Office of Education said during a media briefing on Tuesday. The girl was found on Monday lying on the floor next to a teacher in the school's audiovisual room, the official said. The girl was a student at a school where the teacher worked, though police have not established a personal relationship between the two so far, according to a police official. The girl was discovered by her grandmother. An official at Daejeon Metropolitan Office of Education said during the media briefing. The girl's grandmother and other family members have been looking for her after it emerged that she left her class on Monday, but did not board a private institute bus she was supposed to be on. The female teacher has been treated for self-inflicted wounds in hospital. She had taken a leave of absence for medical reasons before prematurely returning to work late last year, the Education Office official told the briefing. Still to come, Australian soccer player Sam Kerr arrives in court as jury deliberates on decision. Verstappen hopes 2025 season will be more stable, welcomes Lawson's arrival. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday that members of U.S. President Donald Trump's team will travel to Ukraine this week, first such visit at an important diplomatic junction in the war with Russia. Zelensky was trying to forge close relations with Trump as the president seeks to rapidly end the war. So the visit will take place before February 14 to 16 Munich Security Conference, though it did not clarify who would visit. Zelensky will also confirm that he planned to meet U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich conference and that his team was trying to set up a meeting with Trump. Trump indicated on Sunday that he had been in contact with Putin without specifying when. Kremlin neither confirmed nor denied those contacts. Zelensky said in Monday's remarks that he was expecting productive work with U.S. officials in Ukraine after the Munich Security Conference.
This week, some people from the Trump team, serious ones, will be in Ukraine, even before the Munich conference. Then at the Munich conference, I will have some meetings there, including with the Vice President and with President Trump's team. My team will also have separate meetings, talks, work, let's put it this way. And afterwards, there will be productive work in Ukraine with the colleagues from the United States of America. Our teams are also working on dialogue and a meeting with President Trump. He mentioned it already and it's not a secret. The question is when it will happen, when both sides will have possibilities. Regarding them, Trump and Putin, talking, let's see who, how and whether it is true.
Trade frictions will make the Eurozone's inflation outlook more uncertain. European Central Bank's President Christine Lagarde said on Monday, inflation is set to return to 2% medium-term target in the course of the year, with risk on both the upside and the downside.
Inflation is set to return to our 2% medium-term target in the course of 2025, this year, with risks on both the upside and the downside. It's clear that greater friction in global trade would make the euro area inflation outlook more uncertain. Exports should also allow and support the recovery as global demand rises, although in that respect it's obviously conditional upon changes and developments that we will observe in international trade policies. And despite rising real incomes, households are hesitant to spend more. And yet the conditions for a recovery remain in place. A solid job market and higher incomes should strengthen consumer confidence and allow spending to rise.
A bombs veered over a highway bridge into a polluted ravine in Guatemala City early on Monday, killing at least 51 people and trapping survivors, a spokesperson for the city's fire department said. A densely packed bus was traveling into the capital from the town of San Agustin, Agostina, on a bus route into the city, from when it plunged approximately 20 meters from Puente Belize, a highway bridge that crosses over a road and creek. Fire Department spokesman Carlos Hernandez said the bodies of 36 men and 15 women have been sent to a provincial morgue set up for the accident. Images shared by the fire department on social media show the bus partially submerged in wastewater surrounded by victims' bodies. Guatemalan President Bernardo Alvarado declared 3 days of national mourning and deployed the country's army and disaster agency to assist response efforts. Australia's women's soccer captain Sam Kerr, accused of racially abusing a white police officer, arrived in court on Tuesday as the jury was expected to deliberate on the decision. Kerr, who was Indian ancestry, told officer Stephen Lovell that "you guys are stupid and white" after police were called following a drunken dispute with a cab driver in the early hours of January 30, 2023. 31-year-old who plays for Chelsea in the Women's Super League, except saying those words, but has pleaded not guilty to one count of racially aggravated harassment. Her lawyers argued she was making a comment about power and privilege. Kay, one of the world's top female strikers and Australia's all-time leading scorer with 69 goals, has not played since suffering an anterior cruciate ligament injury in January 2024. Four-time world champion Max Verstappen shared an optimistic outlook for 2025 Formula One season, which kicks off in March, expressing hope that it will bring more stability. To an event where he was unveiled as the official global brand ambassador for Alpha Tauri Red Bull's premium fashion and lifestyle brand, 27-year-old Dutch driver spoke with enthusiasm about teaming up with his new teammate Liam Lawson, who will take over from Sergio Perez the high-pressure role of partnering with Verstappen.
What I'm looking forward to the most is just to see how competitive we are. Of course, as you said, new teammate in Liam. I'm excited to be working with him as well. And I think the whole team is excited to look ahead to this season. You know, last year has been challenging at times. Of course, we had a lot of good moments. Of course, also some tough moments. And I hope that we can be, let's say, a little bit more stable and a little bit more all-round throughout the season. See, my mindset hasn't really changed. Of course, winning 4 titles has been a dream, more than a dream, I would say. I'm relaxed. I'm just looking forward, of course, to see how competitive we can be. And, from there onwards also, like, once you realize a bit how competitive you are, you set a bit of a target. but that's too early to say it.
Former Spanish Soccer Federation boss Luis Rubiales told a court on Tuesday that he asked player Janine Hermoso if he could kiss her before doing so after the country's World Cup victory in 2023. Rubiales, 47, is accused of sexual assault and then attempting to coerce Hermoso with the help of 3 other former Soccer Federation officials into publicly saying the kiss on the lips at the 2023 World Cup Awards ceremony in Australia had been consensual. Denying the charges, he says the case was consensual, but Hermoso has said it was not. The insurance scandal eclipsed Spain's first Women's World Cup victory and proved a tipping point for efforts by Spain's female players to expose sexism and achieve parity with male counterparts.
What happened is that, first the referees and the losing team passed by during World Cup ceremony, and it was turn of the players to pass by before lifting the cup. In that moment, when Jenny Hermoso approached me, she gave me this gesture with her face. We've known each other for many years, and that was because despite becoming champions, she missed a penalty, and with all the tension during the match, that was a very big thing for her, missing the penalty. But I told her to forget the penalty, that we are champions now and this is also because of you, we couldn't have made it without you. She grabbed me very strong below the armpits and lifted me, and when I came down I asked her, "Can I give you a little kiss?" And she said okay. That's what happened. Absolutely sure.
Liverpool will face Everton for the final time at Goodison Park on Wednesday, and manager Arne Slot has confirmed is monitoring Trent Alexander-Arnold's progress after a return to training. Alexander-Arnold has missed Liverpool's last 2 games with a thigh injury and could be fit in time, but Joe Gomez, who sustained another hamstring injury, is not in contention. Slot, speaking at a press conference on Tuesday ahead of the game, is expecting a response from his players after levelling the FA Cup 4th round defeat to Championship side Plymouth Argyle as unacceptable. Wednesday's Premier League match, originally scheduled for December 7, was postponed due to Storm Darragh. Everton will bid farewell to Goodison Park, first opened in 1892 at the end of the season, and move to the new Bramley-Moore Dock Stadium. Liverpool have the opportunity to extend the lead at the top of the table against second-place Arsenal, while Everton could move up to 13th if they win.
It should have impact, because if you're working at a club like this, you should compete for every trophy. We've said this from the start. And then to go out in the second occasion, so we beat Accrington Stanley. But to lose against Plymouth is of course not acceptable. And as a team, and I think our fans as well are disappointed by that result. And now we have to show a different side of us tomorrow, because it wasn't only the result, the performance was far from what Liverpool standards are as well. The derbies are always more difficult than facing the same team that's somewhere around that position in the table, but then it isn't a derby, that's clear. Because fans bring the best out of players. I've experienced this a few times already here at Anfield. I've experienced this many times at my former club. And I hope I'm not going to experience that tomorrow, but I think the fans will bring the best out of the Everton players tomorrow again. I'm aware of the fact that David took over 4 games and he's won 3. So that is definitely a great accomplishment from him. And they are definitely maybe now in a better place than they were a few weeks, months ago. But yeah, the weather circumstances are...
And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, the way they serve the food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food ask the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without washing them. And then she will take it home, inside the soup. Even if the soup, she may say it's half done, no, even vegetable soup, half done. Don't know the organisms inside it. And she will serve all this food outside. And people will buy and eat. Tomorrow they'll tell us about stomach pain, this, that, and we all label it typhoid. Typhoid has really suffered. So all go that all this food, including food poisoning, they will go back to typhoid. And people keep drinking, taking a lot of drugs. And then the servicing or the serving of the food. Do I tell you that most of the plates used in serving these foods are reused, maybe not washed, or even just clean with tissue or something, even if it's plain tissue, just to serve food. Why are these things happening? People only want quick money. Money is their own reason. They want to get money. I don't think they care about the health of the humans. I heard one of my colleagues saying that the tomatoes used to prepare the food was rotten. The food she ate, at the point of eating the food, in fact, she couldn't continue because the tomato was not cooked. They hurry to bring out food to sell. Their aim is to make money. Even those peeling fruits on the road, you see all these fruits packaged. Please, I didn't say don't buy it, but before you buy, make sure it's washed. Some people don't even wash the fruits, including vegetables, or they use dirty water from the gutter, water from any source, and they will use it to wash the fruits. Some don't even wash it. All their concern is to make money, and we are all buying. After which we end up in the hospital. Cholera is there. This is one of the consequences. Diarrhea, and these are causes of food poisoning, or they are from consequences of food poisoning. Then the worst of it all is that most of these people who sell this food, they don't want waste. They don't want to lose their money. The next day, if they don't finish the stock they have, the next day they continue. They don't even care about our health. It pains me. One of my cousins died in December. What happened? After eating food served at Lagos, says purging, vomiting. Today she's no more. What caused the problem? She ate food served by the vendor on the road. Then there are so many people who want to make money quick. They add a lot of things. People say they add water from cups. Some people say they wash something, put it inside. Please, before we eat outside, let us verify the source of the food, because 70 to 80% of the food served by these vendors on the road are not healthy. And a lot of consequences that I've said, starting from gastrointestinal problems and so many others. And then mortality. If you come to the hospital where I work, a lot of food poisoning, E. coli, a lot of problems, including children. So we should be careful when we want to buy food from outside.
Roadside food, if anybody can help it, please avoid it. The reason is this: look at the environment, the dust in the environment itself. Most times this roadside food is not cooked in a good environment. The preparation process is poor, and the people preparing it are not educated enough to handle food. They don't wash hands well. You know, the commonest disease we have in Nigeria after malaria, which is typhoid fever, it is a fecal-oral disease. In other words, it comes from the down the anal parts where we put out what we have eaten, where we defecate. That's where it comes from, and it goes into the mouth. What do I mean? Somebody goes to eat herself, she defecates, then she cleans. After cleaning, how do we wash our hands? These roadside food vendors, how do they wash their hands? Do they use soap? No, they simply put their hand in water and just do and bring out, and they use that same hand and prepare the food. And this food, you take it now, put it in your mouth, and the organism begins to, that is the chain. So you see, typhoid fever is multiplying. We are processing it because people who are not well informed are preparing food for us. And where do we meet most of these people? At the roadside. I'm not talking about the dust that gets into the food. Yes, have you seen suya in the open place? Your vehicle is passing, you splash dust. Inside that dust, you have people who have spat out their phlegm, their cough, any kind of cough. I don't want to mention the tuberculosis and all that, which although tuberculosis, you can just, by inhaling it from the food, you can have that. So it is not advisable as much as possible. They don't cover the food well. You see akara. Only few people put their akara in a glass case. Others will keep it in an open basket. Anything that can fly around goes into it. And that same akara, how you will know how clean the food is? Take a piece of a white handkerchief and keep beside that, on that table where the akara is, and give it 10 minutes. That hanky will turn brown. It is the same dust that fell on the hanky that has been falling on the akara and the yam that is fried there. So roadside food is not the best, but the poverty in our country cannot help us because they appear to be cheap. And the reason they are cheap is because they don't go through the normal process of processing that food, of cooking that food.
I don't consume roadside food. The reason is the way I was brought up by my mom and my family. We don't, because if as a student now, you know how to cook, and maybe you go to the market and buy foodstuffs and ingredients and cook, you find out that you eat more healthy than roadside food, because most of the ingredients used in cooking roadside food are not actually that healthy. Because all these, if you go to market now, there's a video I watched once about a tomato that used to have frogs on it. The man in the video said that tomato was made by snakes. That if it's punctures, the venom enters, and if you use it to cook, it can be really dangerous to the health. And the money you use that you could have used to buy the more quality tomato, now you add more and start treating yourself of some illness you don't even know about, or that you just cost upon yourself by consuming roadside food. And you can't actually blame the vendor or the people that prepare roadside food, because everybody's trying to make a living. So if they see something cheaper, of course, definitely they have to go for it. And that everybody's trying to make a living. I won't say what they're doing is right, but the country is just getting hard by every day about it. So everybody's trying to make a living and survive. So I just believe that the ingredients used in cooking of roadside food, or preparing roadside, I feel that they're not, should I say, they're not quality products. So you can just, you don't know, and the environment in which they cook, the environment and everything, you don't know whether it's clean and everything. So you consume of roadside food can be really very dangerous to the health.
My name is Rose, and I sell akara. The reason why I sell akara is to help people out, because akara is the only common food that anyone can purchase with at least 500 naira. Even with the smoke and stress that comes from it, I choose to sell akara because I use it to help people out.
because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, that's the way they serve their food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market. I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost,